Xianxia carefully examined the book and found that there was already an incantation inside. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a miraculous work. It was indescribable. Xianxia shook his book and said, "You can't have this book with you at all times, right? You've already prepared it. You haven't been anywhere since the morning. You've been there all this time. This book should have been on you since last night. Did you know that the Bai clan would come today? Did you know that you would let me compete with the Bai clan?" The Valurium sect master waved his hand carelessly. "I'm not a deity. How could I have predicted everything? You're too deifying me. However, this book is indeed prepared for you. From the first time you asked me for it, I had it with me." Xianxia nodded and continued to flip through the thin book, reading through all the incantations in it word for word. He did not trust the Valurium sect master. Even if there was a lack of words, it could cause the Scarlet Dragon Sword technique to be unable to be practiced. "Has the test been completed?" the Valurium sect master asked. Xianxia nodded. "I've already seen it. It should be true. Sect master, I'm not talented. I also want to perform." At this moment, an ugly-looking man walked out of the crowd. This person's facial features twisted, as if they were all squeezed together. But at this moment, Xianxia's thoughts were no longer here. He had obtained the Scarlet Dragon Sword art he wanted, and that handsome man should also be able to escape. But the question was, how should he escape from the Southern Emperor continent? Right now, he had already been targeted by the Southern Emperor. He would never let someone like him off. He would definitely tie himself tightly to his side and serve him. Normally, there would be no harm. Having the Southern Emperor as a big backer was considered a good thing. But he still had more problems to solve. Moreover, what was the background of that woman who secretly reminded him? So far, she hasn't shown up. The sect master looked at the ugly man and said, "Oh? You want to perform too?" The ugly man smiled and said, "I'm not talented. In terms of artifact forging attainments, I'm naturally not comparable to the #1 artifact forger. However, although my gadgets aren't that powerful, they're very interesting. Even for the sect master and the first weaponry refiner, it will help boost the fun." When the sect master heard that there was something interesting, he immediately became interested and hurriedly said, "Then hurry up and start. Let this sect open its eyes." The man nodded and took out an octagonal mirror from his bosom. He placed the mirror on a short, fat, 3-meter-tall, 4-meter-diameter smelting road. The top of the smelting furnace was open, and the mirror was like a top lid, covering the opening horizontally. However, the smelting furnace was unusual. It was actually filled with black blood. "Oh? Haotian mirror." The Valurium sect master was very knowledgeable about the profound Tao treasure and recognized the origin of the 8 mirrors with a single glance. Xianxia was originally thinking about his own matters, but after hearing the words Haotian mirror, he immediately looked in that direction. It was indeed a Haotian mirror. The Haotian mirror had many different classifications. These 3 words were a general term. For example, Xianxia's Haotian mirror was called the Mingyue Haotian mirror. The Haotian mirror that person took out, however, was very different. Its entire surface was like an 8-gossip figure. However, its surface was completely different from the completely black surface of the Mingyue Haotian mirror. Instead, it was half white and half black. This was the shape of a yin-yang fish. On the other side of the white fish was a black eye. On the other side of the black eye was a white eye. The Valurium sect master also noticed this detail. At first, he hadn't been able to discover any clues. He just kept looking at the Haotian mirror. When the ugly man poured his dipper chi into the smelting furnace, the black light in the furnace spread out and covered the entire Haotian mirror. The 2 eyeballs on the Haotian mirror suddenly opened. At this moment, the Valurium sect master cried out in shock, "Not good! It's the dragon's eye of time." Buzz. Suddenly, a ring-shaped halo appeared on the Haotian mirror that looked like lightning but not lightning, like light but not light. This halo instantly engulfed everyone. It engulfed the entire crater. Xianxia found himself unable to move. No one could move, not even the Valurium sect master of the heavenly tribulation realm. Time seemed to have stopped. Even the flying birds that spread their wings in the sky were strangely hovering in mid-air, motionless. Even the leaves swaying in the wind, the insects climbing in the grass, and the gentle breeze slowly blew over, stopped. The smile on the ugly man's face disappeared. A group of 4 people also walked out from the crowd. They all came to the ugly man's side. These 4 people had sneaked in at an unknown time, and at an unknown time, they had all changed into a set of dark green robes. The ugly man's expression was expressionless as he took out a green robe from his storage ring and put it on his body. "Do you know who you're going against?" The Valurium sect master's eyes were cold. "Of course I know." The ugly man nodded and said, "The Valurium sect is one of the proud sects under the Southern Emperor. Unfortunately, the power of the dragon's Eye of Time isn't enough to stop time." Sure enough, Xianxia realized that he was not unable to move. In fact, he could move a little bit, but that little bit was too little. It was infinitely close to 0. Strangely, his heart stopped beating, his blood stopped, but his mind didn't stop. He could even speak. However, sound had to be imitated through the friction of the aura of the Dipper Chi in order to imitate the way the vocal cords were produced. The ugly man flew into the sky, took off the black book that had been floating in the air, and calmly put it into his arms. "You dare," the Valurium sect master said angrily. That person said, "Do you dare? You've already done it." What's the use of the sect master saying such meaningless words? As he said that, the ugly man walked over to Xianxia and said, "It's a great eye-opener. Originally, today's plan was disrupted by the Bai clan, but I was lucky enough to see the appearance of the number 1 artificer. It can be considered as compensation. However, an artificer like you can't stay." The ugly man took the little bird off Xianxia's shoulder and said, "I noticed this little demon pet early in the morning. This demon pet has a strange physique. I've never seen it before. It's mine. Fuck his ancestors. He wants to take Lord Little Sparrow away." The 8-eyed snake immediately went mad and cursed hysterically, but no one could hear it. Xianxia's eyes moved as he coldly said, "You can take everything from me, but you can't touch it. Is that so?" The ugly man glanced at Xianxia and said indifferently, "If you have the means, just use it. There is no need to say such useless nonsense. Furthermore, I will naturally take your things. There is no need for you to remind me." The ugly man kidnapped Xianxia's storage ring, opened it, and poured out everything inside. Previously, Xianxia had placed the storage ring in an open state. He had just wanted to put the Scarlet Dragon sword art. However, because the word Haotian mirror attracted his attention, the storage ring did not have time to close. There are so many Class 5 magic crystals. The ugly man was not surprised. He nodded his head and said, "I heard that old man Mo Ling is dead, so he still hid so many treasures for you. Today it was an unexpected harvest. It was easy for me." Xianxia said, "Let go of Little Sparrow. The storage ring is yours. Everything is yours. I only want Little Sparrow." The ugly man shook his head. "You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I will take whatever I want." With that, the ugly man took away the thin book in Xianxia's hand and shook it twice in front of Xianxia. He said, "You saved me a lot of effort. I heard that the Scarlet Dragon Sword technique is very strong, so it belongs to me." Xianxia's face was cold and he didn't say a word. Then, the ugly man pulled out a long sword and gently stabbed the tip of the sword into Xianxia's chest. He said, "Do you know where the most interesting part is? After time has slowed down, the Dipper Chi in a person's body cannot maintain a violent state. Everything is slowly moving into a loose phase. Even your physical defenses are the same. I can easily pierce through your defenses." As he spoke, the ugly man placed his right hand on the hilt of the sword and said, "Of course I know that you will threaten me and chase me in the future, but I will not give you this chance. Even though you are not worth mentioning to me at all." The ugly man lowered the hilt of the sword with his right hand and slowly pushed the sword into Xianxia's body. The tip of the sword had already pierced into Xianxia's heart. "Don't take Little Sparrow away," Xianxia said. "You don't know who you are provoking. You also don't know what kind of price you will pay in the future. If you stop now, I can let you go. Thank you for your kindness. The ugly man said, but I refuse. He continued to push the hilt of the sword, knowing that the sword penetrated through Xianxia's heart and slowly pierced out from behind him, stained with emotionless and rigid red blood. The ugly man said, what's even more interesting is that you won't die immediately because your heart is pierced when time is relatively stagnant. You will remain in this state until time flows again. And in this process, you have to watch me personally and take away your little demon pet. Isn't it very unexpected? Isn't it very painful? Young man, there are many pains in this world. You can't refuse. You have to try. And I am the source of your pain. The ugly man pulled out his sword and kissed Xianxia from afar. My dear friend, it's just that you don't have the chance to take revenge. After saying that, he put the little bird into his embrace. Xianxia roared, let it go. Damn it, I swear I will find you. I will let you die in a way you can't imagine. I look forward to this day, if it really is possible. The ugly man smiled and left with the other four. Ah. Xianxia's furious roar pierced through the clouds. That ugly man touched Xianxia's reverse scale. The time restriction still hadn't stopped, but Xianxia's expression was already extremely hard to see. He had never been so furious before. Even the hatred that Shen Qingzhu had given him was not as great as the hatred that those green-robed men had brought with them the little sparrow. Xianxia had always treated him as a fugitive. He had long since put aside his own life and death, but if possible, he would try his best to live longer. But in comparison, he cared more about the little bird's life. Xianxia was a lonely person. Regardless of whether it was the once arrogant Baimukan, because his status was too high, he would never be able to see the true hearts of others, nor would he be able to obtain a true friend. Even the most trusted lover would betray him. As Xianxia in this life, he had been a loner ever since he stepped out of the Xiang Manor. From the beginning to the end, only the little bird accompanied Xianxia. It could be said that the little bird had become Xianxia's spiritual sustenance. With this little fellow who liked to eat insects and his eyes shining when he saw gems, Xianxia felt that he wasn't that lonely. For the sake of this world, for the sake of humanity, he was constantly giving, regardless of any reward, but he was also constantly losing. He had never obtained anything because of his contribution. He really didn't have much left to lose. But now, the people of this world, those in green robes, even the little bird had taken away from him. At this moment, Xianxia was very calm. So calm that it was a little unexpected. However, he could feel an evil flame breeding in his heart. The Southern Emperor will find a way to make up for what you've lost. As long as you're willing to stay, the Valurium sect master said. Who are those people? Xianxia said. Actually, just think about it. Your loss today is not that big. You have obtained the title of the #1 artificer in the world and also obtained the precious Dao-grade Crimson Dragon Sword technique. However, what you have lost is only a small demon pet, said the Valurium sect master. Who are those people? Xianxia said. There are some things that you don't understand, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist. There are some forces that you absolutely can't provoke. Although their existence doesn't sound reasonable, they do exist, said the Valurium sect master. Who are those people? Xianxia said. The Valurium sect master said, if you lose something, don't find it. I advise you to give up this idea. Even the 4 emperors can't do anything to those people wearing green robes. You can measure your own weight, said the Valurium sect master. The performance of the Valurium sect master was indeed very strange. Ever since he saw those green-robed people, he had felt helpless as if he had accepted his fate. The green-robed men had even taken away the ancient black books of the Valurium sect. But at this moment, the Valurium sect master did not immediately issue an order to chase after and kill the enemy. This did not conform to the temper and temperament of the Valurium sect master. There must be some deep-seated reason that made him afraid, or at least made him helpless. I don't care. I just want to know who they are, Xianxia said. The Valurium sect master said, I didn't tell you because I wanted to save you. I saved you because I wanted to leave behind a talented person for the Southern Emperor. Xianxia said, let me ask you one last time, who exactly are they? If you still refuse to answer me, I will investigate them myself. No matter who they are, I will make them pay the price. At this time, the restriction of time disappeared, and everyone regained their ability to move freely. The Valurium sect master took a deep look at Xianxia and said, if you must understand, then follow me. Xianxia followed sect leader Luli to the study room. This was a very hidden place. There were at least 3 consecutive formations in the study room, blocking all the auras and sounds in the study room. Even if the people outside stood at the door, they would not be able to hear or feel anything inside. The Valurium sect master was examining Xianxia's eyes. He did not sit down, nor did he invite Xianxia to sit down. He was only confirming how determined Xianxia was to fight against the green-robed men. The Valurium sect master himself was a decisive and resolute person, and in Xianxia's eyes, he also saw a crazy gaze that was reckless, capable of not needing anything, yet determined to achieve his goal. Finally, the Valurium sect master sighed and said, looks like you're really determined. Xianxia remained silent. Those people's identities are unusual, said the Valurium sect master. If you say it out loud, it might scare you. Now I'll try to scare you. If I really frighten you and make you give up your thoughts, it will be beneficial to both of us. Therefore, please listen carefully to what I say next. The Nature Sect was an organization that had evolved several times. It was recognized as a very mysterious organization. Although these 2 points might be contradictory, there was a reason for it. Because their membership was very special, the nature religion was also known as the second strongest power. It was not because they were ranked second in strength, but because every member of the nature sect was a second-generation member of each clan, sect, royal clan, and imperial clan. The embryonic form of the nature religion was very different from what it is today. It was originally made up of young people of prominent status who gathered together to protest against the destruction of nature by humans. The human beings' exploitation of ores and spiritual herbs, and their massacre of wild and demonic beasts made them feel indignant and secretly interfered with human strength. What they advocated was the equality of all living beings. They believed that humans were no more noble than any other species. Those who had such knowledge and thoughts were probably those who had never been worried about food, drink, or money since childhood. Later, a second transformation of the nature sect took place. This transformation was caused by the addition of more prominent young people. When the nature sect first attracted the attention of the human forces, even more prominent youngsters noticed the existence of the Holy See and excitedly joined it. They weren't doing this for the sake of equality of all living beings. They simply felt that it was a very handsome and rebellious act to resist humans, their fathers, and the power they represented. At this time, the nature sect had already violated its original intentions and had officially evolved into a very vulgar group, known as the Crown Prince's Party. The explosive increase in the number of members caused the purposes of the nature sect to become chaotic and uncontrollable. The core members who had once upheld the equality of all living beings were constantly joining because their status was even more prominent, and their rights were constantly being diluted. All the young people who had joined the nature sect had their own thoughts. Because of the disunity of their thoughts, the nature sect did not condense its strength. The nature sect welcomed the first great crisis. If a sect wanted to unite, then all its members would defend the same faith and pay for it regardless of the cost. This was the foundation of the sect. However, at this moment, almost everyone in the nature sect was only trying to show off for themselves. Gradually, this sect began to fade away, becoming a disorganized group that could collapse at any moment. At this time, a person with a far-reaching vision appeared and tried to turn the tide. This person's identity was not the most prominent. Compared to other young people with extraordinary backgrounds, it was slightly inadequate. However, he had a crazy idea and successfully realized it. He suggested that the Holy See should do something that seemed unreasonable, had no interest to seek, and had no meaning to act crazily. Destroy a country. From any point of view, this would not be beneficial. It would even put the nature sect in a very passive position, and it was even more likely to be annihilated. But those prominent young men really did it. They really annihilated a small country in a short month. They have unlimited resources, including material resources, information resources, human resources, and so on. At this time, the nature sect welcomed its third transformation, resisting. Their actions had already severely threatened many powerful forces, and as a result, they began to hunt down the nature sect. At this time, the nature religion had truly achieved the goal of uniting the hearts of everyone. They focused all their distracted attention on the motivation to survive to the maximum extent possible and maintain the nature religion's continued operation. They didn't care whether the nature sect would be destroyed or not. Even if it was destroyed, they could still return to their families, sects, and even empires. They just wanted to see how far they could go. At this moment, a typical situation occurred. On the Western Emperor continent, a regime called the Luo God dynasty finally captured the leader of the nature sect at an unimaginable price and prepared to execute him. However, the emperor of the Luo God dynasty suddenly discovered that the leader of the nature sect was actually his biological son. The emperor of the Luo God dynasty suffered an unprecedented blow. After delaying the execution for a month, he firmly expressed his thoughts. He released his son and declared that he would remain neutral. From then on, he would no longer participate in any roundup of the nature sect. That was a conspiracy. In fact, it was only later that people realized that the leader of the nature sect was not the son of the Luo God emperor. His son was just a chess piece that had been temporarily selected to collide head-on with the Luo God dynasty. In the following period of time, the nature sect had done several incomparably crazy things in succession. All of these major events were mainly devastating. The emergence of this matter caused the fourth, the biggest, and final transformation of the nature sect. This transformation was called shedding body or shedding body or shedding body or shedding body or shedding body. After many rounds of hunting down the nature sect, humans constantly discovered that they were unable to exterminate the nature sect. The reason for that was because the sect masters had discovered that their sons and daughters played an important role in the nature sect. One large family after another discovered that their direct descendants played an important role in it. One empire after another discovered that their princes were in charge of coordinating the overall situation. As a result, the representatives of human strength expressed their neutrality and no longer participated in the hunt for the nature sect. After forming a large-scale unified concept, the four emperors discussed it themselves and announced an important decision. This decision directly led to the formal completion of the shedding body stage of the nature sect. That was, from the moment this important decision was announced, the entire human world had already reached a consensus that they were not allowed or authorized to pursue the nature sect. All forces could use their full strength to defend against the attacks of the nature sect and defend themselves. They could retaliate, but they could not chase after them. Nature sects would not be punished by law, nor would they be judged by any group or organization for any acts they did, even those that appeared to be anti-human. This was because the great figures with far-reaching insight saw a possibility in the nature sect. The nature sect was a large trial ground. All members of the Holy See were descendants of powerful figures. Everything they did in this sect could nurture their execution, firm conviction, decisive style, and determination to never give up until their goals were achieved. This was the greatest training and test they could receive before they succeeded their father. They could do anything crazy, attack any sect, or even directly attack the four emperors. But it's still the same sentence. They can fight, but you can only defend and counterattack. You can't chase after them. Just imagine, a group of young people with such an identity would form an organization that would face the world's human forces, declare war on the four emperors, and accumulated experience and confidence in battle. This was a very precious experience. In the future, when this group of people matured, they would inherit their own sect and country. What kind of iron-wrist monarch would they be, and what kind of deep-seated master would they be? Rather than allowing the nature sect to act recklessly, it was better to say that they were building a training ground for their successors based on humanity as a whole. By now, the members of the nature sect had already changed batches after batch. Some of them had left the Holy See and officially succeeded their clan and sect roles. Some of the members of the Holy See were even the current emperors of a certain dynasty and the current sect masters of a certain sect. These people who had left the Holy See still maintained great enthusiasm and support for the nature sect. They saw the benefits brought about by the nature sect from themselves. Therefore, the various resources that the current nature sect possessed were unimaginable to ordinary people. It could even be said that the information, wealth, and manpower that the nature sect possessed were, from a certain perspective, even more enormous than any of the four emperors. The things they wanted to know could be investigated clearly overnight. The person they wanted to know could find his ancestors 18 generations overnight. The Valurium sect master looked at Xianxia seriously and said, "After hearing this, do you still want to be enemies with the nature sect? They want to kill you. It's as easy as crushing an ant." After hearing these words, Xianxia fell into deep thought. Losing Little Sparrow's anger and hatred did not cause him to immediately collapse. He desperately chased after the green-robed men. In fact, those green-robed people had done a very good job. After they had imprisoned themselves for a while, they didn't leave behind even the slightest fluctuation of Dipper Chi when they escaped, allowing Xianxia to track them down. After a moment of silence, Xianxia made a decision that even a person like the Valurium sect master would never have expected. "I want to see the Southern Emperor," Xianxia said. The Valurium sect master wasn't happy. He wasn't a fool. He could tell that the determination in Xianxia's eyes hadn't disappeared in the slightest. Obviously, Xianxia wanted to meet the Southern Emperor not for the sake of defecting to the Southern Emperor, but for another purpose. The Valurium sect master said, "The Southern Emperor is not someone you can see casually. Even if I want to see him, I have to give him half a month's notice in advance. I won't summon him until the Southern Emperor has time." Xianxia said, "What if I went to see the Southern Emperor as a traitor of the Bai clan? What if I have some secrets that the Bai clan doesn't know?" The Valurium sect master nodded and said, "You have successfully convinced me that I will arrange this meeting." Meeting the Southern Emperor was much quicker than Xianxia had imagined. That evening, he was kidnapped by the nature sect and summoned by the Southern Emperor in the early morning of the next day. The Valurium sect master personally brought Xianxia to see the Southern Emperor, but during this process, Xianxia was unconscious. The four emperors' identities made their residences very secret. For example, Beihuang Baihe lived on the back of a giant beast that roamed the world at any time. When necessary, the giant beast could even penetrate space and hide in the endless void. When Xianxia woke up, he discovered that he was already in a spacious palace. There were only two people in the palace. One was Xianxia, who was lying on the cold ground of the hall, while the other was a man who was sitting high up in the hall, hiding in the shadows. The man's seat was large enough to accommodate more than a dozen children playing on it. There were only 3 themed patterns on the entire seat, which were 3 suns. Xianxia already knew who he was facing. He stood up, tidied his clothes, straightened his body, and said, "I hope to send a message through the Southern Emperor." The Southern Emperor in the shadows laughed. His voice was very strange and unrecognizable. When you hear a person's voice, you will remember that voice, but this memory effect does not exist in the Southern Emperor's body. Xianxia heard the voice of the Southern Emperor, but if he recalled it carefully, he would find that he could not remember it at all. It was as if he had heard the voice of the Southern Emperor 1 moment ago. In the next moment, there was an invisible power that erased the memories in Xianxia's mind. "You are the most straightforward person I have ever seen besides the Valurium sect master," the Southern Emperor said. "Others will be flattered if they don't panic when they see me. Very few people like you ask for it straightforwardly." Xianxia said, "To be cautious in front of someone like you is just embarrassing. I hope that this unnecessary link can be avoided." The Southern Emperor said, "The first weaponry master is indeed different from the others. Then what kind of information do you want to release? What scale do you want to release? And what kind of bargaining chips do you want to use in exchange?" "I want to say something," Xianxia said. "I hope to be heard by all the humans in the world." "What's the price?" the Southern Emperor said. Xianxia said, "I know of a plan of the Bai clan, or rather a certain step in a plan." "Tell me." The Southern Emperor was very interested. Xianxia said, "Help me release the news first. Of course, you don't have to worry that I will go back on my word. If you discover that the information I gave you is not important, you can kill me at any time. This will not be a loss to you. You don't trust me," the Southern Emperor said with interest. "I don't trust anyone." Xianxia nodded. The Southern Emperor floated over from his seat. But the strange thing was that the shadow that had been enveloping him had actually floated over as well. This was a man who was 6 meters tall. He stood in front of Xianxia like a lion looking down at a vole's. Xianxia could not clearly see the appearance of the Southern Emperor. He could only use the human silhouette in the shadows to distinguish the gender and height of the Southern Emperor. "Put your palm in my hand. Everyone will hear what you say next," the Southern Emperor said indifferently as he stretched out his right hand and raised his palm. Xianxia covered his right hand as well, and the palms of the two collided. Immediately after, an endless power rose from within the Southern Emperor's body. That power pierced through the hall, pierced through the clouds, and reached an unimaginable height. In the end, this power turned into a sea of fire. That day, all the humans in the world saw the sky turn fiery red. "Now you can say it," the Southern Emperor said. Xianxia took a deep breath. After considering the words, he said, "I am Xianxia." This first sentence spread throughout the world. Everyone in the Bai clan looked up at the sky. Bai he stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked at the vast red sky and muttered to himself, "Southern Emperor." In the distant endless forest, Little Prince and the others raised their heads. In a dark corner, Guan Shao, who was walking shallowly and deeply in the sea of blood, also raised her head. On the Western Emperor continent, Xian Qingzhu, who had just taken out the exquisite black tower and was smiling at many suitors, also looked up at the sky with a change in expression. In the Valurium Sect's dungeon, the handsome man looked at the pitch-black roof thoughtfully. Xianxia's first sentence was a very straightforward self-introduction. He didn't have any unnecessary identity descriptions, but only announced his name. Then Xianxia's voice sounded again. "In the Southern Emperor continent's Valurium sect, I lost something more important to me than my life. All along, I have always been kind to the whole world and humanity. Even when I face enemies, I always remember that I am a true human with bottom lines and moral support. Even when I drop my butcher's knife and kill people, I will let my enemies die with dignity. I will not use seemingly crazy methods to kill people with excitement and excitement. Every death in my hands adds a sense of guilt and burden to me. Perhaps it's really because I'm too merciful. The Nature Sect, you don't know what the things you've taken away mean to me. But I will let you see what you have released from me. The world will abide by the agreement between humanity and the Nature Sect. However, I will not abide by this agreement. I am neither a representative of an empire nor a member of an organization. I will only officially declare war on behalf of myself against the Nature Sect. I'll give you 3 days to return what you took from me. I'll wait on the south bank of the endless forest. With your abilities, you should be able to find me. If I don't see what I want in 3 days, then..." Xianxia lowered his eyes flickering with an unprecedented evil flame. "Then you have to accept it. It comes from my anger." When Xianxia finished speaking, almost everyone in the world laughed. One person alone, declared war on the entire Nature Sect. After Xianxia withdrew his right hand, the Southern Emperor nodded and said, "I have fulfilled your crazy request. Now tell me what you can give me." Xianxia said, "The Bai clan has created a kind of origin pill. You should already know that the Valurium sect has also obtained this kind of pill." The Southern Emperor nodded. "Continue." Xianxia said, "The quality of this pill can be very high or very low. Let's talk about the extremely high-quality origin pills first. All human martial artists know how to awaken talent. However, multiple awakening of talent will reduce their talent. Origin pills can replenish the consumption of this talent and make the awakening of talent no longer bear a high price. It's even possible that consuming origin pills for a long period of time will cause a change in one's innate talent. either by adding a new innate attribute or by directly increasing one's innate talent level. The Southern Emperor nodded. Continue. However, this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that a low-grade origin pill. To a martial artist, this kind of pill is like pouring dirty copper into pure gold, Xianxia said. The Bai clan uses low-grade origin pills to release formations in the Black Tower. They can form a type of innate shock wave. Any martial artist who is struck by this kind of shock wave will have their innate talent reduced instantly, causing their innate talent to be unable to withstand the level of their martial skills and self-destruct on the spot. At present, Xian Qingzhu, a disciple of the Bai clan, is doing this in the Western Emperor continent. She is cutting off the future of the Western Emperor continent's martial arts and killing a large number of geniuses in the Western Emperor continent. The Southern Emperor could not see the fluctuations in his emotions, but he did not continue to speak. Xianxia said, "So I suggest you quickly form a rebellious management team. The only requirement of this team is that you have enough talent. Realm is no longer the only criterion to measure strength. Even if you let out 100 martial saints, as long as the number of realm meridians of these martial saints is insufficient, they will be as fragile as paper in front of the Black Tower of the Bai clan." The Southern Emperor nodded. "This is indeed a valuable piece of information," Xianxia said. "The people of our hometown have proven the authenticity of this information at the cost of countless blood and lives. It is very valuable." After saying that, Xianxia stopped moving. The Southern Emperor did not speak again. The two of them stalled for about a minute before the Southern Emperor suddenly laughed. "Are you still waiting for me to kill you?" Xianxia said, "This information tells you that I took a big risk. Perhaps you will kill me the first moment I tell you, because I am not sure if there is anyone among the three emperors of Southeast and West who colluded with the Northern Emperor. If you are that person, you should get rid of me." The Southern Emperor nodded. "Now that you have obtained a satisfactory answer, there is no relationship between me and the Northern Emperor as you suspected. But in reality, even if I have nothing to do with the Northern Emperor, I still have a reason to kill you. Because in your eyes, I see something that other martial artists do not possess. This kind of thing is a threat to me. But do you know why I didn't kill you?" Xianxia said, "I would like to hear more about it." The Southern Emperor said, "The agreement between humans and the nature religion has fulfilled the nature religion. Although you have declared war on the nature religion, on the other hand, isn't this another test for the nature religion? At the same time, I'm also very curious about the extent to which you can accomplish this. I firmly believe that you will die at the hands of the nature sect. There's no need for me to personally kill you. But how much can you do? It's an interesting play." Xianxia nodded and said, "Now, can I go?" The Southern Emperor said, "I'll give you a ride." With that, the Southern Emperor waved his hand. An enormous force engulfed Xianxia. When Xianxia opened his eyes, he discovered that he was already in a wilderness. This wilderness was only a few tens of thousands of kilometers away from the southern bank of the endless forest. "Kid Xianxia, are you really planning to do this?" The eight-eyed snake asked. "You are practically declaring war on the whole world. Because all the information and material resources that humans in this world possess can be used by the sects of nature. Those resources belong to their fathers." Xianxia sat down and pulled out the dead sword from his storage ring. He stabbed it into the ground beside him and said in a low voice, "They forced me to release the devil in my heart. What's your plan?" The eight-eyed snake asked. Xianxia said, "The whole world is the spies of the nature sect. They can make complicated plans and plots against me. They will play with me like a group of cats playing with the same mouse. They will be very interested in playing with me. Plans and conspiracies are practically useless to them. I only have one way to go. A miracle with great strength." The eight-eyed snake suddenly understood and said, "You want to use absolute power to crush their plot?" Xianxia said, "Absolute strength is above any schemes. Although I do not have such absolute strength at present, my strength is enough to threaten the nature sect." The members of the nature sect were all members of the Crown Prince's party. As they grew older, they would intermittently return to their own empire, sect, and clan to inherit their seats. Even if the life and death cycle of humans in this world was extremely slow, then it was probably certain that the oldest member of the nature sect should be under 70 years old. Judging from his cultivation realm, a genius like Bai Wudao would have reached the fortune realm in his 24 or 15 years of age, if not for the promotion he had received from the Bai clan after the ancestral sacrifice ceremony. Based on his talent and age, the strongest person in the nature sect was at most a martial saint. Of course, the nature sect could apply for assistance. They could easily mobilize more martial saints from their own sects and even heavenly tribulation realm experts. However, according to the nature of the sects, they were a group of people who wanted to do great things and bring great terror and chaos to the world. The target they were fighting against was precisely their father's generation. In this way, their chances of applying for foreign aid were extremely small. In the distance, somewhere, the green-robed men had just finished listening to Xiang Nan's declaration. All of them wore smiles on their faces and did not show any obvious contempt or ridicule. That was not because they valued Xiang Nan, but on the contrary, they didn't value him at all. This was the attitude of humans when they looked down at ants. Humans would not laugh at the weakness of ants because in the eyes of humans, ants did not even have the qualifications to be laughed at. One of them said, "We took that kid's little demon pet, but we didn't expect it to attract such a future trouble." Another person said, "What surprised me was that I had pierced through his heart, but he actually managed to survive. It was truly unexpected." The third person said, "This is more interesting. Unintentionally, we made an enemy for ourselves. I just hope that this enemy is strong enough to not disappoint us. I want to play for a few more days, at the edge of the endless forest in the wilderness." That night, Xiang Nan had a dream. They dreamed that the little bird was hugging its head and squatting on the ground crying. He dreamed that the little bird was surrounded by a group of people. Because he was curious about the little bird's peculiar physique, he continuously dug out wounds on the little bird's body, breaking all the tendons of the little bird's hands and feet, placing the little bird's organs on the table, pointing and pointing. Little Sparrow had followed Xiang Nan since he was very young. He had never experienced such dangers and setbacks before. The little fellow, who was only 30 centimeters tall and had grabbed a large bug that had eaten half of it, and called it insect-made delicious, had been snatched from Xiang Nan's hand by someone else. In his dream, Xiang Nan saw a bird with a head full of scars and eyes dug out by someone. He was covering his head and crying, "Xiang Nan, save me." Xiang Nan woke up from his dream. He sat up and his eyes were filled with tears. "Azure Dragon!" Xiang Nan roared as he exploded into the night sky. In the distant endless forest, a huge saber that had always accompanied little Prince soared into the sky. The giant saber turned into a wisp of light that was darker than the night, making a turn in the air and shooting towards the south. "In order to save little Sparrow, I'm already prepared to give my life. What about you?" Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said, ever since he possessed the Tao of dreams, he had never had any ordinary dreams. His dreams were exactly the same as reality. However, this time an exception had occurred. The little bird's significance to him was too great, so much so that this firm determination had even allowed him to break the rules of the dream Tao, allowing him to directly create dreams that only mortals would possess. The voice of the eight-eyed snake Tao was very calm, but it was very steady. "Even if I lose my immortal body, I don't care at all. Those people dare to touch a little bird's feather. I will let them understand what the cruelty of reality is." Xiang Nan began to set up the formation. It's time for a lesson to be taught to the young people of the nature sect. The tribulation I experienced was something that those well-dressed young people had never even dreamed of. The natural calamities that I have witnessed, the hundreds of billions of humans, dissipated overnight, were something that the young people of the nature sect could not even imagine. They thought that they could do great things, pierce through this day, and show their arrogance without fear. But in my world, my heavens have long since disappeared. Every day, I walk on the edge of the sea of flames in purgatory. Every day, I am crazily corroded by hatred. Only with my firm Tao heart, I was able to defend the last trace of humanity that originally belonged to me. The nature sect has also taken away this trace of humanity from my heart. So they'll face hell. I will no longer show mercy. I will use all the means at my disposal to make them regret it, regardless of the cost. Xianxia laid out a complete and majestic righteous chi diagram. After that, he immediately put down a forging furnace, and in his hand lay 5 pieces of nether iron. In the Valurium sect, he played a small trick. What he gave back to By AI was the nether iron from his dreams. Those nether iron would disappear in 10 minutes, and By AI had already tasted this bitter fruit. However, By AI did not know how his nether iron had disappeared, and did not associate it with Xianxia at all. As for the Bai clan, after killing countless people from Xianxia world and taking away the lives needed for countless origin pills, Xianxia no longer owed the Bai clan anything. The moment he was assassinated by Shen Qingzhu, he had already paid off all of the money he had lost in reproduction. The Bai clan owed Xianxia everything they had taken from him. Originally, Xianxia had planned to use these 5 nether iron pieces to refine his giant saber. But now, his even crazier plan made him give up this idea. He took out the bright moon Haoyin mirror. The grade of this mirror is too low. It is completely unable to withstand the impact of the blade light condensed from my nature energy diagram. Only by upgrading it to the Tao level and allowing it to possess Tao luck can it bear my Tai divine art. Xianxia slammed his palm onto the smelting furnace, and the furnace burned fiercely. After a long night, the 5 nether iron pieces merged into the bright moon Haoyin mirror and directly raised this profound grade beginner grade mirror to the Tao grade beginner grade. Moreover, the mirror was no longer fragile because it was injected with a strong nether iron. Xianxia took a deep breath and began to swim on the white tiger-shaped righteous chi diagram. The 8-eyed snake was very worried. He hoped that Xianxia's plan would go smoothly. It was best not to use the death sword. When he saw Xianxia take out the dead sword, he knew that Xianxia was already desperate. If he had no choice, Xianxia would not even be stingy and release the undead Xianxia from the dead sword. At that time, everything would be irreparable. The undead, Xianxia, would bring this world an incomparable calamity to all the natural disasters brought about by the world devastator divine lightning. With Xianxia's talent, attainments, and persistence, if he became an undying undead, then this world would be dragged into an endless abyss by Xianxia alone. Xianxia began to swim along the 18 star veins of the nature energy diagram, one reincarnation after another. Above his head, a gradually forming blade light floated. The more reincarnations Xianxia traveled, the stronger and stronger the blade radiance became. Each reincarnation could increase the power of the blade radiance by 18 times. If there really was a so-called divine-level cultivation technique in the world, then the Tai divine technique should be infinitely close to this level of cultivation technique. And this kind of cultivation method directly drew out the power of heaven and earth. It was the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, the vitality of all things, and everything else. This was originally a heaven-defying and catastrophic cultivation technique. If placed in a profound cultivation technique, it should belong to a forbidden technique. Because as Xianxia continued to swim, all the power around him was being deprived of by the formation. The grass around him began to wither first, followed by trees, mountains, rivers in the distance. Even the clear night sky became chaotic. Heaven and earth are inhumane, and Xianxia is unjust. Xianxia had never stopped, not for a moment. He had been walking. The seemingly endless power of the Tai divine art was intimidating the heavens and earth. Just like this, absorbing the power of heaven and earth did not mean that Xianxia was invincible. Because in his region, the number 1 expert would immediately sense such terrifying fluctuations and rush over to kill Xianxia. The longer he circulated the Tai divine art, the more a huge sun suddenly appeared in the originally dark and empty night sky. It was equivalent to Xianxia exposing his position to everyone. Exposing his position was equivalent to dying. Xianxia wisely chose the endless forest, and it was the endless forest of the Southern Emperor continent. The Southern Emperor sensed that change, but first, he made an agreement with Xianxia that he would not stop Xianxia. Second, he did not dare to approach the edge of the endless forest, afraid that he would be chased and killed by the beginning of the month, when he sensed his aura fluctuations. Xianxia still hadn't stopped, and the saber light above his head was already overwhelming. This was the early morning of the third day. Xianxia spent 3 days and 2 nights wandering around to circulate the Tai divine art. He swam through a total of 195,310 reincarnations. The power of that saber light had increased to 3.515,625 times his normal Dipper Chi. If one didn't count the difference between talent and genius, then every time a martial artist advanced a small realm, their astral chi content and astral chi intensity would increase by 5 times. The second level of the divine martial technique was 5 times that of the first level of the divine martial technique, and the third level of the divine martial technique was 5 times that of the second level of the. Based on this calculation, Xianxia had increased the strength of his saber light by 3.515,625 times, which was comparable to the strength of a martial sage. The appointed time had come. Xianxia's eyes suddenly erupted with a ball of light. He instantly poured the enormous blade light that penetrated the heavens and the earth into the Tao-grade Mingyue Haoyan mirror. At that moment, the Mingyue Haoyan mirror suddenly filled up. This mirror began to tremble non-stop, and fine cracks almost appeared on the surface of the mirror. "We've reached the limit of this mirror," the 8-eyed great snake said. Tao soldiers could originally withstand the power of a martial saint. However, the Tao luck of this mirror comes from your divine martial first stage Tao luck. However, the power you store in it far surpasses your own realm. Xianxia shrunk the mirror and placed it in his palm. At some unknown time, the surroundings had already turned into a land of death. The green vegetation had disappeared, and the yellow and black earth had also disappeared. The earth here did not desert because of the loss of the power of heaven and earth, but directly turned into ash. It was a thick, soft ash, and flying ash splashed everywhere when he stepped on it. Countless martial artists rushed over from all directions. The vast majority of these martial artists came directly from the crater. They were the closest to this place. There were even more martial artists on the way. Everyone heard Xianxia's words and rushed over to watch this banquet, challenging the entire nature sect on their own. It was also at this moment that a black light suddenly flashed across the dawn sky. The black light refracted and impartially stabbed into the ground in front of Xianxia. Nightmare, giant saber. The blade continued to buzz and tremble, as if it was the roar of a furious dragon. Xianxia pulled out his saber. At that moment, his killing intent was determined. The vast number of martial artists floated in the surrounding sky, looking down at Xianxia condescendingly, waiting for the next wonderful performance. They wanted to see how Xianxia was toyed to death by the nature sect. Xianxia, on the other hand, kept his head lowered and his expression was cold. Finally, an hour later, a wisp of green appeared on the horizon. The green-robed nature sect finally arrived, and the surrounding martial artists also made way. Everyone was nervous and excited. Today's battle was of great or small significance. The reason for that was because it had always been the nature sect that challenged the strong with the role of the weak. They were the magical organization that dared to challenge the 4 emperors and intimidate the world. Over the years, they had done a lot of great things which made many people hate the nature sect to the bone. What they had done was a real matter, not a small matter. The humans accepted the nonsense of the nature sect with the tolerance of a sovereign and a sect master, and the beautiful name was metamorphosis baptism. However, what the nature sect did was truly related to life. When they destroyed a country, people from one country would be displaced, and countless people would flow into rivers of blood. When they annihilated a sect, countless disciples carried eternal hatred, but because they were intimidated by the 4 emperors' agreement, they carried this hatred for their entire lives. People all over the world spoiled them, but Xianxia was not such a person. He knew how heavy the word life meant, and he knew that life could not be despised by a simple agreement. Therefore, in the past year or two, the things that had happened were constantly impacting everyone's minds. The nature sect, which had originally challenged the 4 emperors in a weak stance, actually welcomed a person. This person, with an even weaker stance, directly challenged the entire nature sect. It was as if the characters had been exchanged overnight. Whether they were optimistic about the nature religion or hateful towards the nature religion, they were all watching from the sidelines. To supporters, this was another challenge that the nature sect faced. If Xianxia died today, then this matter could be negligible. It was only one of countless actions by the nature sect to annihilate the arrogant. If Xianxia won, those who held a hateful attitude towards the nature sect would see a hope. The nature sect was not invincible. When a wisp of green came closer and closer to the sky, the entire arena was silent. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly. Finally, those people came closer. There weren't many people from the sect of nature who came to attend the appointment. There were only 11 of them. Each of them wore loose green robes, and each of them looked arrogant in the world. They had long known about Xianxia's background and had personally seen by AI designate him in the Valurium sect. They knew that Xianxia was a divine martial first-layer martial artist. They also knew that Xianxia was the traitor of the Bai clan, Bai Mukan. They also knew that Xianxia had killed many of the Bai clan's heavenly clan's priests at the Bai clan's ancestral sacrifice ceremony. However, they still hadn't overestimated Xianxia, because in their eyes, the experts of the Bai clan that Xianxia had killed were all at the Fortune realm. In the end, Xianxia was only Mo Ling's direct disciple, a master of the profound Tao. Therefore, the people from the nature sect who came this time were very interesting. Of the 11 people, 10 were all at the 5th level of the divine martial arts. This was a realm that was worth pondering because human martial artists knew very well that when the realm suppression reached the 4th level, this suppression could already ignore everything. Even without any martial technique, they could easily kill Xianxia. And the 11th person was even more interesting. He was a martial saint 3rd layer super expert, a gray-haired old man. Everyone whispered to themselves the moment they saw the old man. There were absolutely no people of this age in the nature sect. All the members of the nature sect were of high status. They did not have any more youth to spend on the sect. They had their own clans, sects, and countries to inherit. Obviously, the old man also saw everyone's doubts, so he stroked his beard and smiled. Everyone, don't panic. This old man is an elder of the world-saving sect. I came here as a notary public. This sentence answered everyone's confusion. The nature sect never needed a notary to kill people, but this time the matter was too big. Xianxia used the hands of the Southern Emperor to declare war on the nature sect all over the world. Everyone would have one thing in their hearts, and that was how Xianxia had been killed by the nature sect. Did the nature sect play a trick and kill Xianxia with more people and fewer people? Still, he had assassinated Xianxia before he could make an appointment. Therefore, the nature sect had found a so-called notary to prove to the world that with their strength, they did not need to use any despicable means. They only needed to openly come to the appointment and easily crush Xianxia to death. In other words, the appearance of the Jishur sect elders meant that they were determined that Xianxia would die today. The world-saving sect was considered a relatively famous sect in the 4 Emperors continent. The style of this sect matched their names, and it was called world-saving. Under normal circumstances, the relief sect would take in the majority of martial artists who had violated the sect's rules and were treated unfairly. They would also protect the safety of these martial artists and even fight for justice for them. Almost all martial arts sects used their martial arts strength to attract young martial artists. With such a unique method, the world-saving sect immediately grew stronger, becoming an existence that had already surpassed the first-class sects and become a super sect. There were a total of 6 super sects like this in the 6 Emperors' world. They were the world-saving sect, the tyrannical sect, the Southern Azure sect, the Sky-bearing sect, the Illusory Sand sect, and the East Arrival sect. To save the world and dominate the world, the Southern Lord, Songhai, Tianqing, Huansha, and Ziqi came from the east. These 6 super sects were known as the 6 below the 6 emperors. It was the strongest human power in the human world apart from the 4 human emperors. The most interesting thing was that 500 years ago, these 6 super sects did not exist. They suddenly appeared about 480 years ago. What was even more interesting was that the nature sect had established its last transformation 480 years ago. Therefore, some people dared to speculate that the sect masters of the 6 super sects were actually the ones who had retired from the nature sect. With all sorts of unexpected and strange methods, they quickly made a splash and transformed into a super sect. In order to prove that the nature sect did not retreat in the face of challenges, nor did it give up on the style of the weak winning over the strong, declared the world-saving sect's elder loudly. That's why I'm here. On behalf of the world-saving sect, I only announce that the nature sect will meet Xianxia in a fair and impartial manner. Every time, a member of the nature sect will challenge Xianxia individually. With my testimony and your eyes and ears, please cooperate with our relief sect and witness the first single person to declare war against the nature sect since its founding. Xianxia had been standing there without saying a word or interrupting the Jishur sect's elders. The nature sect had made a good gesture. This was a kind of contempt for Xianxia, not even contempt anymore. Instead, he directly used Xianxia as a tool to further display the authority of the nature sect. In order to prevent the world from distorting the truth and maliciously slandering the despicable methods of the nature sect after today's battle, they had invited the elders of the relief sect. After today's battle, the world-saving sect would announce to the world the true story of today's battle. The nature sect wanted to win beautifully, and everyone was convinced of it. Everyone was not an idiot, and they could see this. Someone whispered, "Since we want to pursue fairness and justice, why did we send members of the Divine Martial 5th layer instead of the same Divine Martial 1st layer as Xianxia?" As soon as this person spoke, everyone else's expressions changed. They quickly moved away from the speaker, fearing that they would enrage the nature sect and bring harm to the fish pond. The world-saving sect elder laughed and said, "Perhaps you all have forgotten that Xianxia is challenging the entire nature sect. Therefore, theoretically speaking, even if the entire nature sect rushes forward and kills Xianxia together, it will not be considered bullying. But the truth is, the nature sect has a broad mind. They can avoid fighting with more and less, but they can't avoid defeating the weak with strength, right? If the nature sect can only send people who are lower than Xianxia and weaker than him, then this is not a challenge, but a meaningless indulgence." The nature sect was actually not angry. Everyone thought it was very novel, but there was no way to refute the elder's words. Being able to guarantee that he wouldn't fight too much was already considered to be giving Xianxia an exceptional favor. Xianxia had no reason to ask for more. Everyone looked at Xianxia with reproachful eyes and quickly got rid of the suspicion of being ignorant. This was an incomparably ridiculous scene, because in fact, Xianxia had never spoken. "Is that enough?" Xianxia finally spoke. He expressionlessly looked in the direction of the nature sect and said, "Why didn't the person I was looking for come? Don't you have the courage to face me?" The ugly man who robbed the bird was not present, so naturally the bird was not present either. The nature sect did not burst into laughter or mock Xianxia. Instead, they looked at Xianxia indifferently, as if they were looking at an icy-cold corpse that had been dead for a long time. It was the same sentence. They didn't have any hatred or contempt for Xianxia. The only thing they did was not care. One of the nature sect members stepped forward and said to Xianxia, "I'm sorry to tell you that the person you're looking for has other tasks to perform, so there's no way to rush to a victory battle. I have to admit that you are very brave. You are also the first person in history to declare war on our entire nature sect on your own. If it weren't for the fact that you were already standing against us, you would really be qualified to join the nature sect." Everyone nodded. Xianxia was from the Bai clan. From his background, he was definitely qualified to enter the nature sect. However, the man changed the subject and said, "From now on, all your words and actions will be ignored by the sect of nature, because in our eyes, you are now dead. In that case, let me play in this first battle." As he spoke, he descended from the sky and said to Xianxia, "You declared war on the nature sect and made an appointment for 3 days. We are here to attend. It's not because we value you, but because we value each and every one of us who dares to challenge the actions of our nature sect. I, Lu Qinggu, a member of the 4th step of the nature sect, challenge you." Lu Qinggu pulled out a long sword from behind him and said, "Don't say that I bullied the small with the big. I respect your courage enough. I can instinctively kill you with 1 move, but now, I will let you live to the 3rd move." Show me your weapon and let me give you a ride. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber, and the black saber trembled in the air. This Lu Qingwu's attainments were really ordinary. Not only could he not compare to the Bai clan's heavenly martial cultivator, he could not even compare to the Valurium sect's Yu Shaolu. The nature sect believed in the suppression of the realm. They were extremely confident that with the suppression of the fourth realm, they would be able to completely crush Xianxia, who was at the first level of the divine martial arts. Actually, Lu Qingwu smiled and said, "In front of me, you don't even have a chance to attack, but I'll give you this chance. I'll make my move first. I promise I won't kill you in one move. As for what you have, just show it." Lu Qingwu's body trembled, but seeing a ball of astral qi enveloping his entire body, the astral qi formed a balloon of astral qi, but this was not a shield. The reason for that was because the surface of the balloon was covered with revolving astral qi blades. This was a martial skill. After Lu Qingwu condensed the dipper balloon, he immediately rushed towards Xianxia and said, "Let's do it! If you can break through my defense, I will admit that you are outstanding." The excitement of the spectators had long since calmed down. When they saw that the people from the nature sect were at the fifth level of the divine martial sect, they had no sense of expectation at all, because this was a one-sided crushing. Lu Qingwu's victory was certain and unquestionable. Everyone had even started to pack their things and was ready to leave at any time, waiting for Xianxia's death. Lu Qingwu's momentum wasn't that violent. He felt that killing Xianxia was like the most normal breathing. There was no need for him to make a bitter enmity. Xianxia, on the other hand, raised his blade. Under Xianxia's feet there was the White Tiger formation, and at the same time, there was an acceleration formation that had been constructed long ago. "You didn't bring the person I wanted, so no matter what you said, you must give me an explanation today. If you don't, I will kill you until you are willing to give it to me." Xianxia's right arm trembled, and the saber light condensed. Under the support of the acceleration array and Xianxia's lightning intent, the blade light quickly reached the full speed of light. A blade light that reached a speed of 600,000 kilometers per second instantly sliced open Lu Qingwu's balloon and his body in a manner that no one could see with their naked eyes. Before Lu Qingwu could react, he was still sprinting forward, but in everyone's eyes, his body was inexplicably split into two as Xianxia's blade descended. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to react at all. How did you kill him?" Everyone panicked. Looking at Xianxia again, his expression was expressionless. Obviously, he had expected such a result long ago. The naked eye was unable to capture the speed of light. Could only capture light. These were two different concepts. The reason why a person can see light is because the light is a continuous illumination or refraction on the eyeball. What kind of concept was this? The speed at which one looked at things was also the speed of light. Therefore, when something moves in the opposite direction from you at the same speed of light, the speed of light produced by your eyes will maintain the same speed as this thing. As long as the speed of that thing remains the same, your eyes will never catch up to it. Those bystanders were standing behind Xianxia. Therefore, only the people from the nature sect and the elders of the world-saving sect standing opposite Xianxia saw something, and Lu Qingwu was already dead. The scene was in an uproar. No one expected this first battle to end in such a manner. Xianxia, who was at the first level of the divine martial sect, killed an expert from the nature sect at the fifth level of the divine martial sect with a single blade. The Jishur sect elder's expression also became serious. He suddenly realized that what was about to happen today had exceeded his expectations. How terrifying was the speed of light slash. If a person stands still, the blade light at the speed of light will fly towards you, approaching you at a speed of 600,000 miles per second. If you also chop at the speed of light, then comparatively speaking, this blade light is approaching you at a speed of 1.2 million kilometers per second. The speed of light is also the speed of human eyes. When your vision slashes towards the speed of light at the speed of light, it creates such a terrifying fact. That is, when you saw the speed of light slash, you were actually hit. So you were hit first, and then you saw that this was an attack that was almost impossible to defend against. Xianxia waved his saber and said coldly, You can engage in these so-called fair duels, but I don't care. I will use whatever means I can to force you to hand over the little bird. I don't care about being scolded by the world, nor do I care about the shameless and despicable reputation on my back. What I have paid for is my reputation, but what you have paid for is your lives. What a big tone. Another person from the nature sect walked out and said, I am a member of the third step of the nature sect, Xiongyu. Xiangnan said, where is the little bird? Answer me. I can let you live. Xiongyu laughed loudly and said, I don't know what kind of martial skill you use to make your saber light invisible, but don't think that your Bai clan's martial skill is so brilliant that it can be invincible under the heavens. Indeed, I can't see your saber light, but can't I see your chopping motion? Your saber light won't turn around, right? I just need to see the direction where your saber descended and dodge the direction where you descended. Isn't that enough to dodge? Xiong words immediately made everyone understand. The people from the nature sect were indeed not ordinary people, and Xiong could see through the flaws of the speed of light slash with a single glance. It was really like this. No matter how fast the speed of light slashed, it didn't matter, but Xiangnan's hacking saber didn't move at the speed of light. If you chop in one direction, I'll just dodge in that direction. I don't need to see your saber light at all. The nature sect had challenged the four emperors for many years, accumulating vast knowledge and rich combat experience for them. Having the speed of light did not mean that he was invincible. The Jishur sect elder heaved a sigh of relief and nodded in relief. It seemed that things weren't too bad. Xiongyu, who was on the third step, should be able to give him a satisfactory answer. Come on! Xiongyu rushed towards Xiangnan with his sword in hand. He took the lead in hacking out a sword light and was ready at all times. As soon as Xiangnan landed his saber, he immediately dodged. Xiangnan's face was expressionless, and he did indeed slash out with a knife. Xiongyu's eyes lit up and he immediately dodged, but his body was strangely split into two. He was still cut open. Xiangnan calculated Xiongyu's next move accurately based on his potential and rhyme. This no longer had anything to do with speed, momentum, and charm, allowing Xiangnan to confirm that he could hit Xiongyu. As for how fast the saber light flew, it merely shortened the process of being hit. Just like how Xiangnan normally fought, he could always hit his enemies time and time again because he saw the flaws of his enemies. Even if he didn't use the speed of light slash, he could still let the blade light hit the enemy. In fact, Xiangnan used the speed of light slash not to make the enemy invisible, but to pursue the power of that saber. The strength of the saber light did not change, but if the speed increased, the lethality would be even stronger. He only used the speed of light to ensure that he could kill people at the 5th level of the divine martial arts. You're being passionate, Xiangnan said indifferently. There was no one on the scene who could speak. The people from the nature sect were also panicking, and the world-saving sect elders' eyes were even wide open. It was indeed a one-sided massacre, but the roles were changed. Ha! Another nature sect member stepped forward and pointed at Xiangnan. You are truly shameless. Didn't you already leave the Bai clan? Why did you use such a high-level martial skill from the Bai clan? He doesn't admit that he is a member of the Bai clan, but he shamelessly uses their martial skills. If you have the guts, don't use this move. Let's fight openly. Xiangnan held the huge saber in his hand and said, I said before that I would not hesitate to use any means to retrieve what originally belonged to me. Even if you use a provocative method, it's impossible for you to persuade me to give up this move. Besides, this move belongs to me and does not belong to the Bai clan. The man said angrily, How shameless! Xiangnan waved his hand with a single saber. An invisible blade light immediately split the man in half. Everyone was shocked and looked at Xiangnan in disbelief. The Jishur sect elder was even angrier. He pointed at Xiangnan and shouted, What a shameless thief! The battle hasn't even begun yet. Yet you actually ambushed him. Xiangnan said, What battle? That's up to you. I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to kill people. Ha! Good, good. Since you don't obey the rules, we don't have to obey them anymore. Let's go together and chop this brat into meat paste. The people from the nature sect laughed furiously. The 7 nature sect disciples rushed forward. These people immediately dispersed and rushed towards Xianxia at the same time. This was done in order to prevent Xianxia from accepting all of his sabers. No matter how accurate Xianxia's saber light was, it was impossible to hit 7 people from different directions at the same time. Only one person would die, and the other 6 people would be able to kill Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were ice cold as he stabbed his horse horizontally and straddled the giant saber at his waist, making a saber-drawing preparatory action. The moment the 7 of them rushed forward, an azure dragon phantom suddenly appeared above Xianxia's head. Raptors swing their tails. Swoosh! A large crescent blade light sliced out horizontally. The blade light was almost a full moon, and it rapidly spread in all directions at the speed of light. The 7 nature sect members were at different positions, but 3 of them were very close to the saber light. They didn't even see what had happened, and the 3 members had already been sliced open. One person was sliced at the waist, another had his chest cut open, and a third had his crotch cut off. The most terrifying thing was that there were still a large number of martial artists watching from behind. Even these people were unable to escape their misfortune. At least 200 of them were also attacked by the fierce dragon's tail, and their waist was broken. When the last 4 nature sect martial artists saw this scene, their souls had already been shattered. They accelerated their speed, but they did not rush towards Xianxia, but ran away. "You!" Many onlookers pointed at Xianxia and roared, "You actually killed us!" Xianxia said coldly, "I didn't ask you to come and watch the show. It was you who came with the mentality of watching the show to see how I died. I still say that, in order to take back my little bird, I can do anything." The saber strike was not aimed at the spectators. It was just that the spectators were standing there on their own, just in the area where the saber light had spread. To Xianxia, Little Sparrow was his spiritual pillar. These people, on the other hand, had a lively attitude towards Xianxia's life and death calamity. Xianxia's heart was as cold as iron. He would destroy the nature sect at any cost, even if many innocent people would be implicated in the process. This world did not treat him well, and he no longer treated this world well with forgiveness. "You guys forced me to become a devil. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Xianxia bent down and said this. Then, he quickly turned into a beam of bright light and chased after the last 4 members of the nature sect who had escaped. What a brave little thief! Not to mention breaking the rules, he actually slaughtered the onlookers. The Jishur sect's elder jumped up and slapped Xianxia fiercely. "Heh! Fair and just." Xianxia coldly mocked, and his entire body immediately disappeared into the void. That world-saving sect elder used the 3rd level of the martial saint realm to slash the heaven-shattering palm. All the onlookers had already begun to leave the scene after Xianxia had killed hundreds of people with a single saber strike, so as not to be affected again. The elder's palm covered a wide area, completely covering all the directions that Xianxia could escape from. However, hiding in the void was equivalent to disappearing into this world, not accepting any attacks. The elder's palm strike landed on the ground in horror, directly turning the ground into a bottomless abyss. A gigantic palm abyss that was dozens of kilometers long appeared. Formation. The elder was shocked to discover that there were actually 2 formations appearing on the surface of the abyss. The formation did not rely on soil, and it was impossible to move the 2 formations by digging out a piece of soil. After losing the support of the ground, the nature energy diagram and the acceleration array turned into 2 luminous array diagrams floating in the air. This scene shocked the world-saving sect's elders greatly. It turned out that the reason why Xianxia was so powerful was because Xianxia had used the power of the profound Tao in his martial arts. And this kind of use was completely different from that of a demon-slaying realm cultivator. Black Tortoise Dual Cultivation. The pupils of the Jishur sect elder contracted, and his heart beat fiercely. "Fortunately, he's already dead. Otherwise," he said. He could not feel Xianxia's aura at all, and he thought that Xianxia had already been smacked to the point of dissipating by that palm strike. Although the onlookers in the distance were angry and ruthless, they were still feeling complicated. The nature sect was arrogant at first and wanted to fight Xianxia one-on-one, but then it turned into a group attack. In the end, even the Jishe sect elder, who was a notary, took action. Speaking of shamelessness, who could compare to the nature sect and the relief sect? The so-called rules of a fair battle that they had drawn up were only based on the certainty of killing Xianxia. Once this foundation was broken, they would immediately reveal their true colors. However, just as the Jishe sect elder heaved a sigh of relief and began to brew, how this matter should be revealed to the public today, how he should wash away the rules he had broken, a heaven-defying blade light suddenly appeared in the sky. The saber light was connected to the sky above and pressed against the endless abyss below. The Jishe sect elder took a deep breath and felt the scent of death coming from the blade light. Xianxia appeared again. He appeared in midair for no reason at all. Just like before, his expression was still cold, without any unnecessary expression. Nor did he accuse the world-saving sect elder of his shameless actions. In his eyes, all who stood in front of him were enemies. There was no point in arguing with the enemy. Even if the world-saving sect stands on the side of the nature sect, I will still kill them. Xianxia inserted the giant saber into the saber light and roared in his heart. Speed of light slash. This saber light came from the Tai divine art, and its true power had already reached that of an ordinary martial saint level 1 martial artist. However, at the speed of full light, this saber light shot towards an elder of the world-saving sect at the 3rd level of the martial saint stage. At that moment, the sky split apart. No one was able to see the real process, but everyone was shocked to see that the world-saving sect's elder had changed from a complete body to a half-broken corpse. The Jishe sect elder looked down in disbelief and found that his waist was split in half and his lower body fell to the ground. The Jishe sect elder's eyes turned ashen. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Martial Sage 3rd layer. How much effort, how much blood and sweat would it take to cultivate to such heights? Why did he come to this muddy water? However, it was too late to regret it now. The world-saving sect elder, with boundless regret, threw his broken body into the endless abyss that he had struck with one hand. The onlookers felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they pinched their own arms. Is it true? That was a martial saint 3rd layer expert. Why was it that Xianxia, who was at the 1st level of the divine martial technique, had sliced him apart? What kind of damn martial skill is this? The Northern Emperor is too abnormal. Does the Bai clan really have such a martial skill? How come I've never heard of it? Xianxia had already left, leaving the scene mercilessly to hunt down the 4 escaping sect members. Before leaving, he collected the nature energy diagram and the acceleration array. The spectators also fled the scene with fear and disbelief, as if they were afraid that Xianxia would kill them as well. This matter quickly spread out. Everyone had painted a picture of the outcome of today's agreement in their hearts, but no one could have imagined that it would be such an unexpected result. When the spectators on the scene described the facts to the world, their first reaction was disbelief. However, the news of the world-saving sect declaring war on Xianxia shocked the entire world. That is true. The nature sect had also welcomed its greatest humiliation since its establishment. They pulled the elder of the relief sect with high spirits and went to the appointment, giving the elder the name of a notary. However, not only did they break their agreement and attack Xianxia together, even the notary had shamelessly attacked Xianxia. However, in the end, Xianxia slaughtered all of these people, including the notary of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. This was a great humiliation to the nature sect. Their actions were like slapping themselves in the face and slapping their 180 big mouths fiercely. Moreover, they were slapped in front of all the humans in the world. He had even thrown her into his grandmother's house. After the Jishe sect declared war on Xianxia, a few other sects, large and small, 2nd and 3rd grade, also declared war on Xianxia. These sects came from various continents, and the members of the sect that Xianxia killed that day were important disciples of their sect. One of them was even the biological son of a 2nd grade sect master. Just as the Valurium sect master had described, fighting against the nature sect was almost the same as fighting against human martial artists from all over the world. At this moment, a faction that had always been neutral and had never spoken finally spoke. Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor gave the world a very simple voice. There was only one sentence. If you can't afford it, then don't play. The Nature Sect seemed to be an organization that didn't fear the heavens or the earth and dared to fight against the 4 human emperors. They could do whatever they wished. They were not responsible for any of their actions. They had killed too many people, displaced countless people, and destroyed countless families. However, such actions were actually tacitly approved by the entire human race. What was even more ridiculous was that when a person named Xianxia broke this tacit understanding, the sect that the members of the sect belonged to was unable to sit still and actually ran out to declare war on Xianxia alone. The sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor was like a loud slap on the face of a human. Don't play if you can't afford it. The Nature Sect had made such a big fuss, but in the end, it was a joke. They were only allowed to bully others, but once others bullied them in turn, they wouldn't be able to do it. They would be shameless. Somewhere in a palace, a handsome man dressed in a green robe but with a green crown on his head was in a fit of rage. In front of this man was the ugly man who had taken the black book and the little sparrow from the Valurium sect. After reading the message, the handsome man smashed it to the ground and pointed at the ugly man and scolded, "Look at what you've done! Can't you return that damned demon pet to Xianxia? You've already placed our nature sect in a very passive position. The sects of nature were always the representatives of the strong and the weak. No matter how despicable their methods were, they were regarded as reasonable and reasonable. But now the entire nature sect had been pulled onto the stage by Xianxia. Instead, it had become an existence that bullied the weak. The entire world was watching this sect and paying attention to their every move. It could bring irreparable humiliation to the sect at any time. The ugly man was also very excited. He angrily said, "Why? If he wants to return to the demon pet, I will give it back to him." "Why? He can get whatever he wants? Who is he?" The handsome man said angrily. "Do you know what you're talking about? You can get whatever he wants, and that demon pet is his." Now the wind has begun to change. People are no longer so resolute in supporting our sect. Instead, they are beginning to sympathize with Xianxia. The ugly man straightened his body and shouted, "Since when did you become so timid? Isn't our nature sect set up to do great things? We are not even afraid of the 4 emperors, but we are instead afraid of a small Xianxia." The handsome man took a deep breath and said, "This war is not fair. If we win, we will not win glory. If we lose, we will have to pay the heaviest price. That damned demon pet. Why is it so important to you? I won't let you go no matter what." The ugly man said angrily, "I just don't believe in evil. I just don't want to return that demon pet to Xianxia. I want to see what he can do to me. I, the nature sect, have never needed a reason to do anything. I didn't need a reason in the past, but I didn't need to crush Xianxia this time either. I want him to regret living in this world. I want him to regret going against my sect. You don't have to worry about my affairs. I did it myself, and I'll take care of it myself. This matter is not over." At the edge of the endless forest. The reason why Xianxia was able to quickly kill the world-saving sect elder was largely because he stood on the acceleration array and was able to accelerate the saber light to the speed of light. Once he left this safe area, he would no longer have the ability to travel at full speed of light. Moreover, every time he released a half-speed blade light, he would have to pay a heavy price. At this moment, he was under a lot of pressure to hunt down the 4 divine martial 5th layer sect members. So he had no choice but to release his dream body. After Xianxia had reached the 5th level of the divine martial arts, he had trampled all 4 of them under his feet in almost a minute. Xianxia looked coldly at the 4 people and said, "I need to know the whereabouts of the little bird." The 4 of them laughed in despair, but none of them revealed any information. On the contrary, a member of the sect laughed loudly. "Go ahead and continue to be enemies with us. The more you do this, the worse the treatment your little demon pet will receive. I'm not afraid to tell you, if you continue to persist, perhaps the people of our sect will dismember your little demon pet." It was this sentence that ignited Xiangnan's remaining rationality. Xiangnan had already grasped the death sword. "Stop!" the eight-eyed snake shouted. "Brat Xiangnan, you must calm down. Little Sparrow is not in any danger at the moment. You said that he also ate a resurrection pill. If it is really killed, it can still be resurrected. According to the resurrection time you spent in the Battle of Beast Spirit Island, the little bird should need 1 to 3 months to undergo resurrection and reorganization. As long as it hasn't truly revived, the nature sect won't have the chance to kill it twice. You still have time." The living Xiangnan had already frightened the eight-eyed snake. He possessed the phaseless tribulation finger, the 9 transformations of thunder, and the Tai divine art. If this person suddenly merged with the undead, the result would cause the eight-eyed snake to tremble. "Do you hope that the last thing Little Sparrow will see is the undead Xiangnan? Will you still have any compassion for Little Sparrow at that time?" The words of the eight-eyed snake suddenly pulled Xiangnan back to reality. "Torture them. Use whatever means you can imagine." The eight-eyed serpent stared coldly at the members of the sect. "Since they are unrepentant, you can be ruthless." Xiangnan took a deep breath and broke the tendons on the leg of the member of the sect who spoke. The member screamed miserably, but he refused to let go even if he died, just not revealing any information. "Let me ask you one last time, where is Little Sparrow?" Xiangnan's voice was cold and heartless. The sect member laughed loudly. "Killed by you is also death, but if I betray the sect, not only will I die, even the family behind me will be implicated. Do you think I will tell you?" Xiangnan nodded and said, "Then go die." With that, Xiangnan slashed off the head of the sect member. After that, he went to ask the second person, but the second person's attitude was exactly the same as the first person's. They would rather die than surrender. Xiangnan killed again. After killing the second person, he went to ask the third person, and finally killed the third person. The members of these sects were very stiff-mouthed. No matter what method they used to threaten them, they would never let go. This caused Xiangnan to fall into an impasse. There was still one last person left. If all of them were killed, then the clues of the nature sect would be cut off. But what kind of method did he have to use to force him to speak? At this moment, an ice-cold female voice suddenly came from not far away. "If you're trying to force a confession, you might need to use my ability." Xiangnan followed the direction and saw a woman slowly floating towards him. "Guan Shao." Xiangnan's pupils constricted as he said, "You are indeed in this world." Guan Shao looked down at Xiangnan condescendingly and said, "As expected of the man I have taken a fancy to, he actually dares to declare war on the entire nature sect. Xiangnan, I can help you. You have no reason to refuse my help, but I have one condition." Xiangnan really didn't have a choice. Other than Guan Shao, he didn't know how to force the members of the sect to speak. "Tell me," Xiangnan said. Guan Shao nodded and said, "If I help you this time, then the past grudges between you and me will be completely written off. You can't look at me with the same eyes as before, and you can't treat me like a ghost doctor anymore. You have to treat me like an ordinary woman." "It's not possible." Xiangnan shook his head. "Your madness is deeply rooted in my heart. I can't lie to you anymore. This is really impossible." Guan Shao said, "This is all I ask. My past is just the past. Look at my next performance. If I am still the same as before, you can still be hostile to me. Think for yourself." Xiangnan looked at Guan Shao and then at the last stubborn member of the sect. Finally, he gritted his teeth and ruthlessly said, "All right." Guan Shao smiled. She looked at the last member of the sect and said, "Next, your nightmare is coming." Guan Shao saw Xiangnan standing at the side watching and said, "You'd better find something else to do. Don't look at what I'm going to do next." Xiangnan shook his head and said, "I must see it with my own eyes." Guan Shao said, "In that case, after you see my methods, you will have a bad impression of me again." Xiangnan said, "You don't need to worry about this. I have already risked everything to save Little Sparrow. I will kill people from the nature sect now, and I will also kill them in the future. There is no essential difference between what you do and what I do. However, your speed of killing them is much slower than mine. Guanxiao nodded, but said meaningfully, there is no essential difference? Are you sure? I hope you will still think that way next time. After saying that, Guanxiao took out 12 silver needles and stabbed them into different parts of his body under the eyes of the members of the nature sect. Among them there was a thorn in each shoulder, a needle in each elbow, a needle in each wrist, a needle in each knee, a needle in each ankle, a needle in the back of the neck, and a needle in the space between the eyebrows. What are you doing now? Xianxia asked curiously. Guanxiao said, do you really want to know? Xianxia nodded. Then Guanxiao said, since you want to know, I can explain it to you. These 12 silver needles have already severed his control over his body, making it impossible for him to move at all. Xianxia said, anesthesia powder? Guanxiao shook her head and said, the anesthesia will make him lose his senses, but my silver needles only make his brain lose control of his body. But the pain can still be felt. Afterwards, Guanxiao took out a dagger, cut a small hole in the member's head, and put some small black insects into it. Immediately after, he saw the member's blue veins bulge out in pain. His entire face turned purple-red, and his entire body began to spasm. The member's eyes were filled with endless fear and pain. However, he was no longer able to control his body. This kind of pain made it impossible for him to vent it through screams. It was as if 12 silver needles had sealed that member's soul in a container. He could only feel but not react. This is a very terrible situation. Are those insects biting him? Xianxia asked. Guanxiao nodded. Then, she did not make any other unnecessary movements. She only carefully observed the changes in the eyes of the members of the nature sect. After a while, Guanxiao said to the member, I can't help it anymore? Where is this going? I haven't even started yet. Those little bugs are just making preparations for what I'm going to do next. Guanxiao explained to Xianxia. Those insects are already inside his body, but they didn't go deep. They are only swimming inside the surface of his skin and flesh, gnawing away at the adhesion between his skin and muscles. Why? Xianxia asked. Guanxiao said, look, you will understand immediately. Seeing that the situation was about to end, Guanxiao walked forward and inserted both of her hands into the top of the member's head. The dagger cut through the rift and grabbed both ends with her hands. Following that, his hands suddenly split apart, and a crisp chi sound could be heard. The outer skin of that member was torn in half by Guanxiao at a fast speed. The human skin had already been separated from the main body. This one was torn off, but it only shed off all of the human skin. At that moment, Xianxia had an illusion. Guanxiao's behavior was like those tailors who measured the size of the cloth with rulers, sat down and marked it. Then they tore the cloth in half. Xianxia shook his head to keep himself awake. He looked again and saw that the member had already turned into a flesh and blood. The muscles and fat on his body were all exposed to the air. Those insects bit neatly, not causing the muscles and tissues exposed by the member to appear in a fragmented state. Instead, they gave people a feeling that this person had never had a skin since he was born. However, after the human skin of the member was torn off, he felt much more relaxed, because the little bug was also lying on the outer skin and did not continue to bite his body. Guanxiao took out a pill furnace. This pill furnace was very large, about 10 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters in diameter. Xianxia knew at a glance that this pill furnace should not be used to refine pills, because an alchemist did not need to use such a large pill furnace, especially since the pill furnace did not emit the fragrance of herbs, but rather the smell of blood. Guanxiao took out some more spirit herbs and crushed them into powder. Then, she drilled into the pill furnace and began to apply the medicinal powder on the inner wall. She continued to explain to Xianxia, you should already know that when a person suffers great trauma, it produces a self-protection mechanism, usually in the form of fainting or paralysis, thereby cutting off the perception of pain. These medicinal powders are my exclusive recipes. Some of them have eye-catching brain-clearing effects, allowing him to stay awake all the time. The other part has healing effects, preventing him from dying quickly. After finishing, Guanxiao released a strand of astral chi flame and burned the pill furnace red. Then, under the terrified gaze of that member, Guanxiao patted his face and said, "I know you are also very curious, so you can experience it yourself next." After saying that, Guanxiao suddenly pulled out the 12 silver needles from the member's body, and as soon as he regained his mobility, he kicked him through the top cover of the pill furnace. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the clouds as it rang out in the empty wilderness. Inside the burning pill furnace, the members of the nature sect rolled, jumped, and screamed without a skin. Xianxia could almost imagine what kind of terrifying scene this was. Boom! Dong! Dong! Roland's voice. If a person was placed barefoot on a burning iron plate, they would jump up and down in heat. Moreover, they would strip off all of their skin and put it into this 360-degree spherical pill furnace that was burning in all directions. That member was in so much pain that he almost went mad. He kept knocking on the pill furnace inside. No matter which part of his body touched the inner wall of the pill furnace, it would be so hot that a white smoke would emit from his body. This process lasted for about half an hour. Guanxiao's left wrist twisted, and his entire palm was filled with white coldness. Pa! With a palm strike, the pill furnace immediately cooled down, and the screams inside gradually faded away. Without the heat of the pill furnace, the pain of the member quickly lessened. His entire body was clasped together in the pill furnace, trembling. Apart from fear, his eyes were filled with despair. But then, the pill furnace became whiter and whiter, and a large amount of cold energy was poured into it, causing the member to shiver non-stop from the cold. Guanxiao nodded in satisfaction and said, "The second cycle has begun." With that, she flipped her right hand and the surging astral chi flames burned. She quickly went to burn the ice-cold pill furnace again. A few minutes later, the miserable screams from inside sounded again. That member was like a headless fly, ramming everywhere, desperately trying to escape from this flaming hell. However, this pill furnace was firmly sealed by Guanxiao. No matter how hard he struggled, he would not be able to get out. Xianxia frowned and said, "He is in so much pain that even if he wants to speak, I'm afraid he won't be able to." Guanxiao said, "Don't worry, he won't die. He will tell you everything you want to know. The outline of a human body is determined by the soul, and the soul has been determined since before a human was born. So we see humans in this shape. We see pigs and dogs in that shape, not chaotic growth, turning into monsters that don't look like anything else. The shape of this soul is a mysterious code hidden in the human body. What I'm doing now is disrupting the shape of his soul and making it possible for him to have everything." After saying that, the screams in the pill furnace had already reached its limit, making Xianxia feel a little ear-piercing. Only then did Guanxiao open the top lid of the pill furnace. That blood monster that was neither human nor ghost suddenly jumped out from the top lid of the pill furnace. However, before he could get too high, he was grabbed by Guanxiao's ankle and fell to the ground. "Now, let me show you what form humans can grow into," Guanxiao said to Xianxia and licked her lips. "Even I am looking forward to it, because after everyone has been tortured in pain, the confusion generated is different. The result of their physical evolution is usually closely related to their chaotic consciousness." Xianxia saw a light in Guanxiao's eyes. That kind of light was like an alchemist seeing the best ingredients, like an artificer seeing the metals of the nether realm, like a chef seeing the most delicious ingredients in the world, impatiently wanting to display his skills. This kind of light made Xianxia shiver. Whether it was killing or torturing others, they were all just methods, but in Guanxiao's body, this method was a kind of enjoyment. Just what kind of madman would treat torture as a hobby? Guanxiao cut an opening in the member's stomach and put in a strange black seed. Then, her right hand pressed against the member's stomach, and a strange power seeped into the member's body. Following that, the member suddenly rose into the air, and black vines crazily grew out of his body. These vines interweaved together and condensed into the shape of a strange black vine tree. On the top of the tree, there was a strange black flower. The shape of this flower was actually 90% similar to the shape of a human brain. Guan Shao said, "From now on, this person has become an organ of this flower of life. In other words, no matter how we deal with him, as long as the flower does not die, he will not die." Xianxia said, "Then the growth of your body that you mentioned just now." Guan Shao said, "Don't worry, it will start soon. His soul is in chaos, his consciousness is in chaos. Right now, he simply cannot realize that he is a human." "What is this?" Guan Shao took out a pill bottle and showed it to Xianxia. Xianxia sniffed and said, "I know. Isn't this a Tier 5 rejuvenation pill?" Guan Shao nodded. "The rejuvenation pill can heal human wounds and heal them again, right?" Xianxia nodded. Guan Shao said, "This is a recovery process. But why can the rejuvenation pill allow an injured person to recover to a complete body shape? Because of the shape of the soul. When a person's soul is disrupted, the rejuvenation pill will not be able to determine his shape or how he will recover, especially since this flower of life has become a part of his life. So, let's wait and see." Guan Shao stuffed the rejuvenation pill into the member's mouth. Very quickly, the Tier 5 rejuvenation pill was effective. First of all, the outer skin that the member had lost had miraculously recovered. A brand new outer skin had grown out, and it was like a newborn baby shopping and lubricating. The member had a dazed look of happiness on his face. His consciousness was already blurry, but the pleasure brought about by the recovery of his body still gave him a sense of comfort when a man and a woman were having a good time. However, everything had changed since he had recovered. Normally, when the member's skin was fully recovered, it would be over, but in fact, it wasn't. That member's body began to grow in a chaotic state. Small fleshy processes grew from the surface of the member's body. These fleshy processes did not have any restrictions and continued to grow in different shapes. Some were like octopus tentacles, some were like deer antlers, and some were more like fingers that had become very, very long. These fleshy protrusions were extremely tender, and it felt as if they would explode if they were squeezed hard. Guan Shao took out a pair of shiny scissors. She walked forward and cut off a piece of meat on the member's body with a click. At this moment, the members who were still full of Brother Pig's face suddenly started to howl. His body was trembling in pain, but the black whip vines that pierced through his body were firmly imprisoning his body, making it impossible for him to break free from it. The feeling that this scene brought to Xianxia was no longer shock, but disgust. That Guan Shao was like a responsible gardener, using large scissors to continuously trim the members. However, the fleshy processes on the member's body grew one after another. After the roots were cut off, they would immediately continue to grow new ones. Just like this, Guan Shao kept cutting until the ground was covered with those strange flesh protrusions. Half an hour later, Guan Shao seemed to be tired of it. She put down the scissors and used her hand to forcefully pull the member's left arm. That member's left arm was actually being pulled longer and longer. The member's body was elongated, but the volume of his body did not change. The longer his arm was, the other parts would be pulled over along with it. Xianxia even saw that the member's face had been pulled onto his arm along with the extension of his arm. His mouth, eyes, and ears continued to pull towards his arm as he stretched. In the end, the pair of eyeballs of the member was already at the corner of his arm, and his entire face was melting on his arm. The effect was exceptionally bizarre. Guan Shao pulled her long arm and placed it on the large black lace above. The big flower opened its mouth and began to chew on the arm. Its hands, wrists, elbows, eyes, ears, and mouth were all chewed and swallowed. In a more peculiar scene, the flower and the member were mixed together. After the flower ate the member's body, new flesh and blood began to grow from the original member's position, turning into a new human. This human was precisely that member. Guan Shao explained, "If a flower eats him, it is equivalent to eating himself. The shape of his soul determines that he will not mix with the flower. His body will continue to grow. This process of eating myself, if I don't stop, will continue forever and ever." Xianxia was dumbfounded as he watched this scene. He swallowed his saliva and asked in shock, "Then, can he feel pain?" Guan Shao said, "Of course, I forgot to tell you just now. Part of the function of this flower is to inherit his vitality and make the two of them become a symbiotic state. The other part is that his sensory ability has been stimulated by the flower poison to more than 10 times its original size. For us, the pain of a saber hitting our body is 10 times greater than his. Then why is he? Xianxia was just about to ask why he stopped screaming miserably. Only then did he suddenly realize how stupid his question was. The member had his eyeballs and mouth eaten by the flowers, and there was no part of his body that could be used to scream miserably. Even though the member was constantly being eaten, and his new mouth and eyes were constantly growing out, he was still eaten before he could let out a miserable scream. The elongated arm of the member was like a pipe, always remembering his own body and the black flower. Xianxia looked at the sky and said, "It's almost time. Let's finish this quickly." Xianxia's arrival this time was known to the whole world, and naturally included the Bai clan. However, Xianxia's voice was transmitted through the Southern Emperor himself. It represented that the Southern Emperor supported Xianxia's operation. The Bai clan would have some fear and would not dare to directly assassinate Xianxia. Otherwise, the Southern Emperor would definitely personally interfere. But now, half a day had passed since Xianxia's 3-day pact ended, and the Emperor's attention to Xianxia would continue to diminish. Until the Southern Emperor's attention was diverted from this agreement, the people from the Bai clan would definitely immediately jump out and kill Xianxia. Xianxia did not even suspect that at this moment. There were already people from the Bai clan ambushing him very close to him. Guanshao nodded and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, I haven't had enough fun yet. I still have more follow-up methods to let him experience it." Xianxia resisted the urge to vomit and said, "As long as you can find out the clues, that's the ultimate goal." Guanshao said, "All right then." As she spoke, she cut off the black whip vines from the members' bodies and let them fall to the ground from mid-air. Does he have any memories of what happened just now? Could he have forgotten all about it? Xianxia asked. Of course not, Guanshao said. He remembered it clearly. When the member gradually recovered and began to breathe heavily, he opened his eyes and saw Guanshao at the first glance. The moment he saw Guanshao, the member immediately rolled his eyes. That kind of gaze was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen in his life. It was not even a tenth of what it was. He was so frightened that he spat out white foam and his body convulsed. He wanted to retreat and escape, but he was so frightened that he was paralyzed on the ground and unable to move. He was so frightened that he was going to die. This was definitely not an adjective. This was because Xianxia could sense that the heartbeat of that member was rapidly increasing. If he continued to be scared like this, he was afraid that he would really die. Guanshao squatted down and reached out to slap the member's face. The member was so frightened that he screamed loudly, his screams ear-piercing and sharp. Guanshao said, "Your will is on the verge of collapse. I have a pill here. As long as you swallow it, you will basically answer me whatever I ask." The member was stunned and looked at Guanshao in disbelief. Xianxia also realized something and hurriedly said, "In other words, after you dragged him out of the pill furnace, you can use this pill to make him tell the truth, right? There's no need for you to carry out the cruel self-devouring of those large black flowers behind you. It's not that complicated." Guanshao smiled charmingly and said, "If I want him to tell the truth, I only need a minute to do it." Xianxia said, "Then you tortured him for such a long time because—" "Oh, it's just a personal hobby," Guanshao said. Hearing this, Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. The member suddenly collapsed, screaming, "You devil!" and "You madman!" loudly. "Thank you." Guanshao smiled and stuffed the pill into the members' mouths. Immediately after, the member became dumbfounded, and the expression on his face disappeared. Xianxia hurriedly went over and asked, "Where is the little bird?" The member said blankly, "Who is the little bird?" Xianxia said, "It's the child you took from me from the Valurium sect. That demon pet you call." The member said, "It was taken away by Zhang Haiyue." "Who is Zhang Haiyue? Where did the little bird go?" Xianxia said. The member said, Zhang Haiyue is a member of the first step of the nature sect. He is a core figure and has a lot of command over the nature sect. I'm only a member of the third step. I don't have the authority to know Zhang Haiyue's next plan, but I know that Zhang Haiyue has already gone to the Western Emperor Continent's Beacon Mist Dynasty. Perhaps you can meet him there. The Western Emperor Continent Xianxia was thoughtful. On the surface, the Western Emperor Continent was still calm. But in the dark, the Northern Emperor had already begun to invade the Western Emperor Continent's sphere of influence. At this moment, the Western Emperor Continent was in a war without smoke. The natural sects liked to destroy it the most. Their motives for going to the Western Emperor Continent were more reasonable. Kill him. We should go now, Xianxia said. Guanshao stuffed another seed into the member's body. Then, the member rapidly expanded and grew into a large black flower. Xianxia said, "He said everything. Why did he still keep his life?" Guanshao said, "Don't worry. No one can save him. Unless I personally do it, anyone who wants to separate him from the flower will eventually lead to his death. Before that, no matter if it was people or beasts that passed by, as long as they met him, very interesting things would happen." Guanshao gave Xianxia a charming look and said, "Don't you hate nature sects very much? Letting them die so easily would be too easy for them. Let him stay here and be bitten by wild beasts and studied by humans. He will spend the rest of his life in endless pain, and there is absolutely no chance of surviving." Guanshao said, "Those who have passed through my hands, death has become a luxury. What they have to face is eternal hell." With that, Guanshao grabbed Xianxia's arm and said sweetly, "Let's go to the Western Emperor Continent. I can't wait any longer." Xianxia looked at the members of the sect behind him in horror. He thought to himself that he had been tortured for a long time and had told the truth. However, what he had received in the end was not relief, but even longer suffering. In this situation, death really became a luxury. After other people kidnapped the enemy members, they asked what they wanted to know. They had all been killed in one slash. But what about her? This happy ending does not exist. Whether you will answer her question is no longer important. The important thing is that once you see her, she will never let you go. Now, Xianxia finally understood why the world would be so frightened that their souls would be destroyed when they mentioned the word ghost doctor. What's that saying? If the ghost doctor is eyeing you, then you'd better kill yourself immediately. This is the best outcome. No matter what, don't fall into her hands. Xianxia was located on the south bank of the Endless Forest, within the territory of the Southern Emperor Continent, while the Southern Emperor was bordering on the territory of the Western Emperor. It would be a waste of a long time to fly directly over. The territory of this world was much larger than that of Xianxia's world. Simply estimated, even if the southwest borders, it would probably take tens of millions of miles to fly, or even more than 100 million kilometers. Xianxia directly led Guanshao through the spatial jump. He could not accurately determine the distant Western Emperor Continent, so he could only make random jumps, hoping that he would be lucky enough to enter the Western Emperor Continent within 10 times. His first long spatial jump allowed him to discover that he was still in the Southern Emperor Continent. This jump, he jumped 120 million kilometers, but he was unable to leave the territory of the Southern Emperor Continent. This was enough to prove how vast this territory was. After that, he tried 31 jumps in a row. This time, he finally arrived. Because the distance between them was very far, Xianxia could roughly estimate his own region based on the position of the sun or the starry sky. Among the 31 spatial jumps, one was extremely dangerous. Xianxia almost jumped into the territory of the Northern Emperor Continent. With Baihe's terrifying perception range, Xianxia had no doubt that as long as he was closer to the Northern Emperor, he would be able to detect him and immediately rush over to kill him. Spatial jump, the enormous spatial fluctuations it produced, was one of the biggest flaws of this type of jump. It was too easy to detect. Therefore, when Xianxia appeared on the Western Emperor Continent and found out his location, he changed to flying. The Misty Beacon dynasty was located on the west coast of the Western Emperor Continent and was about to leave the country. The Western Emperor Continent bordered the Northern Emperor Continent, but in the middle of the two continents, another large area extended westward. That was the territory of the Demon Emperor continent. In other words, the Smoke Beacon dynasty was actually the meeting point between the Western Emperor continent and the Demon Emperor continent. The two sides were relatively close, separated only by a sea of Western emperors. Of course, the same sea area had different names in the Demon Emperor continent. They called the sea the Demon Emperor Sea. Do you really feel a sense of pleasure when you torture people? Along the way, Xianxia did not stop at all. He was already close to the Smoke Beacon dynasty, and he slowed down his flying speed. In this place, there should be forces from the sect of nature, and at the same time, there should be forces from the Northern Emperor. Because the nature sect had rushed over to join the fun, there must be people from the Northern Emperor wherever they were, so the two forces would definitely come to prominence here. Guanxiao said, "Are you happy?" She thought for a moment and said, "Anyway, if there is one, it can be said to be one. It's like the satisfaction a person gets when he meets something he is very interested in and is able to work in this industry. Some people like to drink, some like to play with handicrafts, some like to appraise calligraphy and painting, while I have a great interest in human suffering. It should be said that it is similar to yours. There are quite a few gaps." Xianxia shook his head and said, "What is your heart like when you see someone screaming in pain in front of you?" Xianxia was extremely curious about Guanxiao. Just what kind of experience had made her such a person? Guanxiao said, "The more painful the people I torture, the more accomplished I feel. It's that simple. I've been pursuing humans or a wide range of creatures for their extreme pain. I've been looking for a way to sublimate the pain to its peak and break through it to see what kind of world it is outside. Rather than torture, it seems to me that this should be a painful art." Xianxia sighed. He knew that no matter how he asked, it was impossible for him to experience her sense of accomplishment. "I have to thank you. Thank you for saving me in the endless forest." Guanxiaoqi said, "Endless forest? Saved you?" Xianxia said, "Isn't it you?" Guanxiao thought for a moment and said, "It's me." Xianxia was still not used to letting her hold his arm, which made his hair stand on end. When you see her torturing others with all sorts of strange and horrible methods, and this person is smiling sweetly and holding your hand intimately, how will you feel? Like a venomous snake licking your face with its tongue. If one day you find a way to make me like you, will you use this method on me? Xianxia asked vigilantly. Guanxiao laughed. "I have always had this kind of method. I can drug you or torture you until you collapse. When you collapse, I can subconsciously inject the idea that you and I are husband and wife into your subconscious. But don't worry, I won't do this, because I want your people, not your body." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for your mercy." Guanxiao giggled. "If you want to thank me, why don't you marry me?" "Don't mention this," Xianxia said. According to the agreement, Xianxia had to treat her as an ordinary girl now. He had to forget her past and not be biased against her. But it's easier said than done. Guanxiao's impression of Xianxia was already deeply rooted. Even though he forced himself to look at her with a normal gaze, it still required a very long process. Xianxia was a person who paid attention to the spirit of contract. Since he had personally promised Guanxiao, he would definitely work hard in this direction. Although he didn't know if he would really succeed in the end. Guanxiao did see Xianxia's efforts and transformation. This transformation gave her an unprecedented sense of accomplishment, even more exciting than torturing a living person. She turned her head and kissed Xianxia on the face with a slap. Xianxia was a little flustered. He hurriedly turned around and wiped his face. "Miss, please respect yourself." Seeing Xianxia's cramped performance, Guanxiao actually smiled like a silver bell, her flower branches trembling. Guanxiao slowly stabilized her emotions and said seriously, "Everything I did was for you, including coming to this strange world. I look forward to the day when you will feel my pains and accept me from the bottom of your heart. But I know that this is not an easy process. I have time, and I will wait for you to slowly accept me." "Thank you," Xianxia said. "However, just because I promise not to be biased against you, doesn't mean that I will treat you as my lover. How do you feel about me?" Guanxiao asked seriously. Xianxia took a deep look at her and said, "Tell me the truth." Guanxiao nodded. "Tell me the truth. Tell me what you really think." Xianxia said, "I'm afraid. Every time I see you, I feel my hair stand on end. I've never felt this kind of feeling on anyone before." Guanzhao's eyes dimmed. She laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Xianxia, who can make the heavens not fear the earth, is afraid of me. I am quite charming to say so. But I don't know why, but I'm not happy at all." In the end, Guanzhao's voice was very, very small. So small that only she could hear it. The Smoke Beacon dynasty was located at the border of the Western Emperor continent. This place had gradually fallen. Just like the other dynasties in the Western Emperor continent, there was also a martial competition for marriages happening here. The spies sent by the Southern Emperor had already learned of the plot behind the martial competition for marriage. However, they did not know the details of the plot. The Western Emperor had also noticed that he had been secretly sending people to investigate this matter. But he had not been able to find any clues from the beginning to the end. The spies who had gone to investigate had also disappeared forever. Because of the Black Tower's special ability, all martial artists who approached the Black Tower would be struck by their innate talent and immediately self-destruct. Many people had witnessed Xian Qingzhu's plot with their own eyes, but none of them could leave alive and report the details of this plot. When the two of them entered the Smoke Beacon dynasty, they had already felt the warmth of the atmosphere. The entire country was excited because of a beautiful woman. Every young genius couldn't wait to see that girl. At the same time, while Xianxia and Guanxiao were walking on the streets, they also noticed some mysterious and floating people. These people should be spies sent by the Western Emperor. Guanxiao whispered. What Elder Green Bamboo is doing makes the Western Emperor confused. He really wants to know what happened, but he has not been able to find out clearly. Elder Qingzhu? Xianxia coldly looked at Guanxiao. Guanxiao had always been working for the Profound Sky Sect, and now she was naturally working for White River. She knew Xianxia's identity and knew that Xianxia was the #1 genius under the starry sky, by Mukin. When she saw Xianxia's cold gaze, Guanxiao smiled and whispered, "I was wrong. In the future, I will not follow the Profound Sky Sect, nor will I follow Xian Qingzhu. As long as you don't betray me, I will always obey you." A flash of lightning flashed through Xianxia's eyes. He was surprised to discover that Guanxiao was already at the 7th level of the divine martial arts, even higher than his own dream body realm. Before Xianxia could ask, Guanxiao took the initiative to say, "I devoured a large number of demons in the endless forest. With my dark attribute, I can perfectly digest the power of those demons. Right now, I'm almost equivalent to a rank 5 demon." Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. That kind of thing, even he would feel a headache. If he didn't possess the Tai divine art, it would really be difficult to deal with. "It would be great if I had a rank 5 magic crystal." Guanxiao sighed. "Although I am already equivalent to a rank 5 demon, I can only carefully devour a rank 4 demon. If I am surrounded by a group of rank 5 demons, it will still be very dangerous." Xianxia sighed and said, "I still have a few hundred class 5 magic crystals, but they were all snatched away by Zhang Haiyue." Guanzhao's eyes lit up. She opened her mouth, but did not say anything. Xianxia said, "I know what you want to say. I only want the little bird. If I can retrieve the rank 5 magic crystals, I can give them all to you. You're so nice to me." Guanzhao's face flushed slightly as she placed her forehead on Xianxia's shoulder. Xianxia did not know how to talk to her. He was afraid of this woman in his heart, but now he felt a little distressed for her. He had never treated her well. He had lied to her and almost killed her. However, as long as he gave her a good tone, she would take it as a treasure. It was as if he had taken off the entire sky and given it to her. Xianxia felt that this kind of beauty was a little hard to endure, and he was also a little ashamed. Xianxia knew how bad he had treated her in the past, which increased his guilt towards her. "Wait here for a moment. Don't leave." Xianxia asked Guanxiao to stand by the side of the road while he turned around and left. After a while, Xianxia walked back with a lotus leaf in his hand. The lotus leaf was still steaming hot. Xianxia said, "When I was on the steel road, I once ate a delicious roasted chicken. I went to a deli just now and made one myself. I wonder if it's the original flavor or not. I wonder if it suits your taste. Try it." Guanxiao didn't pick it up. It was as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. She covered her face with both hands and took 2 steps back. Her face was filled with horror, and sparkling tears rolled down her fingers. She didn't cry. She still maintained her previous expression, but her tears kept falling. Xianxia said awkwardly, "Don't be like this. It's just an insignificant roasted chicken. Actually, I don't know how to thank you. When I was in danger, you always jumped out to help me without any hesitation, even though I had once fiercely lied to you. I don't have anything else to thank you for. This is all I have left." Guanxiao silently took the roasted chicken, lowered her head and bit it gently. As she bit, tears kept falling down her cheeks. Why is this happening? Xianxia couldn't understand. Ordinary girls would always ask their men endlessly. No matter how much benefit you gave her, she still felt that it was not enough. But on Guanzhao's body it was exactly the opposite. Even if Xianxia was not angry, she would be flattered if she said something in a normal tone. Xianxia did not know where he had attracted her, which was completely unreasonable. He was just a prodigal son, a rough guy who didn't understand the customs, that was all. "If you cry every time, then I really don't dare to give you anything in the future." Xianxia teased as if he was joking. Guanxiao suddenly became nervous. She tightly grabbed Xianxia's wrist, her eyes filled with pleading. It was as if a toy that a child had just obtained had suddenly been ruthlessly snatched away. Xianxia's heart softened and he hurriedly said, "I'm just joking. You don't have to be like this." Just as they were speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed past the building above their heads. Xianxia immediately became serious. They had already seen some people with strange tracks before, but those were all scouts sent by the Western Emperor. However, the people who passed by just now were completely different. This person's technique was exceptionally sensitive, like a phantom in the dark night. If Xianxia hadn't mastered the ability of the mind, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect that person's existence. "Who is it?" Xianxia's heart trembled. The strength of that figure just now had already shocked Xianxia. Guanxiao was hugging the roasted chicken with both hands, looking at Xianxia wrongly. She was completely immersed in Xianxia's body and couldn't extricate herself. She didn't notice anything strange about the foreign object at all. "Let's go, catch up to him." Xianxia pulled Guanxiao and quietly followed behind him. However, that person's speed was too fast, like a black line cutting through the night sky, silent. If a person's speed was extremely fast, it would definitely cause the sound of air braking. At the very least, it would also cause fluctuations in the air. But that person didn't. He flew through the air, his speed extremely fast, but he was also like a stone that flew out of the water without causing the slightest ripple on the water. Xianxia had never heard of such a movement. "Who are we chasing?" Guanxiao asked curiously. She glanced at the night sky in front of her, but did not see anything. "I don't know." Xianxia's expression was solemn as he said, "That personal technique is very strange. It's almost impossible to detect it. If Xianxia didn't have the ability to see, he wouldn't be able to discover that person's existence. Not even Lei Liangyan's eyes. In the end, the lightning photoelectric eye was still an ability to see. If the opponent did not leave behind any fluctuations in the air or spiritual energy, then he would still not be able to see it. Xianxia discovered that his eyes couldn't even catch up with that person's speed. However, that person's speed wasn't fast, and he hadn't reached the speed of light at all. As for the mind eye, it could feel that an object did not exist. He could not see that person, but could feel that something was indeed moving rapidly. "Are they the young geniuses who are going to participate in the martial arts competition?" Guanxiao asked. Xianxia shook his head. "It's unlikely. I've never seen such a drifting movement technique before. Could it be people from the nature sect? They're so powerful," Guanxiaoqi said. Both she and Xiang Nan were villagers, and did not know much about this brand new world. Xiang Nan still shook his head. If that Zhang Haiyue is a member of the first step, then his strength is indeed very formidable, but he is definitely not that formidable. The person in front of him has nothing to do with whether Li is powerful or not. Instead, his movement technique is very mysterious and cannot be deduced from common sense. Xiang Nan still hadn't traced the spiritual energy fluctuations of that person. He used his lightning-like eyes to see that there was nothing in front of him. It was just a blank night. However, with his mind and eyes, he could indeed sense the existence of that person. Xiang Nan couldn't understand such a terrifying movement technique. But all of a sudden, that person disappeared. He disappeared so suddenly that even Xiang Nan couldn't track him down with his mind. How could that be? Xiang Nan also stopped. He was floating in mid-air, his brows furrowed. Immediately after, a gust of wind came from behind him. The wind was soft but detectable. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. As a result, in the next moment, his eyes darkened and he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he discovered that he was already in a cave. He was tied to a rock, and Guanxiao was tied to his side. The cave was very humid, and water vapor continuously condensed into water droplets on the cave wall, dripping down. What happened? Guanxiao's face was full of vigilance as she searched everywhere, but she could not find anyone. Xiang Nan was also afraid that the mysterious person must have knocked him unconscious. However, with his own strength, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. At least at the late Martial Saint realm. Xiang Nan pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps it will be even higher. Looks like we've caused a lot of trouble this time." Just as they finished speaking, a wave of clapping sounds suddenly came from the air in front of the two of them, as if they were applauding. Immediately after, a woman mysteriously appeared. Both Xiang Nan and Guanxiao felt that this was unbelievable. Xiang Nan shook his head forcefully, as if he was verifying whether what was happening in front of him was an illusion. That woman did not suddenly appear. Instead, it was as if she had always been standing in front of Xiang Nan and Guanxiao. However, for some unknown reason, Xiang Nan and Guanxiao instinctively ignored her existence. The woman was wearing a mask. It was a very strange cat-face mask. It was strange because there was no opening for eyes, mouth, or nose on the mask. This woman was wearing a black tights, curvaceous and exquisite, but she did not have any scent on her body. As long as it was a human, there would definitely be a scent on its body. Perhaps humans could not smell it themselves, but demonic beasts, demons, and even wild beasts could smell the scent of living people. Could be the smell of meat, or it could be the smell of fresh blood. But that woman didn't. Nothing smelled like air. As expected of the number one artificer in the world. The woman applauded and said, "It's not easy for you to discover my tracks." For some reason, Xiang Nan felt that this woman's voice seemed to have been heard somewhere before. But when he thought about it carefully, he had no impression of her at all. "Who are you and what do you want to do?" "Release Xiang Nan," Guanxiao said angrily. "Strange," the woman said. "You didn't ask me to let you go. Instead, you let this artificer go. So you two are partners?" Xiang Nan frowned and said, "This junior is reckless. I dare to offend senior. I hope that senior can spare me." The woman said, "You and I have never known each other, nor have we any grievances or grudges. Yet you have followed me for no reason. You have indeed collided with me. However, I do not intend to let you off." Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this woman was unfathomable. Since he was determined not to be her opponent, he had already secretly circulated his spatial jumping ability and rapidly spread out his spatial ability. However, it was only when Xiang Nan had the slightest hint of this movement that the woman disappeared. When she reappeared, she had already placed her sharp fingernails against Xiang Nan's throat and said, "Continue. Continue to spread your spatial ability. If you dare to do it again, I will immediately cut off your head." "Stop!" Guanzhao's eyes turned red as he roared. "If you dare touch a strand of his hair, I will make you die without a place to die." Xiang Nan was incomparably shocked. He saw it. He saw that this woman had not suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of him. Instead, she directly walked in front of him. He didn't know why, but he didn't notice anything about her coming over. If he recalled it carefully in his mind, he could recall that this woman had indeed walked over. However, his senses had deceived him. When the woman walked beside him, she no longer existed in his subconscious. What kind of damn movement technique was this? Tsk tisk. The woman said, "You really are lovers. However, I have to kill one of you in order to resolve the hatred in my heart. You guys decide who is going to die and who is going to live. Kill me and let him go." Guanxiao did not hesitate at all. What she said was seamlessly connected to the woman's words. Before the woman could finish the word alive, she had already decided to die on her own, leaving Xianxia behind. Xianxia looked at Guanxiao in shock and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can I?" Before Xianxia could finish speaking, Guanxiao had already spat at the woman's face. Xianxia was stunned. Of course, he understood why Guanxiao did this. Guanxiao knew that arguing with Xianxia was futile, so he directly angered the woman and let her kill her. Is it worth it? The woman did not make any movements, but the saliva on the mask disappeared. She hooked Guanxiao's chin with her finger and said, "You have a rare dark attribute in the world, and you have perfectly fused with the power of a demon. You can devour any demon to increase your strength. Your future will be limitless, but now you want to give up your life because of a man? Smelly woman. Cut the crap." Guanxiao giggled coldly. "You must be hiding behind the mask because you are extremely ugly and don't dare to see anyone." The woman was not angry, but nodded. "So what if I'm ugly? You're just describing a fact. Do you think I'll get angry if I do? If I said you were a woman, would you be angry?" Guanxiao sneered and said, "You'd better kill me. You also know how great my potential is. If you let me leave alive, I will definitely find you and your family. I will let them live the rest of their lives in eternal pain. I will kill everyone you care about and everyone who cares about you. If you don't want to see this tragic scene, hurry up and make your move." Without any hesitation, she seemed to be bent on dying, just as others were bent on survival. To Guanxiao at this moment, what she longed for the most was death. Xianxia's heartbeat accelerated. He looked at Guanxiao in disbelief. He looked at her resolutely and decisively saying the words of begging for death. He looked at her face without the slightest regret or hesitation. Back then, Shen Qingzhu had killed her without hesitation, and she had never regretted it. Now Guanxiao was bent on dying. In order to save Xianxia, she never regretted it. A woman who was as beautiful as a flower was the target of the men in this world. Her smile could melt the ice and snow, but her heart was like a snake and scorpion. A woman's methods were ruthless, and she was famous for her heinous methods of torture, causing people to be terrified. But her heart was like a blazing sun, illuminating Xianxia. Why was it that the gap between women was so huge? Xianxia could not understand. "I've never done anything for you, but you've been helping me from the northern region until now." Xianxia sighed. He firmly looked at Guanxiao and said, "If you want to receive punishment, then this person must be me. Back then I lied to you. You have no reason to pay for me. I should have paid the price for what I did." Guanxiao panicked. She looked at Xianxia with tears streaming down her cheeks, but shook her head as if she was crazy. "Shut up, shut up. You scum. You don't have the right to say this to me. If you die, I will die. I killed too many people, and I deserve to die. Smelly woman. Hurry up and kill me. What are you hesitating about? Are you afraid of me? Ha 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 ha." The woman held her chin and looked at the two of them like they were watching a play. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." "No, no, no." Xianxia panicked and shouted, "Don't touch her. If you want to kill me, kill me. I followed you. It has nothing to do with her. Don't." Before she could finish speaking, the woman suddenly raised her hand and pierced through Guanxiao's chest. Her fingernails were as sharp as knives. easily piercing through Guan Zhao's shocking defensive power and piercing her entire hand into her heart. Guan Zhao's eyes were filled with blood, and the red blood strands exploded, engulfing the entire eyeball. She opened her mouth slightly and her face quickly turned white. No! Xiangnan roared. Guan Zhao, don't die. Don't die. Do you regret it now? The woman put her mouth close to Guan Zhao's face and asked softly, You're going to die soon. You just need me to pull out my hand and you'll die immediately. Do you regret it? Are you still nostalgic for the world? Are you unwilling to give up your life? Guan Zhao didn't even look at her. Instead, she felt relieved. She turned her head with her last bit of strength and looked weakly at Xiangnan. She smiled. The red blood stained her lips even redder and more shocking. I know you have always looked down on me. In your opinion, I am always a woman who is evil. Your Dao heart and I are completely against your righteousness. Her lips gently opened and she said in a very small and weak voice, I know that you have always looked down on me. In your opinion, I am always an evil woman. But I just can't let you go. I don't know why. I'm willing to give you everything I have, but I don't know what I can give you. As long as I have it, I will definitely give it to you. Perhaps the heavens saw that I had done too much evil and sent you to punish me. That's good. You don't care about what I have, nor do you need it. But at the very least, I still have a life. I can bring you something. Xiangnan, if there really was an afterlife, would you marry me? Guan Zhao's voice became weaker and weaker, and her eyelids began to merge together. Xiangnan couldn't control himself. All of a sudden, tears began to flow out of his eyes. Big tears kept falling. He gritted his teeth and nodded forcefully. I'll marry you. If there's a next life, I'll definitely marry you. That's great. Guan Zhao gave Xiangnan the most beautiful smile in his life. Wait for you to marry me. Before I met you, I didn't marry anyone. After saying that, Guan Zhao tilted her head and did not move again. Xiangnan's entire body seemed to be frozen, and he didn't move. He just stared at Guan Zhao, his pupils slowly dilating. The cat-masked woman was silent for a long time before pulling her hand out and saying, I know who you're looking for. I'm also looking for people from the nature sect. I need to take a book from them. I can provide you with their positions, but you are not allowed to attack the nature sect until tomorrow night. They are mine. After I finish what I want to do, the rest of the time will belong to you. After saying that, the cat-faced woman said, The people from the nature sect are... She whispered a few words to Xiangnan in a low voice, but Xiangnan did not react. He only stared fixedly at Guan Zhao's already pale and cold face. After saying that, the woman turned around and left. When she arrived at the entrance of the cave, she suddenly turned around and said to Xiangnan, Treat this woman well. She saved both of your lives. She is worth cherishing. After saying that, the woman disappeared. Perhaps, just like when she came, she did not disappear directly. Instead, she flew away or left on foot. However, Xiangnan was unable to detect this process. Xiangnan was stunned by the woman's last words. The ropes on his and Guan Zhao's bodies were all removed by themselves. As for Guan Zhao, she stared blankly at Xiangnan. She opened her eyes. The wound on her chest had disappeared. Not healed, but disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared before. Guan Zhao herself could not believe what had happened to her. She opened her mouth and wanted to speak. However, Xiangnan had already hugged her tightly in his arms, afraid that her life would suddenly escape again. You're still alive, that's great. Guan Zhao also burst into tears and hugged Xiangnan tightly. Xiangnan was once again shocked by this woman's madness. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she should say was, Am I still alive? But what she said was, You're still alive. I'm alive, and you're alive. Xiangnan nodded forcefully. We are all alive. Don't cry. Guan Zhao took half a step back and wiped away Xiangnan's tears with both hands. You are the hero in my eyes. You dare to carry your corpse and die together. It's Xianxia who dares to be enemies and never takes half a step back. You can't cry. If you cry, it won't be Xianxia. I'm not crying, Xianxia said. I'm just too happy. Guanxiao chuckled. Still alive, of course I should be happy. If I'm happy, I should laugh. Xianxia hugged her tightly and said, You stupid woman. I'm not happy because I'm alive. I'm glad that you're still alive. When he thought Guanxiao was dead, he suddenly realized. This crazy woman, who he had always hated and feared, already had such an important and irreplaceable position in his heart. But why? Guanxiao smiled and said, Are you accepting me? Xianxia looked at her seriously and said, Do you still remember what I promised you? I said that if there is another life, I will marry you. In my heart, you have already died once. So today, I want to marry you. I want you to become my Xianxia's woman. Guanxiao's eyes widened and she suddenly took half a step back. She was suffocated and could not believe that all of this had happened so quickly. I don't know what's going on. I'll suddenly have you in my heart. Xianxia said firmly. For a moment, I even thought that the reason I agreed to your request was because I felt guilty about you. But now I know that I really care about you. Guanxiao covered her face and started crying again. Xianxia held her in his arms and said softly, In the past, you were the one who refused to let me go. Now I am the one who refused to let you go. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you are still my woman. Even if it's forced, I still want you. Guanxiao pushed Xianxia away shyly. She lowered her head and blushed. Do you really want to marry me? Xianxia firmly nodded. Definitely, Guanxiao whispered. Then wait a moment. I'll be right back. With that, she turned around and ran out of the cave. Xianxia was actually nervous. Only his own cave was left. He was embarrassed, walking around, even sweating on his palms. This feeling of hatred, fear, and love was simply too intense and exciting. The two of them hated each other and killed each other, but in the end, they had finally come to this point. Even Xianxia himself felt that it was unimaginable and that it was too difficult. But just now, Guanxiao's charming manner as her youngest daughter was actually so different from her terrifying appearance when she killed someone. For some reason, Xianxia himself had an indescribable sense of accomplishment. After a while, Guanxiao came back. There were 2 small flowers in her long hair and a bunch of flowers in her hands. Her face was red and she looked at Xianxia shyly. Xianxia smiled. Are you going to marry me in such a dress? Unfortunately, I don't have a red cloth in my hand. Otherwise, I'll make a red cap for you. Guanxiao walked over and gave the flowers to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and wanted to speak. Guanxiao put her finger on his lips and said, I won't marry you now. I don't want you to marry me on impulse. A few days ago, I hated you and wanted to tear you into pieces. You also hated me so much that you refused to look at me. But I want all of you. I want to experience every stage of your life. I don't want to marry you immediately. I want to be your partner. Xianxia, I solemnly ask you, are you willing to date me? Xianxia smiled and nodded. I am willing. Guanxiao, are you willing? Do you want to work hard with me in order to be my future wife? Guanxiao's face was already full of tears. She nodded forcefully. I am willing. The two of them embraced each other enthusiastically, seemingly having endless words, but they didn't know where to start. Xianxia's lonely and cold heart finally seemed to have found a harbor to dock in. He knew that from today onwards, he was no longer alone. I'm too happy. Even if I die in the next moment, I'm still worth it. Guanxiao said sweetly. Xianxia said, Don't talk about death so easily. It's unlucky. Then what about your master? Guanxiao suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling, and said, If you want, I can make a small one and let Sukaiwe be the main room. Xianxia almost spat out a mouthful of blood and said, What nonsense! How many times do I have to explain before you can believe that Sukaiwe is my master? In my eyes, she is the person I respect the most. Oh! Guanxiao pressed her forehead against Xianxia's chest and whispered, Whatever you like. I'll do as you please. Besides, Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even a clan leader of a small clan has 17 or 18 wives. With your status, it's even more. Xianxia said, let's not talk about this anymore. It's better to think about the situation the day after tomorrow. I heard it too. Guanxiao said, that woman wants to attack the nature sect. We can't interfere with her plan until tomorrow night. Xianxia said, this woman is unfathomable. Even if we work together, we won't be able to withstand 1.5 of her moves. I think it's best to do as she says right now. Xianxia was not in a hurry, because the woman wanted the black book, while he wanted the bird. To a certain extent, Xianxia and she were people from the same camp, both of whom had to deal with the nature sect. There was no need to fight to the death with her for the sake of a fight. Obviously, Xianxia was basically going to die. I've never had the time to live the life I want. I've spent most of my life traveling and fighting. Fortunately, we still have 2 days. Xianxia stroked Guanzhao's cheek and said, these 2 days, are you willing to go shopping with me like an ordinary person and eat something you like? I'm willing. Guanxiao hurriedly nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. Xianxia left and held Guanzhao's hand. The 2 of them were shopping, eating, and buying beautiful accessories for Guanxiao in a strange place like the Misty Beacon Dynasty. In just 2 short days, they had forgotten their identities as martial artists, just like ordinary people. In this unfamiliar environment, it was as if they were playing with the mountains and rivers. Xianxia almost forgot that Guanxiao was once a notorious ghost doctor, a madman with endless torture methods. Guanxiao had been smiling all this time, and there were even more smiles than in this lifetime. The next night, it was also the night that the woman attacked the nature sect. Xianxia and Guanxiao returned to the cave. Xianxia looked at her calmly, not saying a word, but his eyes were filled with determination. Guanxiao became nervous. She took 2 steps back and whispered, what are you thinking? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, I want you today. Guanxiao was shocked and ran out of the cave like a little rabbit. Xianxia pulled her back. Guanzhao's expression was nervous, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He said in fear, don't. It's too early. Xianxia said, it's getting late. There will be a day. I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. Unexpectedly, Guanxiao struggled desperately and even screamed. What Xianxia saw in her eyes was not shyness, but fear. This kind of fear could appear in the eyes of anyone in the world, but it definitely shouldn't appear in Guanzhao's eyes. Xianxia was stunned. He looked at Guanzhao's pitiful and trembling appearance and hurriedly hugged her. While patting her back, he comforted her. I was too rude. I will never do this again. Guanxiao lowered her head with a look of fear on her face as she said, it's not because of you, but because, when I was young, something happened to me. If I told you, would you abandon me? Xianxia said, I knew about you a long time ago. When I was still by Mukin, I knew that person had already been killed by you. Guanxiao said, he's not dead. He hasn't died yet. He's still living in endless torture. Guanxiao cried, do you think I'm dirty? Xianxia smiled and shook his head. In my eyes, you are the cleanest murderous devil. Guanzhao's expression was strange as she said, it's so strange for you to say such words in such a tender and sweet voice. Xianxia said, I don't care about anything. As long as you are willing to follow me, are you willing? Guanxiao finally mustered up her courage and said, I can try. You can do it. After saying that, she closed her eyes and opened her arms like a soldier ready to rush to the battlefield. Xianxia was both angry and funny. He pretended to be ferocious and said, little beauty, I'm coming. With that, he pounced forward like a fierce tiger. At night, the starry sky was dazzling. In that remote cave, Guanzhao's exclamation came. The next morning, when the 2 of them woke up from their dreams, Guanxiao had been lying on Xianxia's chest. This was the sweetest night she had slept. Xianxia stroked her arm and said, there is one thing you must promise me. Guanxiao didn't know when she woke up, but she just let out a low hum. Xianxia said, in the future, No matter what kind of danger you encounter, I need you to run away immediately. Don't stay and die with me. Just like last time, we will never allow it to happen again. Guanxiao said, No. Xianxia kissed her forehead and said, It's not for yourself. Perhaps you already have my flesh and blood, right? Even if it's for a child that might be born, you can't die with me. No matter what method you use, you must ensure that you can survive. Guanxiao suddenly sat up and looked fixedly at Xianxia, saying, So it's like this. No wonder you insisted on me. So you've already thought of it, right? You want to use this method to restrain me and make me risk everything to save my life. Xianxia said, What I can't tolerate the most is the people I care about. Leave this world before me. If you can promise me that you will survive no matter what, I will accept you. If you are unwilling, even if I feel heartache, I will break my righteousness with you. Guanxiao thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll try my best to live, no matter what happens. Same as last time. Xianxia looked at her seriously. If one of us has to die, that person must be me, not you. Promise me now. Guanxiao did not say anything. Xianxia said, Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I will be cruel and abandon you like a heartless man. Guanxiao laughed out loud and said, I promise you. The sky was blurry. Guanxiao looked at the scenery outside the cave and muttered, These 2 days, it's like a dream. Yes. Xianxia nodded his head. What I'm going to do next is almost impossible. You can't follow me anymore. Guanxiao hurriedly said, What if I'm not pregnant with your flesh and blood? You have to work hard for a few more days to guarantee it. So I have to follow you. I've already promised you. As long as I run into danger, I'll run away. What are you afraid of? Xianxia was speechless and said, Your reason is sufficient. Guanxiao smiled craftily. There was another obstacle in Xianxia's heart, and that was the little sparrow. In Xianxia's heart, little sparrow was already like his child, or rather, like a younger brother. The mysterious cat-faced woman gave Xianxia the address of the nature sect. Xianxia did not make a move during the day. For the sake of safety, he decided to go back at night. No one knew how long the woman's plan would last. If he met her again, it would be troublesome. When the setting sun set on the horizon, Xianxia moved. It was time for the nature sect to pay a heavy price. Beacon Mist Dynasty, Rainflower City. Today was the big day of the tournament, and it was also the last day. Young geniuses from all over the Beacon Mist Dynasty gathered in Rainflower City to participate in the grand banquet. I heard that peerless beauty is going to hold an unprecedented martial arts recruitment conference in Rainflower City. At that time, 3,000 talented people will come and participate. At the same time, the number of onlookers will also reach 100,000. The entire Rainflower City was bustling with activity. Countless lanterns floated in the sky, colorful and colorful. Rainflower City somewhere. This was a courtyard, surrounded by poisonous flowers and weeds. Even the walls were covered with poisonous vines. No one dared to approach this place easily. The entire courtyard was surrounded by 4 courtyards, and this courtyard was located in the center of the courtyard, covering a very large area. In the courtyard, there were neatly arranged hundreds of cages, large and small. Inside each cage, there was a young man tied with iron ropes, both male and female. These people had panicked expressions, but their mouths were all sewn up with silver thread. They were unable to speak, and even their eyes were sewn up, unable to see anything. They didn't know their own situation, but the occasional voices coming from the surroundings could tell that there should be a lot of people here. In the middle of the courtyard stood a dozen or so green-robed people. The one leading them was the ugly-looking Zhang Haiyue. In front of Zhang Haiyue stood a man covered in a black cloak. This man's face was unknown, and his voice had been disguised. Everything you want is here. The black-robed man swept his gaze over the surrounding cages. Zhang Haiyue was not satisfied. He frowned and said, I want 1,000, but you only gave me 715. This is too much. The black-robed man said in a deep voice, You want a 5-meridian martial artist? This is already the limit I can find. Furthermore, It's because that mysterious woman held a martial arts competition here, attracting a large number of young martial artists. 1,000? Your appetite is too big. Xianxia had always been in the sky, observing them through the darkness of the night, and he had also heard their words. He didn't know if the cat-faced woman had succeeded, but seeing that the nature sect didn't seem to have suffered any damage, he became suspicious and prepared to observe first. A flash of lightning flashed through his eyes, and he discovered that the young men in the cage were all martial artists with 5 pulse attributes. However, those were not the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians, and most of them were heavenly grade 1 meridians and earth grade 4 meridians. In this new world, the worst realm of humans would not be lower than the heavenly realm. A person with a heavenly rank 1 meridian and an earth rank 1 meridian would be more talented than a heavenly rank 1 meridian. However, even so, it would not be easy to gather all 5 meridians, even if they were not heavenly spirit 5 meridians. Xianxia did not comment. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the answer paper given to him by the black-robed man. He was weighing it. The black-robed man said in a deep voice, "Are you really going to do this? Do you know that your plan this time is too big? It's far more than anything you've ever done before. If the 4 emperors find out about this, I'm afraid they won't forgive you anymore." Xianxia suddenly laughed. The reason why our nature sect was established is to do great things. In our eyes, even if we poke a hole in the sky, it is only natural. The black-robed man said, "You are playing with fire. Perhaps the 4 emperors have given you too much tolerance, making you forget that you are still a human with flesh and blood. You're not omnipotent." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and sneered, "It's not your turn to dictate my plan. You're just a dog under me. You don't have the qualifications." The black-robed man fell silent. Obviously, he was very angry, but he could not erupt. Xianxia was confused and didn't understand what they were talking about. However, one could vaguely guess that this nature sect was planning a big conspiracy. It seemed that this conspiracy was already so big that even the 4 emperors could not tolerate it. Xianxia wanted to say something, but he suddenly shut up. All the green-robed men and the black-robed man shifted their gazes to the corner of the wall. In that corner, Xianxia slowly walked out with a huge saber in his hand. However, the difference was that Xianxia was accompanied by a woman with an extremely seductive appearance. Guanzhou's face displayed the enchanting, charming, and gorgeous that a human woman could display to the limit. She was completely different from Su Kaiyue in terms of coldness, profound green bamboo's peerless elegance, and the dignified beauty of the snow dew. That was because there was a demonic quality in that beauty that did not belong to humans. "It's you." Xianxia saw Xianxia. Xianxia held the huge saber and said, "I didn't expect that I would really be able to find you. I said that you would pay the price for everything you did." Xianxia did not panic. Instead, he frowned and showed a very impatient expression. He said, "There's no time to settle our personal grudges now. You don't know what I'm doing. If you want your little demon pet, come back tomorrow. At that time, I'll be waiting for you. It's time for us to end this." Xianxia laughed loudly. "You seem to have misunderstood. I'm not here to have a fair duel with you. I'm here to kill you. I don't care what big matter you have. If I disturb your plan, you can bear it honestly and blame yourself for not provoking me. Everyone, please forgive me. I will kill all of you today." Xianxia cupped his fists and turned into a streak of black lightning. "Kill him," Xianxia ordered. All of the green-robed men instantly turned into green shadows and fought with Xianxia. "Is he the one who declared war like the nature sect?" The black-robed man frowned and said, "I heard that he killed an elder of the world-saving sect." Xianxia smiled disdainfully. "I've seen this person's cultivation level before. He can kill an elder of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm? Stop bragging. It must be the Southern Emperor supporting him from behind. It was the Southern Emperor's people who secretly attacked to help him kill the elders. It's not simple for him to be able to find this place," the black-robed man said. Xianxia said, "What's so special about it? Previously, I was a little interested in fighting him. But now, It's a pity that I have no interest in him anymore. I have a bigger plan in mind. He's just an ant passing by my feet. He can be crushed to death at any time. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's talk about the person I want first. Zhang Haiyue didn't care about Xiangnan at all. He turned to the black-robed man and said, 1,000. This is my lower limit. You must gather the remaining 200 people for me within 3 days. 3 days. The black-robed man said angrily, Do you think 5 Meridian martial artists are wild weeds? Are they that easy to find? Then do you want me to kill the Western Emperor and snatch it from him? Zhang Haiyue said, What you do is your own business. I will only make my request. Don't forget my identity. If you can't satisfy me, I will make you regret your decision today. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and did not say anything. His heart was struggling and he was constantly scanning the cages. But at this time, he suddenly discovered something that surprised him. Xiangnan. The green-robed men who surrounded Xiangnan all had extraordinary talents. They were originally from extraordinary backgrounds and had inherited powerful clans, sects, and imperial lineages. It could be said that every green-robed person had extraordinary origins and outstanding skills. This was especially true for the dozen or so people, each of whom was at the 4th or 5th level of the divine martial arts. Their average strength was 4 levels higher than that of Xiangnan. However, what was happening now made the black-robed man feel as if he had seen a ghost. You seem to have really provoked the wrong person. The black-robed man did not reply to Zhang Haiyue's words. Instead, he said this meaningfully. What? Zhang Haiyue did not react. The black-robed man took a deep look at Zhang Haiyue and said, You'd better get rid of your own troubles first, and then come to me to negotiate. I don't want to be implicated in your personal affairs. I'll see you tomorrow night. With that, the black-robed man turned around and flew away. Zhang Haiyue gritted his teeth angrily and turned around angrily. You little bastard. You actually dare to ruin my big deal. You! At this point, Zhang Haiyue's voice stopped. In his impression, Xiangnan was an extremely profound artificer and old man Mo Ling's disciple. It was also the person who was secretly assisted by the Southern Emperor because his profound Tao attainments were too high. Therefore, at the edge of the endless forest, Xiangnan killed all the green-robed people who had gone to meet him, and even killed the elder of the world-saving sect. However, in Zhang Haiyue's eyes, all of this was caused by the Southern Emperor alone, so it shouldn't have anything to do with Xiangnan. Now that Xiangnan didn't have the backing of the Southern Emperor in the Western Emperor continent, he was equivalent to an ant that could be crushed to death. In reality, however, that was not the case. He was shocked. 14 of the 17 green-robed men had already died. In such a short period of time, not a single one of the 14 green-robed men with profound martial arts attainments let out a miserable scream and died in less than 30 seconds. He didn't even make a move on that gorgeous woman. There are only the last 3 left. Xiangnan's figure was like lightning as he opened and closed his giant saber. His aura was strong and his cultivation was unfathomable. Without any flaws at all, Xiangnan's strength of Dipper Chi and martial cultivation had already reached a realm that could not be further perfected. A green-robed man rushed forward, circulating a vast amount of astral chi in his hand. The astral chi was like light as it fiercely slashed down towards Xiangnan's forehead. This person was at the 4th level of divine martial arts and was extraordinary. As for Xiangnan, he didn't dodge or dodge, but when he saw him take a step forward, he directly took out his palm and clashed with the green-robed man. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, and the green-robed man's entire right arm was blown into powder. Xiangnan, on the other hand, remained motionless and did not retreat an inch. Instead, he took a step forward and slapped the green-robed man's chest with his palm. The thick and domineering aura exploded the green-robed man's entire body into pieces. The other 2 green-robed men jumped over together. The sword in their hands condensed a powerful sword light that was several hundred feet long. The 2 sword lights buzzed, and the Dipper Chi shuttled back and forth on it, forming a chainsaw-like effect. The principle was very similar to Xiangnan's secondary light slash. However, Xianxia's tiger body shook violently, and he raised his hand to slash. Above his enormous saber that was as black as wood, the blade of the saber suddenly burned like black flowing lava. The green-robed man's two sword lights struck the blade of the black saber. It was like throwing tofu onto the blade, splitting it into two. Xianxian slashed backwards, and the two of them were slashed from their waist at the same time. Zhang Haiyue took a deep breath and pointed at Xianxian. "Aren't you an artificer? Why is your martial arts cultivation so shocking?" Xianxian looked coldly at Zhang Haiyue and said, "Do you regret it now?" Zhang Haiyue sneered, "You really don't put me in your eyes." After saying that, Zhang Haiyue's body trembled and the aura shattered the green robe around him. "No matter how powerful you are not my match." "Do you know why?" he said. "Because what you see, my realm is false. Actually, I am a martial saint." Haiyue's green robe shattered, and 3 large rings suddenly appeared on his body. Spirit-suppressing ring. Xianxian's heart sank. The item on Zhang Haiyue's body was similar to the spirit-suppressing ring, but it was even more powerful. The spirit-suppressing ring was unable to suppress a martial artist with a higher cultivation realm. Not even a Heaven-Scryer realm martial artist, but the 3 on Zhang Haiyue's body could suppress a martial saint. Zhang Haiyue waved his right hand, causing the 3 rings to fall off at the same time, and his realm had shockingly risen to martial sage level 1. "Now, you should understand why I disdain you." Zhang Haiyue's expression was cold as he gritted his teeth and said, "You ruined my big deal. The most hateful thing is, you little ant, you don't know how big my plan is. You deserve to die. You deserve to die today." That Zhang Haiyue suddenly rushed towards Xianxian, and the aura on his body was extremely tyrannical. "Not good." Guanshao cried out in alarm. "Get out of the way. I'll deal with him." Xianxian, on the other hand, pushed the switch Shao and roared in his heart, "Dream!" Boom! The moment the dream body descended, Xianxian clashed with Zhang Haiyue, who was at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Saint realm. Zhang Haiyue's palm power had already reached the Martial Saint realm, and the quality of his aura had undergone a qualitative transformation. As for Xianxian, he had eaten the White Tiger Divine Pill, received by Wuxia's blessing, and possessed unparalleled strength. However, with this palm strike, both of them retreated. Zhang Haiyue took a dozen steps back in a row. He looked at Xianxian with a face full of fear. Blood had already flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Xianxian himself did not feel well either. He also took a dozen steps back and spat out a mouthful of red blood. The realm was not for fun. The difference between the 5th level of the Divine Martial Saint realm and the 1st level of the Martial Saint realm was already negligible. As long as the 1st level of the Martial Saint realm encountered the 5th level of the Divine Martial Saint realm, then one palm would definitely die. No accidents would occur. But Xianxian was Zhang Haiyue's accident. Zhang Haiyue pointed at Xianxian in disbelief. "How is this possible? Where is the little bird?" Xianxian said coldly. Zhang Haiyue narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxian. After observing for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Interesting, really interesting." Zhang Haiyue shook his head with a smile and said, "I admit that I underestimated you. But this is even better. Your strength has made this matter even more interesting, hasn't it? If I can kill an expert like you, it won't be a waste of my time." Xianxian said in a deep voice, "I have no interest in your nature sect, nor do I have any interest in your so-called big plans. You don't have to fight me to the end. If you still want to carry out your plan, if you don't want me to disturb you, then return the bird to me. After I get the bird, I can let bygones be bygones and pretend that this never happened." Xianxian would not be so soft-hearted. First, it was related to Little Sparrow's life, so he had to be more cautious. Secondly, his true enemy was the Bai clan. He did not have much time to waste on a natural sect that had nothing to do with him. The endless forest still had whirled devastating divine lightning waiting for him to retrieve, and his own world was still trapped in darkness, unable to extricate itself. There were too many problems that needed to be solved by Xianxian, and this nature sect was just a branch of Xianxian's plan. You can pretend that nothing happened, But I can't. Zhang Haiyue's expression became colder and colder. Do you think you can leave just because you barged in like this and ruined my good fortune? Xiangnan frowned and said, It seems that you provoked me first. Zhang Haiyue said, Is it important? If it makes your heart feel better, then you should treat it as if I provoked you on my own initiative. How about it? I will provoke you, I will bully you. If you have the ability to take revenge, I will stop you? Xiangnan sighed and said, I've given you a chance. You're the one who insisted on dying. If you die 100 times, I won't die once. That Zhang Haiyue soared into the air, and the dipper chi in his body crazily condensed. He was already prepared to release his martial skill. Xiangnan held the saber in his right hand and pointed at Zhang Haiyue with his left hand. The 7 invisible finger energies immediately struck Zhang Haiyun, blocking the smooth circulation of the dipper chi in his body for an instant. Zhang Haiyue's martial skill immediately collapsed, and at the same time his expression changed drastically. Xiangnan waved his arm and slashed at Zhang Haiyue with a brutal saber light that carried dense lightning. Zhang Haiyue hurriedly condensed a dipper chi shield. With a loud explosion, the saber light struck the dipper chi shield, sending Zhang Haiyue flying. Xiangnan didn't stop for a moment, and after he slashed out with his saber, he continuously slashed 25 times. The saber radiance flickered and crisscrossed, and its speed was as fast as a string of white light, continuously hacking down on Zhang Haiyue's dipper chi shield. Zhang Haiyue continued to strengthen his shield and endure the fierce impact. His aura was disordered and he was extremely angry. He struck Xiangnan with his palm. Xiangnan was waiting for him to retaliate. Taking advantage of the instant Zhang Haiyue counterattacked, Xiangnan immediately released his lightning intent and slashed a half-speed saber light towards Zhang Haiyue's right arm. Boom! The half-light-speed saber light accurately split Zhang Haiyue's palm force, but it only split it in half. This saber light continued to fly rapidly, cutting off Zhang Haiyue's entire right arm at a speed that Zhang Haiyue was unable to react to. Zhang Haiyue's palm force, which had been split in half, also hit Xiangnan, sending him flying. Guanshao hurriedly rushed forward and circulated the dark dipper chi to take over Xiangnan. Unexpectedly, Xiangnan also knocked her flying backwards, causing the two of them to directly collapse a wall. This was truly a palm strike from a martial sage. Zhang Haiyue's furious roar came from the sky. He looked at his severed arm in disbelief. He quickly used his left hand to connect a few times to the severed arm, stopping the blood. Then, he quickly put the severed arm away and put it into his storage ring. At the same time, an explosion suddenly came from the broken ruins of the wall. Xiangnan charged towards Zhang Haiyue again without hesitation for half a second. Ling Tian Palm. Zhang Haiyue's eyes were red. The aura in the sky was like a sea. The sea sucked in water like a tornado, and it poured into Zhang Haiyue's body endlessly. Following that palm strike, it slashed out. This palm was a real martial skill. Its palm moved like a flood dragon, and it actually slapped towards Xiangnan in a curvilinear manner. This kind of short-range curved palm force was very difficult to defend against, and Xiangnan had no intention of defending at all. Xiangnan thought very clearly. If you hit me, I'll defend. I'll hit you and you'll defend as well. If you continue to consume it like this, let alone whether your dream body can last that long. Just because you consume it, your divine martial 5th layer cultivation won't be able to consume Zhang Haiyue's martial sage. The only way to contend against Zhang Haiyue was to do it. Hard work. Sun quenching. A sun phantom appeared in the sky. The moment the phantom appeared, the sun had already fallen on Xiangnan. Secondary light slash. Xiangnan's combat strength increased by several levels. The blazing saber-shaped sun slashed towards Zhang Haiyue at the speed of half-light. Xiangnan did not dodge Zhang Haiyue's palm power, and Zhang Haiyue could not see Xiangnan's blade light. This time, there was no doubt that both of them would die. However, coincidentally, Zhang Haiyue's palm force reached the edge of the blade after drawing a curved curve. The saber light tilted, firmly clinging to Zhang Haiyue's right side of his body, cutting off a large piece of flesh and blood from his right rib region, and even cutting off the curved rib edges, cutting off all the ribs on his right side. His internal organs surged out from Zhang Haiyue's side like a flood. The palm force also tilted, hitting the left side of Xiang Nan's body, causing Xiang Nan's entire body to spin rapidly in the air, causing his entire left arm and half of his body to explode. Only half of Xiang Nan's body remained. He didn't even have a heart. However, at this moment, the blazing power of the sun and the vermilion bird divine pill were perfectly and mysteriously combined. Revive by bathing in fire. The meat powder on Xiang Nan's left side suddenly burst into flames and rapidly condensed towards Xiang Nan's body, continuously shaping into a new human form. Zhang Haiyue held his internal organs as he looked at the changes on Xiang Nan's body in horror. Guanxiao had just crawled out of the ruins when she saw this scene. Her eyes were dumbfounded. Xiang Nan's anger at his serious injuries had already been suppressed by his incomparable self-healing ability. "What the hell are you?" Zhang Haiyue pointed at Xiang Nan, so shocked that he didn't know how to understand. "I am your mourner." Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and walked out of the raging flames. Zhang Haiyue turned around and fled, transforming into a beam of bright light that flew towards the west. Xiang Nan roared, "Get back here!" The aura beneath his feet exploded, and his entire body turned into a streak of lightning as he chased after Zhang Haiyue. With Xiang Nan's speed, he instantly caught up and surpassed Zhang Haiyue. Zhang Haiyue swiftly circled his body and swept his right leg towards Xiang Nan, shouting, "Ning Kong!" Boom! Under this foot, Zhang Haiyue actually stopped kicking a spherical space 500 meters in diameter. Xiang Nan was right in the middle of the spherical space, and as time paused, he was imprisoned inside. "Die! Die!" Zhang Haiyue kicked out his second leg and shouted, "Shatter the heavens!" Boom! This kick directly pierced through Xiang Nan's stomach, blasting his entire body into two halves. Who? Zhang Haiyue gasped fiercely, but his face was filled with ecstasy. Dead. Finally dead. However, flames burst out from the sky. Under the burning of the power of the sun, Xiang Nan's body quickly healed. The body that had been kicked into pieces immediately joined together. Zhang Haiyue was stunned. Xiang Nan rushed out from the flames, and he had already passed through the saber. Ah! Zhang Haiyue let out a miserable scream, and even his last left arm was severed by Qi Zhen. However, this person was ruthless and decisive. He was still able to remain calm amidst his anger. He wrapped his broken arm around it with his dipper Qi and quickly sent it into his storage ring. Xiang Nan and Zhang Haiyue brushed past each other and slashed back. After all, Zhang Haiyue was a martial saint, and his reaction speed far surpassed that of a divine martial realm martial artist. He suddenly bent down and gritted Xiang Nan's blade with his teeth. The lava-black saber that could easily cut through weapons was actually gritted by Zhang Haiyue, a martial sage, with his teeth. Xiang Nan raised his hand and punched Zhang Haiyue in the chest. Then, he knocked his head and Peng's voice hit Zhang Haiyue's nose. Zhang Haiyue's face was covered in blood. The moment he released the huge saber, he turned around and kicked Xiang Nan's left leg. This martial sage's kick exploded Xiang Nan's left leg. As the flames condensed, Xiang Nan's left leg began to recover crazily. Ning Kong! Zhang Haiyue once again kicked Xiang Nan's space to a halt. This time, Zhang Haiyue didn't act stupid anymore. He didn't attack Xiang Nan anymore. Instead, he tried to buy all the time to escape. The time and effect of condensing space were extremely short, much shorter than Zhang Haiyue's Haoyin mirror. Could only last for about 5 seconds. It was in these 5 seconds that Zhang Haiyue transformed into a streak of bright light and flew out, playing with his life and fleeing. 5 seconds later, Xiang Nan jumped out of the pause time zone. He bent his bow and turned into lightning with a crackle, chasing after Zhang Haiyue again. As Zhang Haiyue flew wildly, he kept whistling. This whistle was echoed in every region of the city. At the same time, more than 40 streaks of green light shot into the sky and intercepted Xiang Nan in unison. "You can't escape. You definitely can't escape." Xiang Nan gritted his teeth. The lightning in his body continuously exploded, pushing his speed to higher heights again and again. More than 40 streaks of green light came from the bitters, each of which possessed a cultivation level above the 5th level of divine martial arts and below the 9th level of divine martial arts. I can do it! I can definitely do it! Xianxia ruthlessly shouted. Sub-speed of light! He didn't even bother to fight against the members of the more than 40 sects of nature, as that would slow him down. A spiritual light flashed in his mind. Since the power of the sun could trigger the vermilion bird divine pill's ability to revive after bathing in fire, he no longer feared the speed of sublight and the reaction force it would bring to him. Bang! Bang! Xianxia, who was at half the speed of light, turned into a bolt of lightning at a speed of 300,000 miles per second. In less than 1/100th of a second, the lightning he incarnated pierced through the experts of the 40 or so sects of nature. What kind of magnificent scene would it be if a martial artist with the strength of a 3-part dragon body collided with a body of flesh and blood at the speed of half-light? Of the more than 40 people, only 7 were hit by Xianxia. However, these 7 people immediately exploded. The ultra-high speed collided with the human body, turning the spiritual sea, meridians, and aura in that human body into the source of the explosion. The 7 of them exploded first, and terrifying waves of fire spread in all directions, engulfing the 8th, 9th, 15th, 20th, 30th, and 44 people. This person exploded, causing the remaining 37 people to explode together. The heaven-defying speed crashed into the human body, causing an explosion. At the same time, the human body was unable to withstand such a high-speed impact force and the heat brought about by the superspeed. As soon as the explosion occurred, the 40-plus people immediately vaporized. The bodies of the 44 people vaporized into a huge, circular balloon, and the flames from their explosion scattered out from within the balloon. Water and fire exploded in the sky above the city, forming a world fireworks scene. The fireworks had already covered an area that exceeded the entire city. It was as if a planet had descended from the sky, engulfing the city. That scene was so magnificent that everyone in the city widened their eyes. They looked at the sky in disbelief. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear, as if the apocalypse had arrived ahead of time. As for Xianxia himself, he was still unable to withstand the impact of the half-light speed of his physical body. Even with a 3-part dragon body, he was still unable to support it. His body also exploded, turning into a ball of flames. But he firmly believed that he could survive. He had no reason to doubt Old Man Mo Ling. He transformed into a man of fire, and as he sprinted nonstop, he drew a long line of fire in the sky. His entire body was vaporized into mist, but in the midst of the flames, he continuously condensed into human form. The power of the vermilion bird divine pill was fully displayed at this moment. Xianxia was a fire, reshaping his fleshly body in the fire. The outline of his body quickly became clearer and clearer, constantly reorganizing. Zhang Haiwei, who had escaped from afar, turned around and saw this scene. There was only an expression of disbelief on his face. Bang! Again. Kill Zhang Haiwei. Where do you escape from? Before Xianxia could fully recover his human form, he slammed into Zhang Haiwei again at the speed of half-light. I am a martial saint. I am a grand martial saint. That Zhang Haiwei shouted angrily. I was actually chased after by a divine martial 5th-layer garbage. Ning Kong. Zhang Haiwei turned around and kicked. Buzz. This kick caused the air in front of him to pause for a moment. When he kicked, Xianxia was still a long way from him. But when the air froze, Xianxia had already rushed in front of Zhang Haiwei. In fact, Xianxia's face was almost at the tip of Zhang Haiwei's nose. Zhang Haiwei sucked in a breath of cold air. Almost an inch away, he saw Xianxia's face made of flames and the anger in Xianxia's eyes. Zhang Haiwei screamed and ran away again. He shouted, "Shrink 1,000 miles!" In the rear, the divine martial realm's Guan Shao had been desperately chasing after him. But no matter what, she could not catch up to Xianxia's half-speed of light, nor could she catch up to Zhang Haiwei, who was at the first level of the martial sage stage. Instead, she was dragged further and further away, and could no longer see Xianxia's tracks. 5 seconds later, time began to circulate again. Shrinking 1,000 li was a wondrous movement technique. Judging from the results, it should be at least at the intermediate stage of the profound stage or above. This kind of brilliant movement technique was the same as moving shadows using the laws of space. But it's more advanced than shadow shifting. Shrinking 1,000 li was not a step forward, but a step forward to shrink 1,000 li into an inch. That Zhang Haiyue took a big step, and it was 50 inches, 50,000 li. This movement technique created a visual distortion. At that moment, Xianxia could only see that the sky above Zhang Haiyue had suddenly twisted into a spiral black ball. When Zhang Haiyue took a step forward, his entire body was infinitely elongated, turning into a long silver line that seemed to connect the two ends of the sky. The silver thread disappeared in a flash. Xianxia did not have enough time to perceive space and perform spatial jumps. Otherwise, this period of time would be enough for Zhang Haiyue to find a way to escape from Xianxia's perceptual abilities. Spatial jumping required perceiving the existence of space, but it could only perceive space, not aura. Even if Zhang Haiyue could catch up with the speed of spatial diffusion, Xianxia's perceptual boundary had been exceeded by Zhang Haiyue. Xianxia could only increase his speed to half the speed of light by flying, continuing to chase after Zhang Haiyue. At the same time, a spiral black ball appeared where Zhang Haiyue had disappeared. A silver thread stretched out from the black ball and connected to Xianxia. Before Xianxia could react, the silk thread had already rapidly shrunk from the opposite end to Xianxia's section and turned into a gigantic palm of light. Xianxia's heart trembled, and the palm force slammed fiercely onto his chest. Boom! The martial sage's palm force once again shattered Xianxia's body. His body collapsed, and his flesh and blood broke away from the support of the skeletal frame, shooting into pieces in all directions. These fragments were still accompanied by the power of the heavenly yang force. They were burning fiercely, and as they rapidly spread out, they were forcefully pulled back by an invisible force, reattaching themselves to Xianxia's body and remolding his fleshly body. Martial Sage was a terrifying realm. Using the Divine Martial 5th layer to fight a Martial Saint 1st layer expert was even more terrifying. If it wasn't for the Vermilion Bird Divine Pill, Xianxia would have died several times by now. However, this was not one-sided. Although Xianxia's realm was not enough, his strength was sufficient. His powerful strength allowed him to truly injure and even kill Zhang Haiyue. Super strength made up for the lack of Cultivation realm, but it didn't fill in the gap of opportunity. This so-called opportunity meant that Zhang Haiyue could create more opportunities to traumatize Xianxia with a higher realm. On the contrary, the lack of opportunity was filled by Xianxia's Vermilion Bird Divine Pill. Although he was in a passive position, he could repair his body again and continue to chase after him. In the distance, Zhang Haiyue didn't dare to take any chances at all. He was still ceaselessly shrinking thousands of kilometers and constantly fleeing. However, he could feel the strong aura coming from Xianxia in the rear. This little bastard is actually so hard to get rid of. Zhang Haiyue rushed backwards and used his astral chi to condense a palm of light. He shouted, "Shrink 1,000 miles!" He no longer had any arms, but the palm of light condensed from the aura of the Dipper Chi still possessed formidable destructive power. The palm quickly pierced through the black ball formed by shrinking thousands of kilometers and was stretched into a silver thread, rushing towards Xianxia's aura. He had a tremendous advantage. His advantage was that his realm was high enough, and his perception was even broader. While Xianxia could not sense Zhang Haiyue's distance, Zhang Haiyue could sense Xianxia. Xianxia's half-speed charge was unable to continue. Every time he charged, he was struck by an accurate silver thread. This thread turned into a palm, blasting Xianxia's body. Every time Xianxia was reborn, it would take a few seconds. This gave Zhang Haiyue another precious opportunity to escape. He exposed his position, the eight-eyed snake shouted. He has already exceeded your range of perception, but the direction that the thread came from was Zhang Haiyue's. Xianxia quickly set up an acceleration array in midair. It took him 10 seconds to set up this formation. In these 10 seconds, Zhang Haiyue had been able to retreat 5 times in a row. Each time, he was able to flee 50,000 kilometers, a total of 250,000 kilometers. After Xianxia set up the acceleration array, he immediately obtained the full speed of light. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning. Half a second, 300,000 miles. It was also within half a second that the next silver line connected to Xianxia's body, splitting him into a fireball. As for Xianxia's all-light fireball, it narrowly missed Zhang Haiyue's side and shot towards him. Although he didn't come into direct contact with Zhang Haiyue, the intense friction and burning air still ignited Zhang Haiyue's body. This flame was not only caused by the friction of the air, it also possessed the power of Xianxia's dipper qi. Zhang Haiyue was burned into a fiery man, screaming miserably in the flames. He couldn't believe that Xianxia's control over the direction was so accurate. 250,000 kilometers away, Xianxia was unable to locate Zhang Haiyue's exact aura. He could only use the direction of the thread to determine a rough location. With such a long distance, as long as there was a slight deviation, then a distance of 250,000 kilometers could infinitely amplify this deviation. However, Xianxia almost crashed into Zhang Haiyue. That's all. Xianxia's incomprehensible judgment made Zhang Haiyue's entire body feel cold. Shrink 1,000 miles. While Zhang Haiyue was burning, he took a step forward and got rid of the burning flames on his body. Xianxia, who was more than 50,000 kilometers away from Zhang Haiyue, also stopped and his body was restored. At the same time, he also locked onto Zhang Haiyue's aura. The moment he passed by, he regained his perception of Zhang Haiyue. There's no time to set up an acceleration array, otherwise he'll escape your range of perception again. The big snake reminded. Xianxia didn't need to remind him at all. He was already prepared to charge. The moment his body returned to normal, it exploded again, chasing after Zhang Haiyue at half the speed of light. This was a battle destined to have no audience. The distance between the two of them was 50,000 kilometers. No one could see the panoramic view of the battlefield that stretched so far. In the eyes of the people in the city, the decisive battle between the two of them had never really happened. They could only see a gorgeous firework display in the sky. Other than that, they could no longer see any specific details of the battle. You can't escape. From the horizon, Xianxia's furious roar that had been blessed with his dipper qi could be heard. Zhang Haiyue's body trembled and he shrank another 1,000 li. But these 2 seconds were not enough for him to get rid of Xianxia. Xianxia sprinted towards Zhang Haiyue at the speed of half-light. The victory or defeat was only within the last thought. Kill me and you'll never get your demon pet, Zhang Haiyue shouted loudly. Buzz! A bolt of lightning suddenly stopped 500 miles away from Zhang Haiyue. However, the strong inertia was something that Xianxia was unable to accurately locate, causing him to pause 500 kilometers away before being pushed by the inertia and hitting Zhang Haiyue's body. Zhang Haiyue coughed out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a broken bag. However, this was not because Xianxia had shown mercy, but because his dream body had descended. It had already reached its limit, and it had automatically disappeared. Xianxia's realm had directly declined to the first level of the divine realm. The first level of the divine martial saint realm was a whole realm away from the first level of the martial saint realm. Shit, kid Xianxia, this is really bad. The big snake was also panicking. As soon as his cultivation realm dropped, Xianxia's endurance time for quenching the sun also greatly decreased, causing Xianxia's sun divine technique to lose its effect at the same time. At this moment, Xianxia was truly as fragile as paper in front of a martial sage, and he no longer possessed the ability to be reborn in flames. Where is the little bird? Xianxia was panting and asked with a cold face. Zhang Haiyue was almost half dead. He didn't have an immortal body. The severe injuries he had suffered before and after made him wander on the verge of death. Zhang Haiyue gasped for breath and said, "Hey, are you afraid?" Xianxia didn't care about Zhang Haiyue's life or death at all. Even if he died, Xianxia could still force people from other sects to find the little bird's whereabouts. The problem was that Xianxia could not kill Zhang Haiyue. With his 5th-level divine martial dream physique and vermilion bird divine pill's infinite ability to revive by bathing in fire, He could only match up to martial sage Zhang Haiyue. As long as he could reach another realm. With one more layer, Xianxia would have been able to kill Zhang Haiyue countless times. However, it was precisely this difference in cultivation realm that made it impossible for Xianxia to succeed. Hand over the little bird, Xianxia said. Zhang Haiyue laughed loudly. You're delusional. Why are you asking me for anything? Why? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, Are you out of your mind? Why would you rather die than hand over the little bird? It clearly has no effect on you. There is clearly no hatred between you and me. You have eaten until you're full, so you have to go against me. Zhang Haiyue smiled sinisterly and said, People from my nature sect never lower their heads. If I do, then I will do it. There is no regret. Since I have already started this path, I will walk this path to the end. Xianxia said in a deep voice, If you refuse to lower your head, I will beat you until you lower your head. Xianxia had already secretly circulated his dream Dao, preparing to forcefully descend. Kid Xianxia, don't act recklessly. The eight-eyed serpent said, Dream Dao can only be used once a day. No one knows what the consequences will be if you forcefully use it a second time. However, Xianxia was no longer able to control that much. He insisted on descending onto the dream body, and the dream Dao had already begun to circulate twice. At this moment, a strong light suddenly flew over from the horizon. Both Xianxia and Zhang Haiyue felt their hearts tremble. At the same time, they looked at the bright light. No one was sure if the person in the light was an enemy or a friend. However, Xianxia was the first to recognize the fluctuations of the aura. His expression became even colder as he gritted his teeth and said, Black-green bamboo. Buzz. The bright light suddenly hung beside Xianxia and Zhang Haiyue. Zhang Haiyue looked at it and asked curiously, By clan's mysterious green bamboo? Aren't you doing some kind of martial arts competition? Why are you meddling in my affairs? The nature sect had spies all over the world, and they could be said to know the situation of Xian Qingzhu like the back of their hand. But when he saw Xian Qingzhu again, Xianxia's heart sank even more. This Xian Qingzhu had actually reached Martial Saint Level 1. Xianxia did not know what had happened to her. Nor did he know that Xian Qingzhu had already combined with by Wudao. It really is you. Xian Qingzhu ignored Zhang Haiyue and stared at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. I knew it would be you. Xianxia sighed. He thought to himself that today would be a very unlucky day. Xian Qingzhu, who possessed the heavenly spirit 5 meridians, was much stronger than Zhang Haiyue. The two of them were not on the same level at all. I know you want to kill me. On the contrary, Xianxia became calm and relieved. After 2 lives, he was still unable to escape his fate, and would still die at Xian Qingzhu's hands. But a cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he said, Before you kill me, can you give me some time to kill this bastard from the nature sect? Zhang Haiyue was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed and said to Xian Qingzhu, Didn't your Bai clan always chase after this traitor? Now is a great opportunity. You and I will work together to kill this traitor. Zhang Haiyue didn't know that Xianxia's realm had decreased because he had no choice but to. He thought that Xianxia didn't dare to kill him, which was why he relaxed his realm. He was still vigilant towards Xianxia. Xian Qingzhu still didn't look at Zhang Haiyue. He only stared fixedly at Xianxia's eyes, as if he wanted to find a hint of familiarity in Bai Mukin's eyes. Unfortunately, she couldn't find it. Xianxia was no longer the carefree Bai Mukin. Now Xianxia was a true warrior. Do you know why my cultivation has been growing so slowly over the years? Xian Qingzhu suddenly said this to Xianxia. Xianxia did not speak. Xian Qingzhu said, I have never lied to you. In the past, I truly loved you. I am not even sure if this love has completely disappeared. Xianxia remained silent. Xian Qingzhu continued, What, you don't even have the interest to talk to me? Do you hate me so much? In your heart, you don't even have the slightest bit of nostalgia for me anymore. Back then, you and I were childhood sweethearts. Shut up. Xianxia interrupted her coldly and said, Is it meaningful to say this now? If you want to kill or cut, do as you please. Don't pretend here. A moment of sadness flashed through Xian Qingzhu's eyes, but that sadness was immediately replaced by determination. No matter how much you hate me, I'm sure that you're the only man I've ever truly loved, at least from the past until the future. At this moment, my feelings for you haven't diminished, she said. But I don't regret it. If you give me another chance, I will still choose to kill you. Xianxia sneered and said, I am also very sure of this. In this world, few women are more beautiful than you, and there are more fierce women than you. But no woman's heart is colder than yours. Xian Qingzhu said, You don't have to mock me like this. I won't kill you today. I will let you go. Xianxia laughed loudly. You came here specifically to tell me that you came here to let me off? Xian Qingzhu, is it still interesting to continue acting like this? Performing in front of me? Xian Qingzhu's expression turned ugly, and he said, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for myself. I loved you before, but I also killed you. I violated my Tao heart, which made it difficult for me to reach the martial Tao realm after I possessed the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. Even though I have told myself countless times that I killed you to achieve my martial Tao, this heart demon has always been buried deep in my Tao heart. Every day it hinders me. That's your retribution, Xianxia said. Xian Qingzhu took a deep breath and said, If possible, I will kill you today without hesitation, just like before. But what I owe you, I have to pay it back. Only in this way can I rise to a higher level and become my Tao heart. I don't want the martial sage realm. I want the heavenly tribulation. I don't want to live under someone's feet. I want to rule this world. I want to become the second Bai Wuya. Xian Qingzhu's emotions started to fluctuate. She shouted at Xianxia, Do you think I came here to obey the Bai clan's orders? Do you think that I entered this world by myself just to work for the Bai clan's damn clan? No. Xian Qingzhu gritted his teeth, his face ashen. I want everything. At this point, Xian Qingzhu's voice quickly calmed down, as if the excited woman just now wasn't her. She calmed down and said to Xianxia, You go. I owe you a life. Let you go again today. From now on, we will not owe each other anything. You will no longer be my heart demon, and no one will be able to stop me from becoming stronger. Up until now, I'm still your tool, am I? Xianxia smiled and said, In the past, you used me as a tool to obtain my talent. Today, you are using me as a tool. You are using me as a way to dismantle your inner demons. Xian Qingzhu, you're wrong. What you owe me will never be paid back. Whatever you say. Xian Qingzhu's expression was completely expressionless as he said, Back then, I only used 7 minutes to kill you, so now I also give you 7 minutes to flee for your life. 7 minutes later, as long as I can catch up with you, then today will be your death. I will carry your head and go to the Bai clan in exchange for more rewards. Zhang Haiyue had been listening from the side. He was already scared out of his wits by this woman. He had never seen a person who could say love in such a tone, who could put the loved one to death in such an attitude. She did not curse, threaten, or abuse a person she wanted to kill like the 2 people who hated each other. Nor did she use all the words in her heart to curse, threaten, or insult each other. She only used a rational method to calmly analyze why she wanted to kill someone. Zhang Haiyue felt that his nature sect was already crazy enough. They could destroy a country without any reason and kill countless people. Fighting and killing must be based on hatred and anger. The coldest of them could also kill through contempt and deliberate trampling. The nature sect didn't need this. They didn't have any reason to kill. They just wanted to fulfill their own experience. As for Xian Qingzhu, after breaking through these 2 levels of relationships, it wasn't that she didn't have no reason to kill a stranger, but that she had a reason to kill someone she had once loved. Every word that Xian Qingzhu said caused Zhang Haiyue's heart to tremble and his back to go cold. I love you, so I kill you. I'm jealous of you, I kill you. I don't like you, I kill you. I have no reason to kill you. But in Xian Qingzhu's place, I love you, I kill you. There was actually such a woman under the heavens. Zhang Haiyue suddenly trembled, and an inexplicable scene appeared in his mind. He saw himself holding a dagger in front of his parents and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness in raising me. Thank you for your meticulous care for me. I don't know how to repay you, but I can only kill 2 of you to express my gratitude." Zhang Haiyue suddenly shook his head and cleared away the inexplicable illusion. Only then did he realize that he had substituted himself for Xian Qingzhu unconsciously. This thought caused Zhang Haiyue's palms to sweat. He didn't know when he started, but he couldn't help but leave Xian Qingzhu a distance away, and even he didn't notice his actions. He was scared. He wasn't afraid of Xiangnan's pursuit or even the rage of the 4 emperors, but he was afraid of the woman in front of him. 7 minutes. Xian Qingzhu put his hands behind his back and said, "Start counting now. In 7 minutes and 1 second, it will be your death." Even Guanshao had feelings in her heart, but Xian Qingzhu didn't. Xiangnan nodded and immediately raised his hands. Suddenly, a huge formation appeared in the sky. It was a magnificent painting, shaped like a white tiger, with starlight as its eyes. Boom! The nature energy diagram fiercely landed on the ground. Xiangnan held a huge saber in his hand and swiftly swam over the array. He did not choose to flee. The light of a broken blade began to float above his head. After Xiangnan traveled through a cycle of reincarnation, the remnant saber was already complete and possessed 18 times its power. "You're crazy." Xian Qingzhu shook his head. "I gave you 7 precious minutes, but you used it to deal with the people of the nature sect." Zhang Haiyue was stunned. After Xian Qingzhu's words, he realized that Xiangnan was prepared to deal with him. This formation was not used to deal with Xian Qingzhu. Crazy. Both of them are crazy. Xiangnan knew very well that 7 minutes was not enough to kill Xian Qingzhu, but he would lose the little bird. In 7 minutes, with the forcible descent of the dream body, he could kill Zhang Haiyue and avenge the little sparrow. "Kill him!" Zhang Haiyue pointed at Xiangnan and shouted. Xian Qingzhu remained indifferent and silently calculated the time. Zhang Haiyue's expression changed slightly, and he immediately fled into the distance. He would not be stupid enough to stay and wait for death. He ran away. Xian Qingzhu said indifferently. "He can't escape." Xiangnan replied without any tone. Half-dead Zhang Haiyue was no longer able to shrink 1,000 kilometers, and with Zhang Haiyue's pitiful flying speed, he would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of the blade light at full speed of light. Xiangnan only needed to condense a strong enough saber light and then slash at the speed of light to make that Zhang Haiyue's soul disappear like an elder of the world-saving sect. "It's been 2 minutes," Xian Qingzhu reminded. "This is a good thing for me," she said. "Not only can I get rid of my demons, I can also get your head on my neck. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Kid Xiangnan, it's better to escape. I'm afraid 7 minutes isn't enough." Although Zhang Haiyue is half dead, he is still a martial saint. "In these 7 minutes you can only walk a few hundred reincarnations at most," the 8-eyed snake said. A few hundred reincarnations could only increase the power of the blade light by less than 10,000 times. Xiangnan had calculated in his heart whether Zhang Haiyue, who was half dead, could be sliced to death by the speed of 10,000 times the speed of light of the first level of the divine martial saber. It was roughly 50 to 50%. A half-dead state was equivalent to a weakened state, which would weaken Zhang Haiyue's defenses to the freezing point. 6 minutes. As Xian Qingzhu reminded him, he began to circulate his astral qi. "She's ready to do anything." As for Xiangnan, he was also prepared. He intended to descend the dream body and use the 5th level of the divine martial technique to wave out the blade light of the 1st level of the divine martial technique. At the same time, he also began to set up an acceleration array to allow the speed of the saber light to reach the full speed of light. Forcibly executing the dream Tao was not only for the sake of realm, but also for the sake of exchanging the dream body with the physical body, hiding in the dream world, and avoiding the pursuit of the mysterious azure bamboo. He had less than 10 seconds left for him to escape. However, at this critical moment, when Xiangnan was preparing to split his saber, he immediately went into hiding in the dream realm after splitting his saber. A shadow suddenly flashed over. The shadow was extremely fast and did not produce any fluctuations. Even Xian Qingzhu did not notice when this shadow had arrived, as if she had always been here, and it was as if she had just arrived. The shadow turned into a cat-faced woman. The woman grabbed Xiang Nan's arm and swung it abruptly. Xiang Nan didn't even have time to react. The world in front of him suddenly turned completely white. At an incredible speed, he was thrown into the sky by the cat-faced woman, across the boundless Demon Emperor Sea, and into the boundless Demon Emperor continent. Your beloved little beauty, I will take care of her for you. There's no need to worry about her life or death. Even if I save you this time, I hope that you will take care of yourself. These two words from the cat-faced woman inexplicably entered Xiang Nan's heart. Who are you? Xian Qingzhu immediately became vigilant and stared at the cat-faced woman. The cat-faced woman also looked at Xian Qingzhu and said, Who am I? What does it have to do with you? Xian Qingzhu said angrily, Who are you? Xiang Nan? Why did you save him? The cat-faced woman said, What does it have to do with you if I can't save Xiang Nan? Xian Qingzhu's eyebrows lifted. The woman slapped Xian Qingzhu with lightning speed and sent him flying. That slap was so loud that it even resounded through the clouds. Xian Qingzhu, who was a martial sage, was actually slapped by the cat-faced woman to the point that her eyes were bleeding and her entire face was distorted. The cat-faced woman indifferently looked at Xian Qingzhu on the ground and said, This slap is for a woman, and I didn't kill you for the sake of a woman. If I see you again, I'll slap you. After saying that, the cat-faced woman's body shook, as if she was in a trance when she came, and she also went into a trance. What exactly is the background of that woman? Xiang Nan sat by the lake and quietly recovered his strength. The arrival of the sun god technique and dream body had caused him to expend a lot of energy. Although he had benefited from the powerful 9 purities cosmos technique and had almost exhausted all of his astral chi, his stamina was still a problem that humans had to face. He felt physically and mentally exhausted after using the full speed of light and the half speed of light to charge forward many times. The cat-faced woman's reappearance caused Xiang Nan to re-examine her identity. She said that she saved me to repay an old affair? Xiang Nan pondered for a moment and said, What kind of old relationship can there be between me and her? Could she be someone I know? I always have an ethereal sense of familiarity. I can sense it in her, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. Right at this moment, a group of armored demon soldiers suddenly appeared by the originally deserted lake. Xiang Nan had already sensed the existence of these demons beforehand. They flew to the lakeside before landing quickly and then lurked all the way here. The strength of these demons was generally not high. They were all around the Heaven Scryer realm, not even at the Good Fortune realm. Xiang Nan did not want to cause trouble, nor did he want to provoke another demon enemy for himself, so he waited quietly. A human trespassing on the Demon Emperor continent would definitely arouse suspicion. Xiang Nan intended to explain this matter clearly. Very quickly, when the demon army approached Xiang Nan, they were all stunned. They were shocked at how high Xiang Nan's realm was. They can smell your age. The eight-eyed snake said in Xiang Nan's heart, There are countless experts of the demon race. They won't reveal such an expression just because of a 5th-level divine martial artist. It can only prove that they discovered that you are only 20 years old. You can even smell your age? Xiang Nan felt strange in his heart. He thought to himself, I can only see this life force fluctuation with the lightning photoelectric eyes, but they can discover it through their sense of smell? This is truly inconceivable. The serpent said, With my cultivation of more than 1,000,000 years, it is not difficult to see a person's age. But these little demons are also fine? It is indeed very strange. Xiang Nan said, Furthermore, they came a little too quickly. I just landed and they rushed over. How could their calculations be so accurate? Look at this lake. The color is a little strange. The big snake suddenly said this. Only then did Xiang Nan turn around to look at the lake. At the beginning, he did not care about the lake at all. He only thought that it was the most ordinary place. But now, when he looked carefully, he realized that something was wrong. The color of the lake was jade green, but it gave off a very dark feeling. The moonlight shone on it and did not cause the slightest bit of reflection. This scene was very unique. Xianxia subconsciously opened his lightning bolt eyes and glanced at the lake. It didn't matter at all. He discovered that there was a layer of even denser blood underneath the surface of the lake. These blood concentrations were very high, and it was obvious that they were human blood, not even the blood of ordinary people. The spirituality of these blood was frighteningly high. Xianxia realized that he had accidentally been thrown into a secret forbidden area by the cat-faced woman. No wonder the demon army had arrived so quickly. They were most likely stationed in the vicinity. At this time, the demon army had already boldly walked over. The demon race's attitude towards humans was cold, but they did not have any hostility towards humans. The leader of the demon army immediately placed a huge trident on Xianxia's shoulder and said, "I know that with your strength, you can kill all of us at any time, but there are some things I need to ask you clearly." Xianxia smiled warmly and said, "I accidentally entered this place while fighting with others. I hope that my friends from the demon race will forgive me." Seeing Xianxia's calm attitude, the demon army made it easier for Xianxia to have a few simple conversations. The Demon Emperor continent was a neutral zone and did not participate in battles between humans and demons. Therefore, human activities in the Demon Emperor continent were permitted, but they had to be applied for. If a human wanted to enter the Demon Emperor continent, he needed to submit an application to the demon race 1 month in advance and make a registration record so that the demon race could keep track of human movements at any time. At the same time, humans could move freely on the Demon Emperor continent. Normally, there were only 2 types of people who came to the Demon Emperor continent, merchants and martial artists, so it wasn't difficult for merchants to understand why they came. As for martial artists, they usually searched for special spiritual herbs and ores in the Demon Emperor continent. Apart from these 2 normal humans, there was also a 3rd type of people, the exiles. Due to the special situation of the Demon Emperor continent's neutrality, some of the exiles in the human world would flee to the Demon Emperor continent to seek refuge, and the Demon Emperor continent would also give these exiles protection. Xianxia was directly thrown over. Without going through the normal channels, he was directly judged to be an exile by the demon army. Xianxia's humble attitude left an excellent impression on the demon army. After the young leader of the demon army found out the cause and effect, he immediately asked Xianxia to leave this place and follow them to make a record. This kind of record usually recorded Xianxia's identity and purpose. However, before Xianxia could reply, a green light suddenly lit up in the sky. Damn it! Why is this the right time? After seeing the green light, more than a dozen demon armies were shocked and hurriedly rushed towards the forest on the edge of the lake. However, it was already too late. The green light that filled the sky caused the entire ring forest to wildly grow. Countless trees turned into a kind of semi-plant, semi-demonic monster. It was as if they had been affected by the mysterious green light and had suddenly revived. The demon army that possessed the strength of the Heaven-Scryer realm didn't even have time to react when they were instantly devoured by the 2 plants that grew madly in front of them. A plant suddenly changed from ordinary to a giant steel tree made of steel. The vines wrapped around it also emitted a metallic luster, and the vines were as sharp as blades. More than 10 tree vines easily pierced through the bodies of the demon army. Blood flowed backwards along the tree vines and gathered inside the trees. The other plant was even more terrifying. There were many translucent red fruits on the tree. After the tree turned into a demon, those fruits exploded one after another, and some red powder floated in the air. All the demon soldiers who had breathed in the powder pinched their necks, their eyes bulging out, and then they suffocated to death. Xianxia also smelled the red powder. His heart trembled, but he found that he was fine. However, the moment he smelled the powder, a slight suffocating feeling appeared, and that feeling vanished in a flash. Xianxia knew that this was because he was already invulnerable to all poisons. In order to extract the true dragon's blood from Xianxia's body, Old Man Mo Ling could be said to have used all the strange poisons in the world on Xianxia's body, allowing him to possess incomparable resistance to the poison. The diamond tree's attack on Xianxia was still ineffective. If one had to classify the dragons as well, they should belong to a branch of the demon race. They were merely the bloodline of the monster race's emperors. Xianxia had a three-part dragon body in his body, and it had a terrifying deterrent effect on most of the demon races. After the diamond tree vine hit Xianxia's body, its demonic power was instantly bounced back by Xianxia's body, causing the demonic tree itself to collapse into pieces of wood. Before Xianxia could think about the reason for all of this, he saw a woman hurriedly flying into the lake from the green light. That woman's realm was extremely high. According to Xianxia's quick glance, she should at least be above the heavenly tribulation realm. A person of this level's strength was almost equal to the Valurium sect master. Xianxia did not know how to deal with this sudden situation. He could just run away. With that woman's strength, she would definitely be able to catch up with him in an instant. Moreover, Xianxia was still in a weak state. The woman also saw Xianxia. A strange expression flashed in her eyes, but it seemed that she had more important things to do, so she didn't have time to pay attention to Xianxia. The woman immersed her lower body in the lake, exposing herself from her waist up. The demons here were one of the 6 great powers in the world, and there was a huge difference between them and the uncivilized demons in Xianxia's world. The demon army and the woman in front of them were all dressed in human attire. They had also appeared in the form of human actors. Not only do they speak a standard human language fluently, but even their mode of thinking and moral values are no different from those of humans. For a long time, there was no clear boundary between the demons and humans here. Both sides interacted with each other, resulting in a high degree of unity in culture and philosophy. It was also because of their admiration for human culture that the demons had a feeling of indifference towards the humans they should hate. They would not join forces with the demons to exterminate the humans. At this moment, the woman was still looking at Xianxia. There was a clear sense of vigilance in her eyes, but for some reason, she did not attack Xianxia. Xianxia even felt a chaotic smell of demonic energy coming from that woman. The lake began to boil. The thick blood that had settled on the surface of the lake rolled up and was vaporized by the high temperature into a red mist that enveloped the woman. With every breath that a woman took, a surge of blood energy was sucked into her body. She went crazy. The big snake saw through the woman's predicament at a glance. I can tell, but that's not what makes me curious the most. Xianxia frowned. He was surprised to discover that the woman from the demon race was actually cultivating a human cultivation technique. This was too strange. The demon race had demon martial arts and techniques. Because the demon race did not have a spiritual C, they only had demon cores. Therefore, human martial arts and techniques were not suitable for them. The reason for that was because the human martial skill was created from the structure of the human meridians. If the demon race cultivated, there would be all sorts of unexpected problems. This lake should have been prepared in advance. Those demon armies from earlier should be her subordinates. The big snake had already thought of a rough outline. This woman had obviously often fallen into a state of madness, or perhaps she had encountered some kind of bottleneck in her cultivation. As a result, every time she encountered a problem, she would hurry to this lake to cultivate. The green light that filled the sky just now was not something that she wanted to kill the demon army to release, but it was something that she could not control herself. That was why the demon army said, "It must be now." As Xianxia and Big Snake chatted, they analyzed the situation. At this time, the woman was still commenting on Xianxia, as if she was afraid that Xianxia would suddenly jump up and attack her. Within the dense blood mist, the woman's eyes were like 2 green lights. They penetrated the mist brightly and turned into 2 green pillars of light that shone on Xianxia's body. The woman's exact outline was already covered by the mist, but those 2 eyes were incomparably large. The diameter of each eyeball was about the same as a house. Snake! The 8-eyed snake suddenly laughed. So it's the cub of the snake race. The great snake was a demonic snake from 1,000,000 years ago, so it should be considered one of the ancestors of the snake race. Xianxia used his lightning photoelectric eyes to investigate and immediately discovered the woman's true body. It was a black snake with 2 fleshy wings that looked like wings growing above its head. However, she was clearly in big trouble. The demonic energy in her body was constantly spreading out, causing the surrounding forest to become even more terrifying. The demonic trees had even begun to run around on the ground, some of them directly attacking Xiangnan. "Drive them away," Xiangnan said impatiently. The eight-eyed snake immediately released a wave of pressure, causing all the trees to crawl on the ground in that instant. The woman in the middle of the lake seemed to have gradually stabilized as she absorbed the blood energy. Her chaotic demonic energy began to move towards equilibrium. At this moment, another streak of black light appeared in the sky. Another woman in a long black dress suddenly appeared in the sky. She laughed loudly at the woman in the middle of the lake. "Shui-fei, let's see where you're going this time." The woman in the black dress shook her body and turned into a nine-tailed demonic fox that pierced the heavens and the earth. The nine tails could hold the sky, as if they were supporting the nine pillars between heaven and earth. "This thing has already reached the nine-tailed realm. Kid Xiangnan, don't act rashly. If you escape, you might have the nine-tailed demonic fox attack you immediately," the serpent warned. Xiangnan also knew that the situation was urgent. Any action he took could cause the nine-tailed demon fox to misunderstand. The wisest thing to do was not to move at all. The woman in the lake screamed, "Stinky fox, you really have the guts. You actually dared to take the initiative to chase after me." The gigantic nine-tailed demon fox laughed strangely. "Sister Shui-fei, you've been chasing me for 30 years. Now, I finally waited for a good opportunity. Just obediently accept your fate." After saying that, the nine-tailed demon fox suddenly shot out a black light towards the black snake in the lake. When the black light hit the snake girl in the lake, she heard a heart-wrenching scream from the snake girl. The snake girl's condition, which was about to calm down, became worse again. This cry echoed through the sky, immediately attracting countless serpents. Countless black, profound snakes flew over from all directions, each holding a weapon in their hands as they launched a life-threatening attack at the nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox smiled ferociously. "Little black snake, you dare to come to your fox grandmother's front and act wildly." One of the nine-tailed demonic fox's tails swung abruptly, causing the cold air to fill the sky, freezing thousands of black snakes into ice sculptures. With a flick of his second tail, flames filled the sky, burning thousands of black snakes to ashes. The third tail was the wind. The sharp wind blades swept a large area of black snakes to death, and the tail was the earth, turning even more black snakes into sand. She killed the people who slaughtered the serpent race, while the serpent woman on the lake roared angrily, "Stinking fox, you're courting death." The snake girl suddenly jumped up and transformed into a towering python. It actually bit off the nine-tailed demonic fox's tail of flames with a kacha. The nine-tailed demonic fox was not only not shocked and angry, it was even ecstatic. "Ha ha ha, good. Finally broke your cultivation. My sister Shui-fei, you can stay here and wait for death." After saying that, the nine-tailed demonic fox immediately turned into a streak of black light and disappeared. Looking at the snake girl, she was in a terrible state. When she used her cultivation to calm down her obsession with the devil, she forcefully attacked, causing the devil fire to attack her heart and instantly disintegrate her cultivation technique. Snake Girl's entire body suddenly burned. Her entire body was rolling and screaming miserably in the sea of flames that she had ignited. The snake race rushed forward in panic. They all smashed into the snake woman without hesitation. Every single snake race member exploded when they collided with Snake Girl's body, dispersing into a demonic aura. The demonic aura drilled into Snake Girl's body to help her resist the demonic flames. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Countless snake race clansmen didn't fear death at all. They used their own lives to renew the life of the Snake Girl. Even though this was useless, every time the snake race clansmen were killed, they could only last for a short period of time at most. But they didn't stop. Such a tragic and sad scene shocked Xiangnan. "Let's go! Let's go!" The Snake Girl screamed. "Don't come any closer. Don't worry about me anymore. Leave." An elderly serpent raised his hands high and said, "My king, we are willing to use the fire of life to light up your glory. We have never regretted it, nor will we regret it." With that, the old snake's eyes turned into 1,000-meter-long, hundreds-of-meter-wide green light and smashed into the snake woman's body with a loud boom. Martial Sage. Xiang Nan's pupils shrank. That old snake was actually a martial saint 5th-layer expert. However, he was killed by the snake girl just like that. A green light suddenly appeared in the sky, wrapping around the snake girl, causing her to go crazy. Immediately, she received a large amount of attention. The snake girl cried out in sorrow. A drop in the bucket. Xiang Nan shook his head and said, "That snake girl is being burned by her own demonic power. This demonic power is from the heavenly tribulation realm. That old martial saint snake just now can only temporarily cancel out a portion of the demonic heart flame. Can't be suppressed at all. After a while, that snake woman will still die. Kid Xiang Nan, this is a good opportunity. Hurry up and run," the eight-eyed snake said. Xiang Nan, however, did not move. He stared fixedly at the snake girl and witnessed with his own eyes the tragic actions of the snake race in order to save that extravagant hope. Xiang Nan was a nostalgic person. His Dao heart had decided that he was a human. There was no one else's coldness or ruthlessness. He thought of the Desert Queen, who was also a branch king of the snake race. The Desert Queen treated Xiang Nan extremely well, and Xiang Nan always remembered this feeling. Although he knew that the desert snake race was different from the mysterious snake race, and that the snake woman and the Desert Queen did not even know each other, Xiang Nan could not stand idly by. "All of you leave, otherwise, I'll self-destruct now," the snake girl shouted. The serpent races all began to cry. They knelt in the sky and kowtowed 3 times to the serpent girl before turning around and leaving in great sorrow. Finally, "It's over," Snake Girl sighed, her voice carrying a sense of relief that death was approaching. Xiang Nan suddenly said, "I have thought of how to help you. Next, I will help you overcome this calamity. Don't resist. I won't harm you. Otherwise, all I need to do is watch as you are burned to death by the demonic heart fire." With that, Xiang Nan took a step forward, and a Buddha-standing phantom appeared behind him. Phaseless Tribulation Finger. As a black finger force struck the snake girl, the demonic flames on the snake girl's body suddenly dissipated. Her realm had already begun to descend. However, this was not enough. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and continued to release the tribulation-free finger. He pointed out one finger at a time, continuously weakening the realm of the snake girl. Half heavy for one. Xiang Nan kept pointing until he retreated from the first level of the divine realm to the first level of the heavenly Yuan realm, losing 3 great realms. As for the snake girl, she had lost 6 great realms. He fell from the heavenly tribulation realm to the origin returning realm. The sudden decline in her cultivation realm caused Snake Girl to go crazy and immediately be restrained. Her enchantment came from the disorder of her cultivation technique, and if her cultivation level weakened, it would directly cause her cultivation technique to completely lose its effectiveness, and the phenomenon of her enchantment would naturally collapse. The Snake Girl had already recovered her human form. She stood quietly on the surface of the water and stared fixedly at Xiang Nan. "Rather than that, you might as well let me die." The Snake Girl sighed and said, "With my status and the origin returning realm, it is impossible for me to see the sun of tomorrow alive. My enemies will come after me. As for me, I also caused you to fall from the divine martial realm to the heavenly Yuan realm. It's really not worth it." Xiang Nan smiled. He thought to himself that he had not saved her in vain. He did not need her to repay him. He only needed her to say that she cared about Xiang Nan. All of his efforts were worth it. "Don't worry, your cultivation will recover immediately," Xiang Nan said. The Snake Girl's eyes lit up. "Really? There are such miraculous merits in the world." Xiang Nan was even more exhausted. He shook his head and said, "I was also the one who caused trouble for myself. You can slowly recover. I also have to leave. I also have my enemies. Perhaps they are rushing over to hunt me down. Do your best." With that, Xiang Nan dragged his exhausted body into the forest and walked out step by step. When he walked out of the forest, he discovered that there were a large number of restriction formations on the outer edge of the forest. These formations were designed to prevent outsiders from coming near the lake. He didn't know what method the cat-faced woman used to throw Xianxia over, but she actually managed to dodge those formations. In retrospect, the snake race itself should not be afraid of these formations, and the nine-tailed demon fox's strength soared to the sky, so it did not care about these formations. Xianxia naturally didn't care. He was already an expert in the profound Tao. These small formations couldn't stop him at all. After breaking through all the restrictions with a powerful method, he left this place and flew towards the south. Although he had dodged Xian Qingzhu's attack, he still hadn't given up on saving the little bird. He still wanted to head south and return to the Western Emperor continent. Go get revenge on the nature sect. Kid Xianxia, I have a question. Tell me. Xianxia said. The eight-eyed serpent said, is it possible to form seals to replace formations? They can be released at any time. Xianxia smiled and said, I know what you mean. Are you trying to say that my Tai divine art has been set up for too long? The serpent said, I am not referring to the Tai divine art. Your Tai divine art is a continuous technique that can only be executed in the form of formations. But where is the acceleration array? Every time you use an acceleration array, you need to temporarily set up this array. It's really too time-consuming. To set up an acceleration array, you need at least 10 seconds at your maximum speed. However, 10 seconds is enough for a divine martial realm or martial saint realm battle. Xianxia sighed, it's not like I don't know. However, seals and formations have the same purpose, but they are also very different. This difference is mainly reflected in two aspects. It is an insurmountable gap. Then why don't you say it out loud? Maybe I can give you some inspiration, said the serpent. The snake had already discovered that the acceleration array could allow Xianxia to reach the full speed of light. As for the sun god technique, it could activate the effects of the vermilion bird divine pill. That way, Xianxia would be able to charge at the full speed of light, so he wouldn't have to worry about being killed. He would be able to revive indefinitely. The speed of light charge was even more powerful than the speed of light slash. The only thing that the speed of light slash relied on was the strength of Xianxia's Dipper Qi. The strength of Xianxia's Dipper Qi determined how strong the speed of light slash was. However, the speed of light charge could not only use Xianxia's Dipper Qi, it could also use his body's strength. With the Dipper Qi and the strength of his body, the damage caused by directly hitting the enemy was completely incomparable to the speed of light slash. Only in this way could Xianxia display his powerful three-part dragon body. Xianxia explained, the first difference is that sealing is one-off. Once you successfully seal, you can activate the power of the formation once, but only once. But the array formation is different. As long as I set up an acceleration array, as long as I stand in the acceleration array, I will be able to use the full speed of light countless times. That's indeed a flaw, the serpent muttered. Xianxia said, the second big difference is that although sealing is very convenient, it can be used anytime and anywhere. As long as I want to, I can form seals, unlike formations that need to be set up in advance. But the problem with sealing is that it's too slow. If it was a small formation, it would definitely be faster than setting up the formation directly. However, the more complicated the formation, the faster the formation would be. It would not be as fast as setting up the formation directly. This should be easy to understand, right? The eight-eyed snake said, very easy to understand. After all, you only have one pair of hands. When the formation is simple, both hands can be completed quickly, but when it is complex, two hands are not enough. Looks like this step really won't work. Something's wrong. What did you just say? Xianxia's eyes moved. I say this step won't work. What's wrong? The big snake said. Xianxia hurriedly shook his head. Previous sentence. The serpent thought for a moment and said, I said, you can only use your hands. That's right. Xianxia patted his forehead and said, I thought of it. I'm so stupid. How could I forget about it? What if I have two hands? What if I have three? What do you mean? The great snake asked curiously. Look at this. Xianxia stopped his flight and floated in midair. Then, his body trembled and two new Xianxia came out from the left and right. External avatar? The big snake suddenly said, I see. External avatar was a very basic cultivation technique. Xianxia had never used it before. That was because this type of cultivation technique was very useful in low-level battles, but high-level battles became chicken ribs. The reason for that was because the higher the level of a battle, the more important it was to control the timing. There was often a small mistake between the two sides that could determine the outcome. Just like the battle between Xianxia and Zhang Haiyue, both of them had the ability to kill each other. The key was to see who could find the chance to hit each other first. When Xianxia and Zhang Haiyue fought, he was completely focused on the battle. He was not sure that he was 100% confident that he would be able to dodge Zhang Haiyue's attack and successfully hit Zhang Haiyue. If he were to use his avatar at this time and focus on three things, he would simply be courting death on his own initiative. However, the problem was that the avatar didn't have to be used for battle. He can also be used to assist. Xiangxia's heart suddenly brightened. He said happily, not only can my avatar help me quickly form an acceleration array, it can even help me complete the Tai divine art. Watch! After saying that, Xianxia immediately controlled his two avatars and arrived in front of him. The three items are arranged in a triangle. In Xiangxia's mind, he quickly went through it and adapted the acceleration array from a formation to a hand gesture of forming a seal. With his current profound Dao attainments, this was not difficult. Then, the three Xiangxias formed seals at the same time. Normally, the maximum speed of setting up an array would be 10 seconds, while forming a seal with two hands would take 25 seconds. However, it wasn't 8 seconds for the 6 hands to form a seal at the same time, but 1 second. Just like a person dialing an abacus, 2 hands dialing an abacus, the entire process might take 10 seconds, 20 seconds. However, with 6 hands moving together, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 of them could be completed in an instant. Theoretically speaking, it wouldn't even take a second for the three Xiangxia to form a seal together. However, the movements of his hand gestures would take at least a second. This was the fastest speed for the three of them to seal at the same time. Success! Xiangxia's eyes lit up. The acceleration array had indeed succeeded. In just a second, it had completed a complicated acceleration array. He waved his hand and a saber light shot towards the horizon at the speed of full light. However, this method of sealing was one-off. If he wanted to perform a second speed of light slash, he had to seal again. Extremely fast speed, canceling out the one-off flaw. Xianxia said excitedly, since this can succeed, then I can take out my Azure Dragon and use it again. The Azure Dragon going out to sea was a very shallow charge, but what if it increased the charge to the speed of light? What terrifying destructive power that was. The most terrifying thing was that the Azure Dragon had not only used his astral chi, his physical strength, but also his saber. Let's look at Tai divine art again. Xianxia set up a vast righteous chi diagram on the ground. There were 18 stars on the righteous chi diagram. Afterwards, Xianxia stood outside the formation and sent an avatar to swim the 18 planets. As a result, a broken blade really appeared above Xianxia's head. This, the eight-eyed snake, was stunned. In the future, you can fight while letting your avatar wander through the formation. Xianxia laughed loudly. The most wonderful thing is that my avatar doesn't have to perform any complicated movements. It just mechanically walks from the first star eye to the 18th star eye, and then walks back and forth like this. This is the simplest kind of walking. It doesn't involve any complicated calculations or movements. It won't distract me at all. Amazing, the eight-eyed snake praised. Xianxia said, thanks to your reminder, I have been guarding an incarnation of a cultivation technique, but I have not been able to make good use of it. It is truly a waste of heavenly treasures. At the very beginning, Xiangxia's avatar could only last for about 10 seconds. That was because his cultivation was too low. Now, he was no longer Xiangxia of the origin realm, but Xiangxia of the divine martial realm. The duration of the avatar had already reached a completely negligible length. The avatar consumed Xiangxia's spiritual energy and astral chi at any time. However, his spiritual energy was at the third level of good fortune, and his astral chi was inexhaustible. Even if he released his avatar to last for a few days and nights, it wouldn't be a problem at all. The eight-eyed serpent said, "Then hurry up and prepare. We can't be as reckless as last time when we faced the nature sect. First, get a blade light that is enough to kill a martial sage." Xianxia nodded. "Last time, I misestimated Zhonghai's realm and was anxious to save the little bird, so I didn't have time to condense the saber light. This time, with the help of an avatar, it will be much easier." Thus, Xianxia set up a vast righteous chi diagram on the ground, and then let his avatar swim on the righteous chi diagram. The saber light above his head began to increase. "Do you know what I've thought of?" the big snake said. "What?" Xianxia asked. "Don't ask," said the snake. "Fly south." Xianxia nodded, then turned into a ray of light and flew towards the south. 10,000 li later, the big snake asked Xianxia what he felt, and Xianxia shook his head blankly. "Fly again." 20,000 li later, the big snake asked again, but Xianxia was still at a loss. 30,000 li, 40,000 li, 50,000 li. "I know." Xianxia slapped his forehead and said, "A range of 50,000 kilometers. My avatar is still alive." The current Xianxia was already at the divine martial realm, and his range of perception had already reached its limit. It was close to 50,000 li. In other words, even if he was so far away from his avatar, he would still be able to maintain contact with him. The serpent said, "You can release an avatar and let him follow you. As long as you need it, let him create a nature energy diagram 50,000 kilometers away and swiftly travel. And 50,000 miles away, when you are fighting against the enemy, you can directly enjoy the saber light brought by the nature energy diagram. Not to mention, you are not afraid that the enemy will notice your small movements." Xianxia smiled and said, "There really is you." The serpent said, "Do you think I lived for nothing for 1,000,000 years? However, your normal offensive methods are still too few. You can't charge at the speed of light when you see someone, right? You can't casually encounter an enemy with a higher cultivation realm and release the saber light of the nature energy diagram. This is too wasteful. What if you kill a martial saint with your saber light and then another martial saint jumps out?" "Yes, I've thought of this as well," Xianxia said. "What about the scarlet dragon sword technique?" the big snake asked. Xianxia said, "Zhonghai snatched away the sword manual of the sword manual. However, I checked the authenticity of the sword manual beforehand and have already memorized all the sword manuals in my heart." The serpent said, "Your current enemy is not only the nature sect, but also the Bai clan and the world-saving sect. It's best for you to quickly practice the Crimson Dragon Sword technique." It was also for that reason that the Scarlet Dragon Sword technique was too difficult to cultivate, and Xianxia had been trying to save the little sparrow in the past, but he had been delayed for a long time. But now, it seemed that the strength of the nature sect had exceeded Xianxia's prediction. If he went to look for them before he increased his strength, he would most likely be in vain. Then practice. Sharpen your saber and don't cut firewood by mistake. Xianxia glanced towards the south and said, "Little sparrow, if you wait patiently for a while longer, I will definitely come and save you. 50,000 exceptions." His avatar was orderly swimming through the nature energy diagram, while Xianxia's true body had time to study the Scarlet Dragon Sword technique. There was another weakness in his avatar, and that was that his current avatar did not possess a three-part dragon body. He was very fragile. Even old man Mo Ling was unable to separate out the dragon blood in Xianxia's body. This kind of cultivation technique could not be used in his external avatar. The external avatar only possessed the basic physical qualities of Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia went through the Scarlet Dragon Sword Arts incantation in his heart. This was a Dao-grade beginner martial skill that Xianxia had heard of and witnessed with his own eyes. It was the highest level martial skill. The terrifying thing about it was that the effects it brought were no longer just power, but that the martial skill itself was accompanied by a Dao luck. Xianxia had two kinds of Dao luck. One was the Dream Dao, but the Dream Dao came more from his saber. As for the other type of Dao luck, it was still unclear. It had only been used once during artifact forging. Even Xianxia did not understand what it was. That Dao luck had yet to truly awaken. It had only been nurtured into an embryonic form. This was the difficulty. Xianxia cultivated according to the Scarlet Dragon sword art. He discovered that he was simply unable to succeed. The Dao luck contained in the Scarlet Dragon sword art was very clear. It was fire. However, things like Dao luck were not something that could be cultivated easily. Rather, they belonged to the type of Dao comprehension that could be achieved in a single dynasty. Once an opportunity came, one might be able to comprehend the Dao in a minute. Before the opportunity came, perhaps he would never be able to cross the threshold of the door for the rest of his life. Xianxia was trapped outside the threshold. For 2 whole days, with Xianxia's perception, he had not made any progress in the Scarlet Dragon sword technique. Not even a single word of incantation could be practiced. Dao luck is the foundation of this sword manual. If one cannot comprehend the flame Dao luck of a martial skill, it is equivalent to 0. Xianxia sighed. He already had the intention to give up. The big snake also said, "You can't even train a big shot like the Valurium sect master. It can be seen how difficult it is." The Scarlet Dragon sword technique was created by the Valurium sect master and the Southern Emperor, not even the founder. Especially the Valurium sect master, who seemed to be cynical, was actually a person with great wisdom. Based on this, Xianxia had almost given up on the Scarlet Dragon sword technique. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared in the distance. Suddenly, the green light landed beside Xianxia, transforming into the snake girl in the lake. At this time, she had almost recovered. Her aura was stable, and her realm had returned to normal. Xianxia smiled. Seeing Senior recover to his original state, this Junior is relieved. The snake girl smiled and said, "You really are a different human brat. Your heart is as warm as the sun. However, there is a strong killing intent on your body. Just how did you maintain a fiery and bare heart during this life of slaughter?" Xianxia said, "Perhaps. I was originally this kind of person who didn't know what to do." The snake girl said, "You saved my life, but I don't know how to repay you. Our treasures are useless to you humans. This, you can keep it as a souvenir." As she spoke, the snake girl waved her red tail. Xianxia caught it and asked curiously, "Isn't this the fire tail of the 9-tailed demon fox?" Snake girl said, "If you have time, come to our snake race as a guest. However, I have to go back now. There are some humans who are preparing to pay tribute to me. At that time, my deficiencies in cultivation techniques will be made up for." After saying that, Snake Girl turned around and flew away. Xianxia held onto the fox's tail, and a flash of spiritual light suddenly flashed through his mind. There seems to be flame Dao luck in this tail. A fox is the most psychic. Tell me, can I comprehend the fate of fire through this tail? What are you trying to comprehend? You're a human, not a demon. How can you comprehend it? The big snake said. Xianxia smiled. I just said it casually. The big snake said, "Let me eat it." "Ah, eat," Xianxia said. The serpent said, "You have forgotten my identity. You are not a demon, but I am a demon. After eating this tail, I will be able to comprehend its Dao luck. I'll convert this ability into lightning and lend it to you. Can it work?" Xianxia released the big snake. The big snake swallowed its tail and said, "Saw Chi. Saw Chi is so bad." Xianxia said, "Hurry up and give it a try. See if you can pass me the Dao luck." The serpent said, "You can't directly cross it. I can only lend it to you. Furthermore, you have to operate the 9 transformations of thunder. Otherwise, you won't be able to borrow it." Xianxia immediately activated the 9 transformations of thunder, and then the serpent jumped into Xianxia's left arm and transformed into a tattoo. Then Xianxia felt a strange power appear. The serpent-shaped tattoo on his left arm began to shine. "Success," Xianxia said happily. "I can feel your flame Dao fortune." As he spoke, Xianxia immediately circulated the Scarlet Dragon Sword Art's incantation. It was indeed possible. He waved his hand and chopped out a flaming saber light. The flaming saber light swept across the earth, and wherever it passed, it disturbed the air and the fire elemental energy in the earth. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was vaporized. What a high temperature! Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. The temperature was so high that it was equivalent to the dragon breath sprayed out by the fire dragons. No wonder it was called the Crimson Dragon Sword technique. The 9 transformations of thunder are indeed formidable. The serpent also sighed. This kind of technique can actually be used on other martial skills and become the foundation of other martial skills. The precious wealth left behind by the heavenly Thunder Martial King has not been fully unearthed to this day. Thunder-shocking 9 transformations, able to borrow Dao luck. This was something that Xianxia hadn't even thought about. The Crimson Dragon Sword technique had already succeeded. Even if it was half successful, he would have to borrow the help of the 8-eyed snake every time he used it in the future. He would also have to use the 9 transformations of thunder as a cultivation technique and the Crimson Dragon Sword technique as a martial skill. At this time, the saber light of the Tai divine art had also condensed to the martial saint level. Xianxia immediately stopped his avatar and had it destroy the nature energy diagram on the spot. At most, the saber light could only condense to this extent. In fact, it could continue to strengthen. However, it had already surpassed Xianxia's entire realm. The saber light emitted by Xianxia, who was equivalent to the first level of a martial saint, could not be absorbed by the Mingyue Haoyin mirror if it continued to strengthen. This saber light must be absorbed into the Haoyin mirror. If Xianxia left the formation, the saber light would weaken tens of times per second. In theory, if Xianxia forcefully allowed his avatar to remain on the nature energy diagram, then the saber light above his true body would still exist and would not weaken. However, it was very unwise to do so. Above Xianxia's head, there was a heaven-defying saber light floating above him at any time. It was as if he was pointing an enormous arrow towards his head and telling everyone in the world, "Look, Xianxia is right here." Xianxia stored the saber light in the Haoyin mirror and felt much more confident in his heart. At the very least, meeting Shen Qingzhu was no longer a certain death situation. Xianxia didn't know if the saber light could kill Shen Qingzhu, but he thought that there was a 50% chance that it wouldn't work. This saber light did not possess any special abilities. It was just an ordinary saber light. It was only equivalent to Xianxia, who was at the first level of the martial saint stage. The only difference was that it could be blessed to the full speed of light. Shen Qingzhu was already at the first level of the martial saint realm. At the same realm, Xianxia was confident that he could defeat Shen Qingzhu. However, if he only used one move to win, his chances of winning were low. Fortunately, Xianxia had also mastered the Scarlet Dragon Sword technique, which greatly increased his confidence. After making all the preparations, Xianxia immediately rushed to the border city of the Smoke Beacon dynasty without stopping. The endless forest still had a world-exterminating divine lightning waiting for Xianxia to collect it at any time. However, the life of the little bird was at stake, and Xianxia's avatar was truly useless. He had already made up his mind that once he rescued the little bird, he would immediately set off for the endless forest. Fortunately, there was only one Demon Emperor Sea between the Demon Emperor continent and the Western Emperor continent. Xianxia advanced at full speed, hoping that when he arrived at the Western Emperor continent, Zhang Haiyue hadn't left yet, and the cat-faced woman hadn't taken Guan Shao away. He directly used the spatial jump to move forward. Each jump required precise control of the direction, controlling the jump span to about 5 million kilometers. After several successive jumps, he made a long-distance breakpoint movement. 20 million miles quickly passed. At the same time, Xianxia felt extremely shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that cat-faced woman to throw him so far away. He had always thought that he should be at the border of the Demon Emperor continent. However, judging from the distance of 20 million kilometers, the cat-faced woman had actually thrown Xianxia from the border of the Western Emperor continent to the area close to the core of the Demon Emperor continent. This kind of throwing power made Xianxia feel unimaginable. Run Xianxia 20 million kilometers in one go. Furthermore, he had not been able to injure Xianxia. What kind of brilliant method was this? After arriving at the city, Xiangnan immediately sensed Xian Qingzhu's aura and wanted to find out if she was still here. If she was still here, Xiangnan was ready to fight her at any time. However, under his perception, he found nothing. At this moment, a piece of news had let Xiangnan discover something else. The wedding between Xian Qingzhu and Bai Wudao will be held in half a year. The invitation letter has already been sent to the territory of the three emperors of Southeast and West, inviting all the important figures to attend the banquet. This surprised Xiangnan. He didn't expect that Xian Qingzhu and Bai Wudao would actually walk together in the end. What was even more exaggerated was that even Xiangnan himself had received an invitation letter. It was a middle-aged man who flashed out from the corner of the street. He accurately identified Xiangnan and handed the invitation letter to Xiangnan. He said, "Miss Qingzhu expected that you might come back, so she asked me to wait here and deliver this invitation to you." Xiangnan held the invitation letter and kept sneering. "The Bai clan is asking me to die. Why do they think I'm stupid enough to really go to the banquet?" The man smiled and said, "I don't know. I'm just an outsider working for the Bai clan. I'm only responsible for sending the invitation letter to you." Xiangnan looked around vigilantly. The man had already guessed what Xiangnan was thinking. He said, "Don't worry. There are no experts from the Bai clan ambushing you here. They know that you have the means to escape. It will be very difficult to capture you while you remain vigilant. That's why they asked me to take the initiative to die." Xiangnan shook the invitation letter in his hand. The Bai clan really played a good game of chess. The Bai clan was very clear about the grudge between Xiangnan and Xian Qingzhu, and the conflict between Xiangnan and Bai Wudao. Just like that, they openly sent their invitation letters to Xiangnan, using the most obvious method of provocation. "Xiangnan invited you so easily. Can you bear it? If you can't bear it, just come to the Bai clan." Even if Xiangnan really didn't go in the end, the Bai clan wouldn't lose anything, but it's not right to say that. They lost at least one invitation letter. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Xiangnan. "No matter what, you are still a member of the Bai clan. Bai Huang would rather kill you with his own hands than let you die at the hands of outsiders. If it's convenient, please come. If you are really killed by the nature sect, it will be a disgrace to the Bai clan. I hope you will think twice before you act." After saying that, the middle-aged man turned around and left. Now everyone knew that Xiangnan was a traitor of the Bai clan. If the Bai clan could clean up the house itself, it would be a deterrent. However, if Xiangnan died at the hands of an outsider, it would cause Baihe's face to lose its luster. The middle-aged man didn't conceal anything at all. He directly revealed Baihe's killing intent. He knew that even if he deceived Xiangnan at such a time, it was meaningless. About half a year, Xiangnan held the invitation letter and laughed. The big snake said, "Little brat Xiangnan, you're not stupid enough to really go to an appointment, are you?" In the end, Xiangnan answered the big snake with his actions. Instead of tearing apart the invitation letter, he put it into his storage ring. The eight-eyed snake sighed and said, "You are the kind of person who would rather die than lower his head. I probably guessed that you would do so. I want to call you brainless, but I admire your courage." Xiangnan said, "There are some things that need to be resolved. This is unavoidable. It is not something that can be solved by fleeing." After Xiangnan was reborn, he had memorized Xian Qingzhu's hatred in his heart. Now, this hatred had increased the Bai clan by another sum. Whoever deserves to be cut off must be cut off. This day would come, and there was no way to dodge it. He could avoid Xian Qingzhu's wedding, but he could not avoid the hatred in Xiangnan's heart. On the contrary, Xiangnan felt a sense of relief in his heart. When he clearly knew the time for revenge, he no longer had to worry about it. From this matter, Xiangnan analyzed two pieces of related information. First of all, Xian Qingzhu's mission in the Western Emperor continent had been completely completed. This western border was her last stop. She should have secretly dealt with the top young people in the Western Emperor continent. Another thing was that Baihe was determined to destroy the Western Emperor. Once the Northern Emperor defeated the Western Emperor, the remnants of the Western Emperor would flee and hide in a small corner. As long as their descendants still had exceptionally talented young people, as long as they were able to recover their strength, they would have a chance to rise again. However, the youths that Xianxia had dealt with were practically the only way for the Western Emperor to retreat. In this tough battle, the Western Emperor had to fight as well, and if he didn't fight, he had to fight as well. But why could the Western Emperor tolerate Xianxia messing around in his territory? It was still the same problem called information blockade. The Black Tower could kill all the people involved. Even now, the Western Emperor still did not know what had happened. In this world of martial artists, blocking information was a very terrifying thing. He would make a faction blind. At the same time, Xianxia had reason to believe that this matter could not be separated from the nature sect. Only a power like the nature sect could assist Xianxia in accomplishing this feat in the shortest amount of time, less than a month. The serpent said, "Should we inform the Western Emperor?" Xianxia shook his head. "No need. The Southern Emperor already knows about the Black Tower from me. If he really wants to help the Western Emperor, he will inform the Western Emperor. If he doesn't want to protect the Western Emperor, then even if I tell him, the Southern Emperor will most likely defect and fight back against the Western Emperor. At that time, the Western Emperor will be doomed. If the Southern Emperor helped, Xianxia didn't need to go. If the Southern Emperor didn't help, it would be useless for Xianxia to go. He didn't need to go either. Do you feel Zhang Haiyue's aura?" the big snake said. Xianxia shook his head. "They are already on guard. I'm afraid they have concealed their aura now. They are hidden in the shadows, so they can only slowly search for them." Xianxia went to the small courtyard again. According to what Xianxia had heard the night before, the mysterious black-robed man and Zhang Haiyue had agreed to meet again one night later. However, Zhang Haiyue was seriously injured. In order to treat his injuries, he shouldn't be able to attend to the appointment in time, so the appointment would be postponed. However, there was no one in the small courtyard, not even the cage. "Did you run away?" Even if Zhang Haiyue can't come by himself, he can still send his subordinates over, the serpent said. Xianxia shook his head. Judging from Zhang Haiyue's performance, he is a person who values merit greatly. If he wants to do something big, he will definitely do it personally. He will never hand over the merit to anyone else to take over. That Zhang Haiyue regarded merit as everything, and from the two brief contacts between Xianxia and him, he was able to display it incisively and vividly. Xianxia touched the ground with one hand and said, "The nature sect has a very effective way of hiding. They can hide their aura fluctuations and even their vitality fluctuations." The serpent said, "Of course. Otherwise, how would they sneak attack the forces under the four emperors? This kind of concealment method is the foundation for them to do all major things. But this is bad. This city is neither big nor small. If you investigate one building at a time, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete it in 3 to 5 months. Back then, how did you know that handsome man didn't belong to the human race?" Xianxia suddenly asked this question. He was still touching the ground. The serpent said, "Sense of smell. Our demon race has a very strong sense of smell. We can smell the scent of human blood. However, I can't cultivate Zhang Haiyue's smell. He's hidden. Didn't you already know?" Xianxia nodded thoughtfully and said, "But you have forgotten one thing. Natural sects can conceal themselves, but the humans in the cages do not have the ability to do so. The people of the nature sect should not have thought of this either." "That's right," the eight-eyed snake said happily. "Even I didn't expect it. Let this daddy smell it." Xianxia extended his left arm to the surface of the ground. During the battle that night, Xianxia and Zhang Haiyue only fought briefly in the courtyard. Most of the battles took place in the distant sky, but the shockwaves caused by those brief battles also harmed some of the humans in the cages. Their blood had already seeped into the soil. The eight-eyed serpent sniffed and immediately locked onto the target. "They're still here. They're in the south of the city." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that what he had guessed was indeed correct. Zhang Haiyue had not left yet. Without any hesitation, he immediately acted. Xianxia followed the direction of the serpent and quickly arrived at the south of the city, locking onto the city lord's mansion. This city was bordered by the Demon Emperor Sea, and its military strength was very strong. The city lord's mansion could be said to be heavily defended. However, ordinary human soldiers no longer posed a threat to Xianxia. Their role was still to provide early warning. Once the demon race attacked, they could immediately report to the Western Emperor. Most of the soldiers in the vicinity of the city lord's mansion weren't physically strong. Instead, they were slightly skinny and robust warriors. This proved Xianxia's conjecture. They did not treat this place as their first defense, but abandoned it immediately when the demons invaded. There are many, the eight-eyed serpent said. There are many five-meridian martial artists in the city lord's mansion. The number is already close to 1,000. There are about 980 to 990 of them. The guards at the entrance were very alert. They saw that Xianxia had always been standing across the street. From the looks of it, 2 guards walked over and asked, "Disarm." These were the first words the 2 guards said, and then a guard reached out to grab the knife on Xianxia's back. Another guard pressed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and stared at Xianxia. "What are you doing?" Identity. Xianxia didn't even look at the 2 of them. He was always focused on searching for Zhang Haiyue. However, even at such a close distance, Zhang Haiyue's exact location could not be found. That brat was already like a frightened bird. Xianxia was not sure if today was the day when Zhang Haiyue and the black-robed man met. According to the Big Snake, the number of 5 meridian martial artists was still less than 1,000. If Zhang Haiyue hadn't come today, Zhang Haiyue would have probably escaped if he had alerted him. Whether Zhang Haiyue was inside or not was the biggest problem. Entering or not. Still can't smell it. Xianxia asked in his heart. I can't confirm Zhang Haiyue's whereabouts, but I'm afraid this is our only chance. If he didn't attack today, Zhang Haiyue would run tomorrow. If he attacked today and he wasn't here, he would run when he heard the wind. Xianxia suddenly thought of that handsome man. I'm here to assassinate the city lord, he said to the 2 guards. The 2 guards were stunned. One of them was shocked. How dare you? Come on, capture him. These 2 guards were both Heaven Origin Realm martial artists, so they were not qualified to probe Xianxia's strength. Dozens of guards rushed forward to surround Xianxia, and more than a dozen sharp swords were placed on Xianxia's neck, the edges of the swords forming a circle. Another guard also took off Xianxia's giant saber. However, his body sank, and his entire body was actually bent down under the pressure of the giant saber. His right hand was smashed onto the ground by the heavy giant saber, and he was unable to pull it out. This scene greatly shocked the guards. Originally, they thought that Xianxia was just a madman, so no one would understand that he wanted to assassinate the city lord. However, after sensing the weight of the giant saber, the guards were all vigilant. They summoned more people to escort Xianxia into the city lord's mansion. It was a very stupid decision. However, this world of martial artists was quite different from Xianxia's own. Ordinary people did not have any court offices in their cities. All conflicts in the city were decided by the city lord himself, who was a martial artist. The cell in this city was naturally behind the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was very large, and the public hall was located on the periphery. It was mainly used to interrogate demons who had crossed the border. Because the laws of the human world were very simple, killing people was not against the law. There was almost no need to use it to interrogate humans. As for organizations like the Imperial Court, only Border City existed. Basically, they were created for foreigners and outsiders. As night fell, Xianxia didn't receive any interrogation and went straight to the prison. In order to avoid being invaded by the demons, the entire city lord's mansion had a spherical barrier. After entering the city lord's mansion, Xianxia crossed the barrier and felt that there were still 2 barriers in the mansion. One was in the rear and should be used to imprison the cells. The other one was in the middle, not knowing what it was. Xianxia followed the guards all the way through the open courtyard and finally arrived at the center. And here, Xianxia was escorted by the guards to the city lord's manor's clan general, who then escorted Xianxia further inside. This place just happened to be at the edge of the central barrier. Xianxia immediately opened his lightning bolt eyes and used his vision to pierce through the barrier in the middle, to see what was happening inside. There were 3 pavilions in the center of the garden. In the middle of the pavilion sat Zhang Haiyue and the black-robed man. The other 2 pavilions were occupied by the green-robed man. Perhaps it was because Zhang Haiyue really had a powerful sixth sense. He seemed to have sensed a gaze paying attention to him, so he subconsciously looked over. The martial sage's gaze pierced through the dense flowers and accurately landed on Xiang Nan. At that moment, Zhang Haiyue was stunned. What? When the black-robed man saw Zhang Haiyue's expression, he said, "There are only 11 people left. Could it be that this is not enough?" "That's it. Shut up." Zhang Haiyue raised his hand and stopped the black-robed man's next words. He said in a low voice, "Prepare for battle. Everyone, prepare for the enemy." Xiang Nan moved. He only gently raised his hand. All the guards around him fell to the ground silently. He slowly walked through the long corridor, arrived at the garden boundary, and stood outside the barrier. "Damn it!" The black-robed man also saw Xiang Nan and angrily said, "You haven't dealt with this person yet. You're really bold." Zhang Haiyue sat in the pavilion, leisurely making tea for himself, and said, "The Bai clan didn't kill you once, yet you actually dared to come back. His arms have recovered. This is indeed unexpected. But do you think I'm completely unprepared? This barrier, you—" Xiang Nan's face was expressionless as he placed his palm on the surface of the barrier. In an instant, the barrier opened up a gap on its own. Xiang Nan actually walked in with one step. All the green-robed men stood up. "Damn it!" Zhang Haiyue's expression also changed slightly. Weaponry refiner actually took into account his attainments in formations? Zhang Haiyue did not know how to describe Xiang Nan. Not only was this so-called number 1 artificer in the Six Emperors world extremely skilled in artificing, his martial arts was even more frightening. He was actually so skilled in formations. The barrier that Zhang Haiyue was proud of failed to stop Xiang Nan for 3 seconds. Good, good, good. Zhang Haiyue looked at Xiang Nan getting closer and closer and said coldly, "Being bold and cautious is always my style. Although I don't believe you really dare to come back, I'm already prepared. Go!" Zhang Haiyue waved his hand, and a dozen green-robed men immediately rushed towards Xiang Nan. The mysterious black-robed man stomped his feet angrily and said, "There are only 11 people left. It's fine if you want it or not. I won't participate in your affairs anymore." The black-robed man glanced at Xiang Nan and then at Zhang Haiyue. "Your efficiency is too disappointing for me," he said. Zhang Haiyue frowned and said, "The last 11 people, you must." Before he could finish his sentence, the black-robed man once again ran away with no morale. The veins on Zhang Haiyue's forehead twitched in anger. He pointed at Xiang Nan and shouted, "Kill him for me!" More than a dozen green-robed people had very high cultivation bases, all of them at the 8th or 9th level of the divine martial arts. Last time, Zhang Haiyue had learned a lesson. This time, he had gathered even more powerful experts. Xiang Nan used the 1st level of the divine martial technique to fight against the dozens of cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels of the divine martial technique. The gap was still huge, and it was very difficult to complete the kill. He directly released his dream body and immediately raised himself to the 5th level of the divine martial arts. As a result, the gap between the 2 sides was only 3 to 4 levels. Try out the power of this scarlet dragon sword technique. Xiang Nan's left arm trembled, and the snake-shaped tattoo immediately began to shine. An intolerably hot and dry aura surged out of Xiang Nan's body. "Zhang Haiyue, this time you won't be able to fly." Xiang Nan's face was cold as he slashed out at the dozen green-robed experts who had jumped over. Fire elementium was something that humans could always use, ranging from lighting a match to refining pill flames, to playing with flames in the middle of applause. But at best, this was just using fire elementium. The biggest difference between Dao luck and utilization was that Dao luck directly controlled the elements. It directly disintegrated the elemental structure. That enormous flaming saber light emitted a dragon aura comparable to that of the fire dragons. One could even vaguely see large droplets of lava dripping from the blade light. The dozen or so green-robed men didn't even have time to react when they were sliced open by a single blade. The moment the saber light struck the dozen or so people, they were burned to a blazing red state by the terrifying temperature. Their bodies melted like molten glass, quickly turning into liquid. These inconceivably high temperatures melted the ground as soon as they touched it. However, before they could burn out a deeper hole, they were vaporized into mist at an even higher temperature. A dozen experts at the 8th or 9th level of the divine martial arts, their divine astral chi shields had not been able to bring about even the slightest bit of defensive power. Elemental invasion. Zhang Haiyue's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. One of the greatest characteristics of Dao luck attacks was elemental invasion. Everything in the world was made up of elements, and burning these things with pure flames could only be called burning. However, the changes brought about by the Dao luck attack were no longer limited to this level. When the saber light of fire Dao luck hit the human body, it was like dropping a drop of ink into a bowl of water, dyeing the entire bowl black. As for elemental invasion, after the fire elemental touched a martial artist, it would swallow, infect, and assimilate all the elemental elements that made up a martial artist's body. Therefore, strictly speaking, Xiangnan's saber strike could only split a dozen or so martial artists into two. However, the power that brought them true melting was their own elemental structure. The water elements in their bodies were swallowed by the fire elements and assimilated into fire. The wood elements in their bodies were similarly assimilated, and the earth elements in their bodies were still the same. When a martial artist did not possess his own Dao luck and did not possess the ability to reinforce the elements within his body, the moment he encountered an elemental invasion attack, he was basically a paper man with a paper shield in his hand to defend against the sharp blade attacks of the enemy. This was completely useless. Damn it! This is the Scarlet Dragon sword art. You actually succeeded. Zhang Haiyue was shocked and quickly sliced out a gigantic palm towards Xiangnan. This type of attack was still at the level of borrowing elemental energy. It was several orders of magnitude weaker than controlling elemental energy. Xiangnan's face was cold as he waved his hand. The saber light flew out, and the giant flaming saber struck the enormous palm, immediately melting the entire palm into gas. Halfway through, it turned into white smoke that curled upwards. Zhang Haiyue took away Xiangnan's Scarlet Dragon sword technique, but he had never been able to complete it. Today, when he saw Xiangnan use this move, he was completely desperate. The martial skill that even the Valurium sect master himself had not cultivated had been cultivated by Xiangnan. In the face of an elemental invasion attack, any resistance was just a joke. Zhang Haiyue gave up all resistance and looked at Xiangnan blankly. Now, tell me the whereabouts of the little bird. I can let you die a bit more happily. Xiangnan walked forward and grabbed Zhang Haiyue's left wrist with his right hand. At this moment, a terrifying temperature was transmitted through Xiangnan's palm to Zhang Haiyue's wrist, causing the wrist to soften in less than a second, turning into a flowing red liquid. Zhang Haiyue's face twisted in pain, and the terrifying temperature was still spreading along his wrist towards his arm. By the time Zhang Haiyue's arm melted and only reached his elbow, the surrounding temperature had already reached his shoulder, causing his left arm to turn into a loud color, as if it had just been taken out of a furnace. Zhang Haiyue instinctively used his right fist to condense his astral chi and smashed it towards Xiangnan's face. Pong! This punch landed on Xiangnan's face. The place where his fist came into contact with his face turned red. Zhang Haiyue's right fist immediately melted into liquid and then turned into a gaseous state. Ah! Zhang Haiyue howled in pain. Xiangnan said coldly, "You don't have Dao luck. You're just a piece of paper in front of me." Xiangnan released Zhang Haiyue's left wrist, but he raised his index finger and gently pressed it down on Zhang Haiyue's chest. Zhang Haiyue's chest immediately melted and a finger hole collapsed, allowing Xiangnan's finger to easily pierce through. Stop! Suddenly, an explosive shout came from the horizon, followed by hundreds of martial artists descending from the sky. Most of these martial artists were experts at the 5th level of the divine martial arts, but they clearly did not belong to the nature sect. World-saving sect. Xiangnan immediately recognized the clothes of those people. The world-saving sect had also unilaterally challenged Xiangnan. They had always been tracking down Xiangnan's whereabouts. It could be imagined that the last battle between Xiangnan and Zhang Haiyue in the city had attracted people from the world-saving sect. These hundreds of people descended in unison, standing all over the flower bushes, completely surrounding Xiangnan. Zhang Haiyue shook off Xiangnan and turned around to flee. However, half of his left arm had been melted and burned into gas. There was no chance of recovery. In the blink of an eye, thousands of saber lights and sword lights slashed towards Xiangnan. These rays of light interweaved into a crisscrossed net, locking down every escape route of Xiangnan. However, Xiangnan did not escape at all. He only slowly raised his left hand. His entire body had also turned into a blazing red state. After all the saber rays hit him, they instantly melted into liquid and flowed down Xiangnan's body. Before they fell to the ground, they burned into a gaseous state. Dao Luck! The martial practitioners of the world-saving sect exclaimed in unison. Xiangnan stabbed his horse and chopped it out with a ring cut. Wherever the great crescent flame saber light swept out, all the Jishur sect martial artists melted into liquid glass. Zhang Haiyue, you can't escape this time. Xiangnan turned around and turned into a human-shaped flame, chasing after Zhang Haiyue in the direction he escaped from. At this moment, a gigantic palm of light suddenly fell from the sky. The palm landed on Xiangnan's body and ruthlessly landed on the ground. The extremely high temperature caused him to melt a small hole in the ground. 3 white-bearded old men floated in the sky. These 3 were all Martial Saint 3rd layer. Yu Xiaolu had clearly said that the Scarlet Dragon Sword technique was not superior to the Burning Heaven Palm in terms of power alone. The true value of the Crimson Dragon Sword technique was that it allowed non-Martial Saint martial artists to possess Dao Luck's attack methods. In other words, the 3 martial saints of the world-saving sect no longer feared Xiangnan's elemental invasion when they possessed Dao Luck. At this time, both sides were standing on the same starting line, competing with each other in terms of the power of martial skills, not the power of elemental invasion. That palm strike had already locked down his own elemental structure, and could directly cause substantial damage to Xiangnan. This was the palm of a Martial Saint 3rd layer expert. After Xiangnan was knocked to the ground, he quickly melted through the ground. During the process of sinking, his body was engulfed by that terrifying palm force. His entire body was shattered into countless small pieces and scattered into the depths of the ground. With a single palm strike, Xiangnan's body collapsed. This was something Xiangnan hadn't expected. But what he didn't expect was that the Crimson Dragon Sword technique, a martial skill that could directly use Dao Luck to attack, could actually stimulate the Vermilion Bird Divine Pill. Ignoring the elemental invasion, the Scarlet Dragon Sword Art's killing power was equivalent to the Fire Dragon race's Dragon Breath. The dragon and Vermilion Bird were both divine beasts, and a single Dragon Breath was enough to revive the Vermilion Bird after bathing in fire. The countless tiny fragments that Xiangnan had transformed into immediately frantically condensed together, quickly forming into Xiangnan's form. The precious wealth Mo Ling left you is truly peerless. The big snake sighed emotionally. No wonder old man Mo Ling had spent his entire life trying to gather all 4 divine pills. The effects of these divine pills, which even Grand Master Shendao dreamed of, had already been shown to be extremely enthusiastic. Still alive. In the sky, the expressions of the 3 Jishur sect elders changed drastically. In the distance, once Zhang Haiyue got a chance to catch his breath, he began to shrink 1,000 li. Xiangnan sensed that abnormal spatial fluctuation. He turned into a line of fire that pierced through the ground and shot towards the area where Zhang Haiyue was. Catch up to him! The 3 elders were chasing after him. Their speed was even faster than Xiangnan and Zhang Haiyue's. After Zhang Haiyue had condensed and shrunk for 1,000 kilometers, he immediately entered the spiral black ball and disappeared. Behind Xiangnan, a heaven-piercing spear of light was thrown at him. The spear of light spread out over the entire city, occupying nearly 1/10 of the view of the night sky. Second brother, help me, an elder shouted. Another elder immediately pushed his hands forward and shouted, the wind Dao is boundless. The wind is the flowing air. The wind Dao pushed the light spear to a terrifying speed and formed a vacuum belt in the sky ahead. After entering the vacuum, the speed of the light spear increased dramatically, and it was already very close to the speed of sublight. Xiangnan could also use the subspeed of light to move, but in a short distance he was unable to accurately predict the landing point, and it was also difficult to dodge the same speed of light attack. Xiangnan's reaction was already extremely fast. He did not predict any location, but only dodged decisively. He believed that the spear of light must have been aimed at his body. However, dodging this time was still not enough. The edge of the spear of light brushed past Xiangnan's left shoulder and pierced through half of his body. Xiangnan's left chest and even his arm disappeared. It was also a Dao luck attack. The light spear's attribute was earth. Soil elements quickly invaded Xiangnan's wounds. After Xiangnan's own flame Dao luck, they cancelled each other out, and only a small portion of his flesh and blood was sandy at the wounds. However, Xiangnan's left body, which had disappeared, quickly burned and recovered. Xiangnan did not stop. He had been chasing after Zhang Haiyue. Suddenly, two identical Xiangnan appeared beside him. The three Xiangnan quickly formed a seal and completed the acceleration array within a second. He turned his body into a bolt of lightning and slashed through the night sky. The three elders were all dumbfounded. The last time Xiangnan was shattered by the palm force, it was hidden deep beneath the surface of the ground. However, this time, Xiangnan's body healed as they watched helplessly. Is there such a miracle under the heavens? The elder who released the light spear was no longer able to understand the current situation. The effects of the vermilion bird divine pill were already very close to immortality, but it still had its flaws. Xiangnan was very clear on this point, and Old Man Mo Ling had mentioned it before. If the enemy didn't shatter Xiangnan's body, but cut him in half and imprisoned him in different places, he wouldn't be able to recover. However, the eight-eyed snake's immortality did not have such a flaw. Even if the snake's body was sliced open and thrown into every region, one of the regions would be able to regrow its original body. Xiangnan had personally tested this move. Kid Xiangnan, you have to be careful, the eight-eyed snake reminded. Those three old fellows are not fools. They will soon discover the rules of your rebirth. At that time, your life will still be in danger. Of course, Xiangnan knew this, but he was determined to catch up with Zhang Haiyue. Where are you fleeing to? In the blink of an eye, Xiangnan, who had transformed into lightning, had already surpassed Zhang Haiyue and turned around to chase after him. Zhang Haiyue panicked and condensed into 1,000 li to escape. However, Xiangnan's speed was even faster. This time, he used the speed of light once and flashed to Zhang Haiyue's side. He then grabbed Zhang Haiyue's shoulder from behind. This brat was ruthless enough. He knew that after being grabbed by Xiangnan's shoulder, his entire arm would melt. He immediately made a decision. He actually spat out a strand of dipper chi and cut off half of his remaining left arm. This time, Xiangnan grabbed an empty spot. Zhang Haiyue put his broken arm into his storage ring and jumped into the spiral black ball. Xiangnan also jumped in, but the spiral black ball suddenly spun in the opposite direction, throwing Xiangnan 50,000 miles away. At the same time, the three Martial Saint elders, who had a wider range of perceptions, also set out to attack Xiangnan's aura from a distance. 3 spears of light flew out from the sky. With the support of the wind Dao, the 3 spears reached the speed of sublight. With a flash of light, they crossed a long distance and pierced through Xiangnan's body. The middle of the 3 spears pierced through Xiangnan's chest. The light spear was too big, and Xiangnan's entire body was shattered. The broken sand burned and reformed into Xiangnan. These 3 Martial Saint third-layer elders were able to push the attack to the speed of sublight with 2 types of Dao luck. However, Xiangnan could reach the speed of full light by himself. The 2 avatars immediately appeared, forming a triangle of 3, forming a seal in an instant. Don't think that if you kill me, you'll be able to force the whereabouts of the little demon pet from other sects. As I said earlier, I'm completely prepared. As long as I die, the other members will directly kill your demon pet without asking why. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Xiangnan, have you ever played with me? Zhang Haiyue's arrogant voice floated out of the black ball and spanned 50,000 kilometers before Xiangnan. At the same time, Zhang Haiyue also kicked Ningkong's leg behind him. He predicted that Xiangnan might rush over at high speed, and this kick was his defense. However, Xiangnan did not. He had just finished forming the seal when Zhang Haiyue's empty leg was kicked into the air. Help me! While fleeing in a sorry state, Zhang Haiyue chased after the three elders and hid behind them. At this moment, an explosive sound could be heard from the horizon. The sound was thunder-shocking, and the trembling clouds dispersed. Following that, a flash of light arrived several thousand miles away. Then, the flash no longer traveled at the speed of light, but directly transformed into flight and shot towards them as a beam of intense light. The three elders stood in front of Zhang Haiyue and looked at Xiangnan with solemn expressions. You, an elder, was just about to speak. Kill him! Zhang Haiyue shouted ferociously, pointing at Xiangnan and saying, Three elders, hurry up and kill him. I will definitely thank you. The three elders immediately condensed their martial skills. Xiangnan took a deep breath and threw out the bright moon Haoyin mirror. However, a sharp blade light suddenly appeared. Outside, the three of them formed a seal. The enormous blade light was instantly accelerated to the speed of light. The three elders didn't even see the shadow of the saber light, but three heads shot into the sky and were sliced open at the same time. The corpses of the three martial sages staggered and fell to the ground. Zhang Haiyue was stunned. He stared blankly at this scene and only let out the sound of a lotus in his throat. Xiangnan rushed up and grabbed Zhang Haiyue by the collar. The fist smashed into Zhang Haiyue's nose, causing his nose and mouth to bleed, and even a few of his teeth fell off. Do you think? Xiangnan leaned his face closer to Zhang Haiyue and coldly said, You think you can rest easy once you have found a backer? That Zhang Haiyue was already scared out of his wits and shocked. You're a ghost! Xiangnan raised his right fist again. His fist was already burning red and he said, This punch will kill you. Zhang Haiyue was scared. This time he was really scared. In the past, he always felt that he had the possibility of escaping. This kind of luck made him. However, after witnessing the three martial Saint third-layer elders being harvested by a divine martial fifth-layer Xiangnan, he realized how weak he was in front of Xiangnan. Zhang Haiyue's voice softened and he trembled. Don't kill me, please. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and said, Heh, ha, ha ha. What a natural sect. Didn't you never admit defeat? Zhang Haiyue pleaded. Keep my life. I'm still useful. I can help you find your demon pet. Sure. Xiangnan's blazing right hand grabbed Zhang Haiyue's right shoulder. His entire right arm melted into liquid, sprinkling down from the sky, and then turned into white gas in the night. Zhang Haiyue's scream was as sharp as a fingernail grabbing a smooth steel surface. I won't kill you, but it won't make you feel better. Zhang Haiyue was a ruthless character. His arms were destroyed, and he did not curse Xiangnan. Zhang Haiyue was willing to admit defeat and become a king and defeat a bandit. He understood this ideal very well. Where is the little bird? Xiangnan asked. As he spoke, Xiangnan ordered Zhang Haiyue to open the storage ring and retrieve some things from it. The Scarlet Dragon Sword Art's sword manual was there, but the hundreds of magic crystals were gone. In addition, there was a sheepskin scroll. On the cover of the scroll was a dragon. The words written on the scroll were strange words that Xiangnan did not recognize. Zhang Haiyue used his Dipper Chi to condense the shape of his arms and hands. He took out a message from his storage ring and sent it flying. He said to Xiangnan, Wait a moment. I will return your little demon pet to you, but it will take some time. Xiangnan's expression turned cold. Why does it take time? Don't tell me you don't even know where the little bird is? Don't play tricks on me. Zhang Haiyue said, I really don't know. I gave your little bird to the other members for safekeeping. If I die, they will immediately kill your little bird. But in order to prevent me from being searched by others, I deliberately told them to put your little bird in a place that even I don't know about. This is for the sake of safety. Do you think I'll believe you? Xiangnan said. Zhang Haiyue shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, because you have no other choice. Xianxia asked, what was the message you just sent? Zhang Haiyue said, the group that brought the bird is moving at any time. They still have other tasks to complete, so if I want to find the bird, I have to establish contact with them first and wait for their reply. Xianxia raised the sheepskin scroll and said, what is written here? Zhang Haiyue said, Yao 1. Xianxia frowned and said, the demon race culture is highly unified with the human race. They are also using human characters. How can there be demon characters? Zhang Haiyue laughed. Sometimes I really wonder if you are a person from this world. Before the demons learned culture from humans, they had their own demon characters. However, demon runes have already become the demon race's secret runes. Only the royal bloodline of the demon race and high-ranking figures can use them. Ordinary demons have indeed used human runes a long time ago. Xianxia muttered. So the words in this scroll are related to a conspiracy. Zhang Haiyue said, I'll tell you clearly, yes, but you don't have to ask what the plot is, because I won't tell you. It has nothing to do with the hatred between us. Xianxia knew that if he continued to inquire, he probably wouldn't be able to come up with any results. However, he was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that the nature sect had already begun to contact the demon race. What was the reason for that? How long will it take? Xianxia asked. Zhang Haiyue said, depending on the situation, we still don't know where the members of that sect are. In short, just wait patiently. Xianxia nodded, and then he placed his palm on Zhang Haiyue's chest. Do you still want to kill me? Zhang Haiyue's expression changed. Xianxia did not answer him. But then, Zhang Haiyue suddenly stiffened. He felt a strange lightning power suddenly enter his body and lurk in his spiritual sea. What is this? Zhang Haiyue panicked. Xianxia said calmly, I have transported a world-exterminating divine lightning into your body. If you leave me 50,000 kilometers away, or if I die, this divine lightning will lose control and immediately explode into pieces. You can control the world-exterminating divine lightning? Zhang Haiyue sucked in a breath of cold air. It has nothing to do with you, Xianxia said. Don't ask more if you shouldn't. At first, Zhang Haiyue did not believe Xianxia's words. He quietly sensed it and revealed a look of despair. Xianxia would not foolishly fall into a passive position unilaterally. Zhang Haiyue could threaten Xianxia with a little bird, and Xianxia could also threaten Zhang Haiyue with world-exterminating divine lightning. The two of them found an inn to stay in, and in the blink of an eye, a day and night passed. The next morning, Xianxia brought Zhang Haiyue to eat on the second floor of the inn. With the sound of the stairs, a group of people dressed in ordinary people's clothing walked up. There were a total of 14 to 15 of them. They looked like herb farmers who had just returned from picking herbs from the forest. However, Xianxia could tell at a glance that these people's footsteps were steady and did not have the feeling of emptiness that mortals felt when they walked. However, if one were to carefully perceive them, they would not be able to sense their aura fluctuations. The dozen or so people sat at the side table and looked towards Zhang Haiyue from time to time. Their gazes were focused on Zhang Haiyue. You're in big trouble. Zhang Haiyue smiled and said, These people are here to kill me. Then you're in big trouble, Xianxia said. Zhang Haiyue said, You can't let me die, so you must drive them away. But they are from Moon Shadow. Xianxia asked in a low voice, Where did you come from? Zhang Haiyue gave a brief introduction. The 4 human emperors all had their own trusted forces, as well as their own personal forces. Some people had followed the mortal emperor since they were born. They had stepped into the martial Tao at the age of 4. The cultivation methods and martial skills they cultivated were all personally taught by the mortal emperor, and the training they had received was also the most harsh. These people would be thrown into dangerous areas around the world to survive. They would be thrown in at the age of 8 and rescued at the age of 12. Only then would those who were still alive be able to truly become trump cards, including endless forests. Moon Shadow was such an organization, but it belonged to the Eastern Emperor's trump card army. Could be said that every one of them was an expert amongst experts. Normal sects mainly relied on their masters to preach and disciples to cultivate, while these so-called trump cards used the dark forces to baptize and temper themselves in a cruel environment. Their talent and realm might not be first class, and some of them were even inferior to Zhang Haiyue, but their strength was also first class. Every method they grasped was used to kill people. At this time, the people from the Moon Shadow hadn't acted recklessly, but had instead used their observation to further confirm Zhang Haiyue's identity. Why the East Emperor? Xianxia said. He was in the Western Emperor continent, so if there was a trump card army that wanted to assassinate Zhang Haiyue, it should be someone from the Western Emperor. However, Zhang Haiyue only smiled and said, "Isn't it obvious enough?" Xianxia suddenly said, "So you are a person from the Western Emperor continent." Zhang Haiyue must be the young master of a high-ranking figure in the Western Emperor continent, which was why he was able to travel so freely in the Western Emperor continent. In that case, Xian Qingzhu's actions should have been coordinated by Zhang Haiyue. Isn't this equivalent to Zhang Haiyue betraying the Western Emperor continent? Before Xianxia could think too much, the person who had been in the Moon Shadow for more than a dozen years had already stood up. "What did you do to the Eastern Emperor?" Xianxia asked in a deep voice, his right hand on the hilt of the saber. Zhang Haiyue chuckled. "Something that the Eastern Emperor can't stand." The four emperors had never interfered in the plans of the Nature sect, but this time, the Eastern Emperor had personally sent Moon Shadow's men to the Western Emperor continent to assassinate Zhang Haiyue. Combined with the words that the black-robed man had said on the first night of the battle, Xianxia knew that the arrival of these people was very likely related to the 5 Meridian youths in the cage. More than 10 Moon Shadows had already surrounded Xianxia's table. As for Xianxia, he was still sitting face-to-face with Zhang Haiyue and did not act rashly. Zhang Haiyue said, "You'd better not use the Scarlet Dragon Sword technique. There are too many mortals here. They simply cannot withstand the violent elemental fluctuations. Even if you didn't attack them, the temperature in the air is enough to instantly turn all mortals within a radius of several dozen kilometers into steam." The last time Xianxia used this move, it was still in the City Lord's mansion's barrier. However, there was no barrier here, which brought a lot of trouble to Xianxia. One of the Moon Shadow's men placed his hand on Zhang Haiyue's shoulder and said, "Zhang Haiyue." As they spoke, the Moon Shadow's eyes were staring at Xianxia. The greatest threat they could feel was not Zhang Haiyue, but the martial artist in front of them who seemed to be only at the first level of the divine martial arts. This was not a judgment brought about by perception, but a terrifying intuition. "What exactly did you do?" Xianxia asked again. Xianxia definitely did not want to be used as a saber. If this Zhang Haiyue really did something that angered both God and man, how could he help him deal with the people of the Eastern Emperor? "Must I ask?" Zhang Haiyue said. The person from the Moon Shadow had already pulled out a rope and tied Zhang Haiyue up, keeping an eye on Xianxia's movements. Zhang Haiyue also looked at Xianxia. Until the people from Moon Shadow tied Zhang Haiyue up and walked to the window to prepare to take off, Xianxia was still drinking at the table. He did not raise his head to look at Zhang Haiyue, but said indifferently, "Don't try to let me save you, unless you are honest with me. I Xianxia caught you. I didn't become your Zhang Haiyue's fighter. Don't forget." Xiang Nanrua said meaningfully, 50,000 li. Zhang Haiyue sighed and said, "According to the original plan, I should have left here last night. I didn't need to meet anyone from the Moon Shadow. However, since you want to know so much, just wait here for one more day. You will see what you want to know." Xianxia stood up and cupped his fists towards the people from the Moon Shadow. "Gentlemen, I have offended you. This Zhang Haiyue is now my hostage and cannot be taken away by you." The leader of the Moon Shadow turned to look at Xianxia. He thought for a moment and tried to ask, "Are you Xianxia?" Xianxia nodded. Many of the Moon Shadows were surprised. The leader said, "You really caught Zhang Haiyue. This is quite shocking. Are you surprised?" Zhang Haiyue laughed. "If it wasn't for Xianxia catching me, do you really think that your people from Moon Shadow would be able to find me?" The experts of the Moon Shadows immediately hesitated. One of them lowered his voice and whispered in the leader's ear, "What should we do? This Nan is personally declaring war on the nature sect all over the world through the Nan Emperor. We don't know how close this Xiang Nan is to the Southern Emperor. If we take Zhang Haiyue away, will we offend the Southern Emperor?" The leader hesitated. "Give me face." Xiang Nan cupped his fists and said, "After I get what I want, I will give Zhang Haiyue to His Excellency the Eastern Emperor for free." The leader thought for a moment and apologized to Xiang Nan. "Sorry, I can't satisfy your request. We have to take this Zhang Haiyue away." As the leader spoke, the other members of the Moon Shadow immediately drew out their swords without hesitation. Xiang Nan stood up and grabbed the giant saber in his hand, saying, "I have no intention of opposing the Eastern Emperor, but this Zhang Haiyue is very important to me. I can only offend everyone. Attack." The leader had already made up his mind to take Zhang Haiyue away no matter what. The members of the Moon Shadow immediately disappeared. They were extremely fast, and they were very good at concealing themselves. Before Xiang Nan could make a move, he had dodged 3 times in a row. On his left arm, right leg, left rib, and neck there were a few small cuts that were caused by the sharp sword cutting through his skin. "Sure," Xiang Nan said, "being able to touch my skin, the Moon Shadow is indeed worthy of its reputation." Xiang Nan had already used his powerful sixth sense to predict the approaching danger, but he was still unable to completely dodge the enemy's attack. These people's fighting instincts were incredibly strong. "Very few of us survived the first round of our attack," the leader of the Moon Shadow said with a serious expression. "You're not bad." Xiang Nan could tell that Moon Shadow's people were also very restrained. None of them used a vast range of martial skills, relying solely on their fierce combat skills. Xiang Nan nodded slightly. Just this alone made him have a good impression on the people of Moon Shadow. At least, these people would not ignore the lives of mortals. The leader said, "Xiang Nan, I heard that you have a good relationship with the Southern Conquest King. Please forgive us for having to attack you today. If possible, we hope that you can escape and not force us to kill you." Xiang Nan closed his eyes and said, "Since we can't reach an agreement, please take action." Inexplicable sword lights began to flicker in the air again. These sword lights came from unknown directions, without any warning at all. As for Xiang Nan, he closed his eyes in the face of the enemy's fierce attack, which made the people of Moon Shadow feel very puzzled. However, the next scene left them dumbfounded. Xiang Nan's body glided to the left. His speed was not fast, but he suddenly made a move and pointed out a Moon Shadow member in the air. This finger directly stabbed at the Moon Shadow member's throat. Following that, Xiang Nan turned his hand and pointed behind him with his left hand, pointing at the other member of the Moon Shadow. His body soared into the air. Almost at the same time that his hands pointed out, he jumped into the air and suddenly fell down. His legs knelt in the air, kneeling on the shoulders of the 2 Moon Shadow members, pressing them to the ground. In the previous instant, these people had been hiding in the air at an extremely high speed, coupled with their formidable concealment ability, not showing any outlines. Now, he was being controlled by Xiang Nan with such precision and clarity. "There's no need to fight. You guys leave." Before the next round could begin, the leader had already waved his hand and summoned all of his team members back. Xiang Nan smiled. The leader said, "They are not your opponents. There is no point fighting any longer. I am not talented. I will personally experience Mr. Xiang's moves." As he spoke, the leader emitted invisible ripples. These ripples did not appear in the air, but anything enveloped by the ripples could generate feedback and return to the leader's comprehension. This move was similar to Xiang Nan's mind, but it wasn't as comprehensive as his mind. He already knew every detail of his surroundings like the back of his hand. But strangely, neither the leader nor Xiang Nan attacked, and both of them lowered their heads. It was as if he was carefully comprehending something. In the leader's senses, the wine glasses, plates, dishes, the surrounding diners, tables, and chairs, and even the main building of the inn became incomparably clear in his heart. "He's calculating," Xiang Nan said to the snake in his heart. "This person is different from his subordinates. He does not believe in intuition and only calculates accurately in the envelope. He is affecting all the surroundings, forming the shape of numbers in his heart. Divine Martial 7th Layer. The snake replied, "You have to be careful. This leader only possesses the 7th level of the Divine Martial Saint Realm, yet he dares to capture Zhang Haiyue of the 1st level of the Martial Saint Realm. This shows that his strength is really very strong." Xianxia relied on his insight to determine the leader's next move. Every time Xianxia felt that the leader was ready to attack, he would map out the route that the leader wanted to attack. However, at this moment, the picture formed by Xianxia's prediction immediately changed. This meant that the leader also realized that Xianxia had predicted what he was going to do, so he made a temporary readjustment. Xianxia tilted his head slightly and continued to perceive with his mind and eyes. His prediction formed a substantial picture, and he felt that the leader was rushing towards his left. Furthermore, this sprint had extended to at least 12 different moves. Xianxia looked at the 12 transformation techniques in his eyes and immediately thought of how to crack them. However, that move suddenly disappeared, and the picture that the leader had rushed over also disappeared. Immediately after, the leader jumped up and slashed towards Xianxia's head. This sword strike had evolved into at least 7 different moves, indicating that the sword strike could temporarily change into the maximum number of other offensive methods. Xianxia lowered his head and immediately judged how to deal with any of the 7 moves. But then, these changes disappeared. Experts. Xianxia was excited. He had never encountered such an opponent before. The situation of that leader was much worse than Xianxia's. He was already sweating on his head, and his expression was extremely cautious. Everyone else, including Zhang Haiyue, looked confused. The leader and Xianxia did not move. From the beginning until now, they had only maintained their original positions, not even raising their arms. However, the leader's expression was getting worse and worse, and he was getting more and more nervous. How could this be? The leader frowned. He looked at Xianxia and said, "How can you escape my accurate calculation? Every attack route I've planned has already taken into account all factors, including air friction, the strength of the floor, and the amount of time it takes for you to retaliate." Xianxia said, "Calculation is dead, but man is alive. Like your subordinates, I trust my intuition more." The leader shook his head. Intuition cannot defeat accurate calculations. After saying that, the leader was ruthless and immediately attacked. This time, he really made a move. He didn't believe that Xianxia could really dodge his attack. He only believed that it was because his mentality was too obvious that he could be guessed by Xianxia every time. If he really did, perhaps the result would be completely different. The leader pointed at Xianxia's chest with a thick strand of dipper chi. This finger force was extremely fierce. Even in Xianxia's eyes, it was incredibly powerful. That finger force expelled the air, and its strength shrank by more than 30 times. This was a strange-looking finger force because this finger force was supposed to have a diameter of nearly a meter, but in reality, it was less than 3 centimeters in diameter. The ultra-high concentration caused the originally intense and restless surface of the dipper chi to become as smooth as a mirror. At first glance, it looked like a mirror that had been pulled into a noodle. The entire mirror refracted the sunlight without any difference, allowing Xianxia to see the reflection of Zhang Haiyue and the others on the dipper chi finger. Xianxia immediately dodged. However, he knew that this finger force was only used to force him to make a move. The leader's true attack was the next step. Sure enough, the moment the leader released his finger power, he slid towards Xianxia's left side. The sword in his hand swiftly slashed towards the air on Xianxia's left side. At the same time, as Xianxia dodged the finger force, he dodged to the left and used his head to receive the leader's sword strike. The smooth, mirror-like finger force silently pierced through the wall of the inn. There was no explosion. Even on the wooden wall, there were no traces of burning. Only a small hole suddenly appeared, as if it had been on the wall before. Xianxia's movements were even stranger. He did not directly block the sword strike, but instead used a huge saber to slash towards the air on his right. There was no one there. Strangely, the sword that the leader struck disappeared without warning. Instead, It appeared on Xianxia's right side, as if it was intentionally cooperating with Xianxia. However, only the leader himself knew that he had predicted Xianxia's defensive moves. So this sword would suddenly turn halfway to Xianxia's right. That right was the path that Xianxia should take when dodging the sword. Ding! With a crisp exchange of blows, the swords collided, and both of them were shattered at the same time. You've reached my third step. The leader narrowed his eyes. The leader pointed again and immediately dodged. He calculated everything. When he calculated that Xianxian dodged this finger, he still had to move to the left because Xianxian was holding the saber in his right hand. Dodging to the left would allow his body to move towards him, which was beneficial to brandishing the giant saber to counterattack on the spot. Thus, he calculated that after Xianxian moved to the left, he prepared to use his sword to slash at Xianxia's right side. The direction of this slash was a distance that Xianxia's saber could not reach. But similarly, this sword was unable to hit Xianxia, but he still had a backhand. When this sword was about to miss, it would suddenly turn horizontally and cut into Xianxia's waist. It just so happened that when Xianxia used the giant saber to block the longitudinal direction of the sword body could avoid the hacking trajectory of the giant saber, sliding against the saber body and hitting Xianxia. All of this still existed in the chief's calculations. In fact, it hadn't happened yet. However, as long as his calculations were accurate enough, he could completely turn this kind of prediction into reality. Xianxia did not dodge to the left, but abnormally slid half a step to the right. This scene caused the spectators present to feel that Xianxia's defeat was certain. Xianxia held the saber in his right hand, and the leader was on his left. If he slid to the right, the saber in his right hand would not be able to hit the leader. He had to temporarily switch the saber to his left hand, or the most direct method would be to turn around. However, whether it was fighting back or turning around, it would take a certain amount of time. In this time, the leader could hit Xianxia. However, in reality, the leader was defeated. Xianxia slid to the unoccupied right and pressed down with one hand. The leader's sword silently appeared at Xianxia's waist. Following Xianxia's one hand, it was pressed down by the sword in his palm. You've reached my sixth step. The leader's face was covered in cold sweat. So fast. Zhang Haiyue's expression was nervous. He saw that Xianxia's behavior was normal, but the leader's move was as fast as lightning. It was utterly incomprehensible when this leader's sword suddenly appeared there, but it was actually held down by Xianxia. It's not possible. The leader looked at Xianxia in shock and said, "How could you have guessed so many steps to me?" Xianxia pointed at his head. "I don't need to follow your calculations to calculate your actions step by step, because I rely on my intuition. I can directly go through all your steps and know exactly where your true killing move will appear." "It doesn't make sense," the leader said. "Unless it is a god. No one can predict what will happen in the future." Xianxia said, "Prediction is not the power of God." In a large-scale exchange of martial skills, the ability to predict movement and direction would be greatly reduced. The enemy's palm strike was often overwhelming. No matter how you slid, it was impossible for you to avoid the enveloping area. But in this precise melee battle, Xianxia's charm was enough to make him stand in an invincible position. Laymen watched the show. There were many other martial artists in the inn who had noticed what was happening and were observing from the side. However, in their eyes, Xianxia and the leader were laymen. The battle between the two of them was not gorgeous, nor could it be said to be profound, because the process of fighting between the two of them was very short and boring. However, Zhang Haiyue and the others from Moon Shadow were staring at him, as if they had suffered a severe psychological blow. That was a great blow to their confidence. "I'm too far from you," the leader sighed unwillingly and said, "Your combat attainments are at least 2 levels ahead of mine." These words caused the members of the Moon Shadow to be even more shocked. They had never seen anyone lose in close combat. Even the Eastern Emperor praised that leader's battle prowess endlessly. The leader cupped his fists at Xianxia's hands and said, "Only today will I know that there is a day beyond the heavens. Thank you for your advice, my friend, to broaden my horizons." Xianxia smiled faintly. "Your words are too heavy," the leader said. "However, I will not give up taking Zhang Haiwei away. Please move your friend into the air. I want to use a martial skill. Otherwise, I'm afraid that innocent civilians will be implicated. Xiang Nan was delighted and praised. What a gentleman, please! Please! The leader also extended his right hand. The scene actually applauded. Chivalrous wins only existed in ancient stories. Everyone yearned for the word chivalrous, but in the face of life and death and dangerous living environment, they all became omnipotent. Now that they had personally witnessed two kindly yet graceful martial artists, the string that had been buried in the hearts of everyone since childhood had been plucked. In the sky, Xiang Nan was facing the leader from afar. The leader cupped his fists and said, "Let me officially introduce myself. Next month, Sun Dianxiong." Xiang Nan cupped his fists. "Idle cloud wild crane, Xiang Nan. Please." After Sun Dianxiong greeted him, he immediately pointed at Xiang Nan with more than 100 fingers. Each finger was like a mirror, only 1 meter in diameter. This was a martial skill. However, the finger technique was not a martial skill, and the way to condense astral chi was a martial skill. A martial artist could increase the strength of his aura to increase the power of his fingers. Under normal circumstances, a finger force of 1 meter in diameter would likely become 10 meters, 20 meters, or even more if it greatly increased the strength of the dipper chi. On the other hand, Sun Dianxiong did the exact opposite. He directly compressed a finger force that was supposed to be 20 meters in diameter and 30 meters in diameter to 1 meter. This was very difficult to accomplish. It was so difficult that even Xiang Nan was unable to accomplish it. The advantage of doing so was that Sun Dianxiong didn't need to increase the strength of his astral chi, but he could compress the quality of his astral chi to make it exceptionally penetrating. Xiang Nan himself had compressed the dipper chi to its limit. At most, it was only 10 times, but Sun Dianxiong could do it 30 times. The most terrifying thing was that Sun Dianxiong was able to complete this process the instant he attacked. If it was Xiang Nan, he would have to store his chi. The fastest time would be 3 seconds away. Xiang Nan quickly dodged dozens of interlaced finger forces and hacked out a blade light. Xiang Nan's dipper chi was presumably famous for its extreme strength. But now, his saber light was easily pierced through by Sun Dianxiong's finger power. The mirror finger force pierced through a gap in the blade light. But the finger force itself did not have the slightest bit of speed, its power decreasing, still shooting towards Xiang Nan. Super strong mass compression makes the dissipation of his aura in the air near zero, and when he collides with your aura, there will be no dissipation and consumption. This means that his finger force will not be consumed, either blocked or pierced through. The snake's voice was very heavy. This kind of martial skill is probably at least at the high level of the profound grade. The most precious thing is that this martial skill is directly used on the astral chi. So Sun Dianxiong will be able to enjoy this astral chi gain in every move in the future. Xiang Nan dodged the finger force, just as the big snake had said. Sun Dianxiong then launched a fierce charge towards Xiang Nan. His entire body was wrapped in a pure mirror-like barrier of astral chi. No one could see Sun Dianxiong anymore. They could only see the oval-shaped surface of the dipper chi shield, which reflected the sky and the earth like a mirror. Even the details of every building on the ground could be seen in the slightest. Amazing! Xiang Nan became excited and charged towards Sun Dianxiong. Xiang Nan's entire body was wrapped in flames and lightning. His momentum could be said to be vast. The lightning flames he had transformed into had already reached a height of more than 10 meters, and the long tail of light behind him had also reached a length of 100 meters. However, Sun Dianxiong was ordinary and was still at the height of his body. There weren't any tail marks behind him. Boom! When the two of them collided, Xiang Nan's shocking charge was sent flying by Sun Dianxiong. Xiang Nan rolled backwards, but Sun Dianxiong's sprinting speed did not pause or weaken at all. He was still chasing after Xiang Nan. When two objects collide, there will definitely be a reaction force. However, this logic had failed Sun Dianxiong. As Xiang Nan tumbled, he immediately released his flower-picking finger, attempting to destroy Sun Dianxiong's dipper chi and circulate it in his meridians. However, when his finger power hit the dipper chi shield, it was directly bounced away. Sun Dianxiong's astral qi was too dense. It was so dense that ordinary astral qi could no longer interfere with it. It was like a steel knife that could be easily inserted into the water, but a water knife could not be inserted into the steel surface. In the blink of an eye, Sun Dianxiong caught up with Xianxia for the second time and sent him flying again. Kid Xianxia, if you don't think of a way, you will definitely lose. The strength of this person's aura is far inferior to yours. I'm afraid it's only less than 1/5 of your aura. But now, with a compression of 30 times, his astral chi's penetration and density have reached 6 times yours. Xianxia, who had eaten the white tiger divine pill, could no longer explain the strength of his divine astral chi with common sense. To ordinary people, he should be more than 30 times stronger than ordinary people, but to those from the moon shadow, he could only be 5 times stronger than them. Sun Dianxiong's martial skill perfectly erased this disadvantage. Your realm is too low. Sun Dianxiong had already caught up to him and said, if you really only have the first level of the divine martial arts, then I hope that you can start running now. I won't continue to chase after you. This is out of respect for you. An expert personally taught by the Eastern Emperor is indeed no small matter. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, but, Zhang Haiyue, I can't give it to you, even if I have to pay the price of my life. With that, Xianxia's body trembled and his dream body descended. Divine martial 5th layer. Xianxia's momentum exploded, and he almost caught up to Sun Dianxiong at the 7th level of the divine martial arts. Good job! Sun Dianxiong was also excited. He immediately stopped charging and instead chopped out a sharp sword light in the shape of a mirror. Xianxia raised his hand and slashed the sword light away. Sun Dianxiong slashed another 100 swords at Xianxia, and more than 100 sword lights were sent flying by Xianxia's saber. Sun Dianxiong's eyes were red with excitement as he turned into a mirror image and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia bent down and bowed. 2 other Xianxia appeared. The 3 formed a seal and charged at the full speed of light. Full speed of light, azure dragon out to sea. Sun Dianxiong had the density of astral qi, while Xianxia had the speed of astral qi, 30 times the density, colliding with the speed of light charge. It exploded. In the sky, not even the sound of an explosion could be heard. The sound wave was too slow, and it was directly engulfed and absorbed by the explosion caused by the speed of light. At that moment, the sky lit up as if 10 suns were shining, and no one could open their eyes. Xianxia retreated more than 10 meters, but the huge saber in his hand was actually bent. As for Sun Dianxiong's dipper shield, it instantly collapsed into countless fragments. His entire body was knocked flying without a trace, turning into a tiny dot of light that quickly disappeared from the horizon. However, Xianxia knew that it was not over yet. 10,000 miles away in the Demon Emperor Sea, on the seabed deep into the sea, there was a vast white tiger formation, and Xianxia's avatar continued to swim over it. After Xianxia retrieved the saber light from his avatar on the Demon Emperor continent, the avatar was not withdrawn from his body. Instead, it followed Xianxia all the time. When Xianxia set foot on the Western Emperor continent again, he ordered the avatar to go deep into the sea and continue swimming through the formation. Today, 2 days and 2 nights had already passed. Above the Incarnation's head, there was an enormous saber light floating. However, this saber light was once again covered by the deep ocean and was not exposed to the eyes of outsiders. At this moment, the saber radiance had already surpassed the might of Martial Sage Level 1, but it was still growing. The first level of the Martial Saint realm was the critical point for the Cosmos Mirror to absorb. However, with the external avatar, there was no need to follow this critical point. As long as the external avatar did not disappear, it would be able to continuously strengthen. Just when Xianxia wanted to use it, he would be able to let the blade light fly thousands of kilometers into his hands. However, there was a serious drawback to doing so, and that was that Xianxia could not leave his avatar 50,000 kilometers away. Because the white tiger formation was fixed, it could not move with Xianxia. Once Xianxia wanted to leave the 50,000-mile range of perception, the saber light that had already surpassed the first level of Martial Sage could only be disbanded by itself. could not be stored in the storage ring, nor could it follow Xiangnan. This was a waste, but Xiangnan felt that he had to give it a try and see if this new idea could be put into practice. Now, above the city, Xiangnan's body was slowly recovering. The full-speed charge just now had caused his body to suffer serious injuries. Everyone saw a ball of flame burning on Xiangnan's body. This flame had healed all of his injuries. Zhang Haiyue smiled sinisterly at Yu Ying's people and said, "I've suffered a lot from his self-healing technique. Now it's time for your Yu Ying people to taste it. Otherwise, they would really think that I, Zhang Haiyue, am useless." The person from Moon Shadow looked at Zhang Haiyue indifferently. Zhang Haiyue said, "Do you think I don't have the ability to kill this brat? I can actually kill him many times, but he can always be revived every time. It's annoying. Your Moon Shadow's people are formidable, but our sect is not a vegetarian either." A full minute later, a bright light appeared at the junction of heaven and earth in the distance. The light was getting closer and closer. It suddenly stopped 100 meters in front of Xiangnan and turned into Sun Dianxiong. Sun Dianxiong's condition was very miserable. Half of his body was broken, but his aura was still as steady as before. From this point of view, the shocking martial skill that could shrink 30 times the aura was enough to shock people. Even Zhang Haiyue could be crushed into powder by Xiangnan's full-speed charge. Sun Dianxiong looked at Xiangnan out of breath, his gaze extremely serious. Xiangnan said, "Do all of the mortal emperor's trusted subordinates know such a symbolic martial skill?" The northern emperor's descendants knew how to dominate the body, while the eastern emperor's descendants knew how to shrink their aura. These special martial skills were what ordinary martial artists dreamed of. Sun Dianxiong did not say anything but remained silent. It could be seen that his emotions fluctuated greatly, and the dipper qi in his body began to shrink further. Xiangnan nodded and said, "I knew that 30 times is not your limit. You can do more, but doing so will definitely bring you great side effects." Sure enough, Sun Dianxiong's aura had already shrunk to 35 times. His aura, which was completely mirrored, had become even thinner and denser. Its extremely high-intensity aura had shrunk, and even caused the surrounding air to feel a sense of visual distortion. However, what followed was Sun Dianxiong's injuries. 30 times, it should be the extreme multiple of his current cultivation. If he continued to strengthen, Sun Dianxiong's meridians would become unbearable, reaching an overloaded state. His meridians would begin to shine and stretch out. "Don't continue." Xiangnan shook his head and said, "It's meaningless. You can't beat me. Continuing to shrink will only cause your meridians to crack, your spiritual sea to collapse, and even destroy your cultivation." Sun Dianxiong did not say anything. He was just silent, but he did not stop. Yu Ying would not give up the mission given to them by the Eastern Emperor, even if it was at a heavy price. However, Xiangnan couldn't bear it anymore. He sighed and raised his right hand. A ball of blazing flames suddenly jumped out of his palm. At first, the flame was only the size of a fist, but it quickly grew. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, enveloping Xiangnan. At the core of the flame, the temperature was still frighteningly high, but the outer layer of the flame was slightly mediocre. This was a visual effect caused by elemental invasion. The flames that Xiangnan had condensed had never increased. They were still the size of a fist. However, the flames caused the surrounding wind elements to assimilate into fire elements, forming the outer garment of the core flames. If Xiangnan didn't stop, his core flames would continuously devour the surrounding elements, corroding and assimilating them. As long as there was enough time, the entire city would be filled with an incomparably large fireball. Sun Dianxiong stopped. He said, "You've always known the Tao of fire, haven't you? Why didn't you come out at first and deliberately humiliated me instead?" "You're wrong," Xiangnan said seriously. "On the contrary, it's because of my respect for you that I'm willing to fight you with normal methods. But the nature is different now. You are already willing to risk your life to take away Zhang Haiyue. I am also willing to risk everything to keep Zhang Haiyue. If you don't understand Tao luck, then this battle will end here." Sun Dianxiong burst into laughter and said, Kill me. I didn't complete the task given to me by the Eastern Emperor, and I didn't have the face to go back to see him. Xianxia said, I said before, when I get what I want, Zhang Haiyue can hand it over. It's not that you haven't completed the task, it's just that the delay has expired. This sin won't kill you. The martial artists on the ground immediately whispered to each other. Some martial artists with lower cultivation realms didn't understand the horrors of Dao luck, so they asked the martial artists beside them. They had never seen a Dao luck attack, and if they did, it would be very difficult for them to survive. However, Xiangnan had seen it a long time ago in the Central Plains. When the Bai clan's heavenly tribulation experts fought against Empyrean Firmament, they used Dao luck. At that time, Xiangnan desperately escaped, but he was always threatened by layers upon layers of fire waves and air waves. All of the martial artists engulfed by these tides were vaporized, desert, and even turned into colorless air. This was the terrifying effect brought about by Dao luck. When will you hand Zhang Haiyue over to me? Sun Dianxiong asked. Xiangnan said, when the time comes, I will naturally give it to you. Sun Dianxiong nodded. Then I'll follow you. I can't go back until I complete my mission. Xiangnan shrugged. As you please. Upstairs, Sun Dianxiong and Xiangnan raised their cups and drank together, while the other members of the Moon Shadow were also chatting with Xiangnan in a friendly manner. They all admired Xiangnan's character. Actually, Xiangnan had always had the chance to kill them all. But in reality, Xiangnan had always been trying his best to save Sun Dianxiong's life. He even didn't hesitate to give Zhang Haiyue, whom he had captured with great difficulty, to Moon Shadow. Some people would become old enemies after fighting, while others would become friends after fighting. Sun Dianxiong liked Xiangnan's openness, and Xiangnan also appreciated Sun Dianxiong's kindness. Zhang Haiyue was the one who was the most unhappy. He had originally expected the two of them to fight to the death, but in the end, the two of them actually drank wine and enjoyed it. Mr. Xiang's move is really too powerful. Sun Dianxiong's face turned red as he shouted excitedly. This mirror steel of mine has never suffered such a blow. Today is the first time. Mirror steel was Sun Dianxiong's martial skill. A martial skill that could shrink the Dipper Chi was named because of the mirror effect caused by the contraction of the Dipper Chi. Brother Sun's mirror steel is also very powerful, Xiangnanchi said. I can only shrink my Dipper Chi tens of times at most, but it will take a long time to prepare. However, the attributes of the astral chi are basically the same. This contraction limit is also around 12 times. Once it exceeds this multiple, it will collapse. It's just like when cotton is crushed into small balls, it can no longer be crushed. Continuing to knead will cause the cotton fibers to rupture. Sun Dianxiong smiled and said, This is the brilliance of mirror steel, but please forgive me. I can't tell Mr. Xiang. Xiangnan muttered, Could it be that mirror steel can change the structure of the Dipper Chi? If the Dipper Chi is forcefully compressed to crystallization, then, Xiangnan was thoughtful, but Sun Dianxiong and the other Moon Shadow members' expressions changed slightly. Sun Dianxiong laughed dryly and said, Drink, drink. Xiangnan had probably guessed a general principle of mirror steel, but it was still far from the true meaning of mirror steel. How much can it shrink to? Zhang Haiyue, who was not welcomed by the crowd, asked this question. Sun Dianxiong coldly looked at Zhang Haiyue, but when he saw Xiangnan's curious expression, he said, This isn't a secret. It's fine to tell him. There are two aspects that affect the power of the mirror steel. One is the strength of the Dipper Chi. In other words, the higher a martial artist's realm is, the greater the power created by this move. Xiangnan nodded. Of course, a divine martial first-stage martial artist using 30 times mirror steel is definitely not comparable to a divine martial second-stage martial artist using 30 times mirror steel. Sun Dianxiong said, Apart from the strength of a martial artist's own astral chi, it's also a matter of multiple. The maximum multiple that Jing Steel has explored so far is 999 times. Only the Eastern Emperor can do it. Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Isn't that level of astral chi even more mirrored than a mirror? Sun Dianxiong shook his head and said, No, in fact, you can't see the existence of this type of astral chi at all. We all know that astral chi itself is one of the densest things in the world. Its density far exceeds any metal we know. Of course, I am referring to Lord Eastern Emperor's astral chi. As for the 999 times compressed astral chi, it has an incomprehensible gravitational field. Everything will be sucked into the astral chi, and not even light can escape, so you can't see it. Everyone present was shocked, even Zhang Haiyue. Xiang Nan was stunned for a long time before he muttered, "Brother Sun's attainments are definitely not low, but he can only compress his astral chi by 30 times. This means that the problem is not in his talent, but in his Dao luck. If Brother Sun is able to comprehend Dao luck, then your 30 times astral chi will have more room for improvement." Sun Dianxiong sighed with emotion. Mr. Xiang is brilliant, but that Dao luck is something that can be encountered and not sought. Why don't I hope that I can possess Dao luck? However, how many people like Brother Xiang who have comprehended the Dao luck of flame at such a young age can be found in this world? Mr. Xiang, you have comprehended Dao luck. Can you share some of your insights with us? Ordinary people would definitely not ask such a question, and others would definitely not tell you either. However, Sun Dianxiong opened his mouth to ask, and Xiang Nan was exactly the kind of person who was generous and shared his experience with others. Xiang Nan said, "I really don't know how to comprehend Dao luck. I have it myself for some reason." He was referring to his own Dao of dream, and the fire Dao luck was not something he comprehended. Xiang Nan said, "But I guess the Dao luck is staircase-shaped, and it is also graded." "Oh? What do you mean?" Sun Dianxiong asked curiously. The other people from Moon Shadow also widened their eyes. Xiang Nan said, "The fate of the first step should be divided into 3 types: space, time, and matter." At this point, Xiang Nan glanced at Zhang Haiyue and said, "He used the dragon's eye of time to cultivate a peculiar martial skill called Ning Kong. This kind of martial skill is not a type of Dao luck, but it possesses a small portion of Dao luck's ability and can pause time." Sun Dianxiong and the others looked at Zhang Haiyue. "These are the 3 basic structures that make up the world," Xiang Nan said. "And the Dao luck of the second staircase is derived from matter. It consists of the 5 elements of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. It constitutes all matter. Therefore, the fate of the second staircase should be called the Dao of water, the Dao of fire, the Dao of wind, the Dao of wood, and the Dao of earth. These 5 second stairs of Dao luck continue to scatter downwards, forming various kinds of Dao luck. The further down you go, the more specific the objects controlled by Dao luck will become. Some Dao luck may be able to directly control gold, silver, and other things. These are all branches of the Earth Dao." Sun Dianxiong said thoughtfully, "Isn't that so? The higher the stairs, the more powerful the Dao luck is." "I don't know," Xiang Nan shook his head, "but I think that's most likely not the case. There shouldn't be any difference between strength and weakness in Dao luck. However, the higher the stairs, the harder it will be to comprehend Dao luck. Subdivided Dao luck is easier to comprehend and grasp. As long as you use the right method, you will definitely not be weaker than the other Dao luck." At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Xiang Nan, Sun Dianxiong, and the others immediately looked out of the window, their expressions serious. Zhang Haiyue smiled and said, "Xiang Nan, you keep asking me what I did to make the Eastern Emperor catch me. Now, you can see my masterpiece with your own eyes. Whale. A whale 3,000 kilometers away. A whale of this length floated in the sky. With the horizon Xiang Nan and the others were at, they couldn't see the entire whale at all. Because the whale was swimming from afar, one could vaguely see the outline of the whale's head from afar. However, when the whale enveloped the entire city, Xiang Nan and the others could only see a small portion of the whale's stomach. From here, one could see the easternmost sky, the belly of the whale, 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 the belly of the whale. What was even more shocking was that before this whale could completely cover the sky above the city, there were at least 7 or 8 other whales in the deeper sky. However, the whales had all ascended too high, and the range of vision created by the distance allowed one to see the entire whales. Demon race. Sun Dianxiong immediately stood up. The entire city's people and martial artists were panicking. Monster invasion. Monster invasion. The scene fell into an apocalyptic panic. Countless people rushed onto the streets, some desperately looking up at the whales in the sky, some desperately hugging their heads and fleeing for their lives. Tens of thousands of rays of light rose from the city. These rays of light rose up into the sky and immediately turned towards the east, transforming into a meteor shower. Those were all martial artists who had the ability to fly. The inn was also in chaos. Some people jumped down from the window. The waiter didn't want his own inn anymore. He didn't even have time to gesture for his luggage and ran away with his head crossed. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The demon race has always been neutral, but why did they suddenly invade the Western Emperor continent? Look over there. Sun Dianxiong suddenly pointed at the sky beneath the whale's stomach. That was the direction of the meteor shower where tens of thousands of martial artists had fled. To the west was the Demon Emperor continent. To the east, they would go deep into the heart of the Western Emperor continent to seek help. Right there, a black tower-shaped object appeared beneath the whale's belly and above the meteor shower of martial artists. This thing should be more than 300 meters tall, but under the cover of the whale it was almost hard to distinguish, making it look very pocket-sized. Black Tower. Xianxia grabbed Sun Dianxiong's arm and shouted, "Run! Run! Run as far as you can! Don't come back!" When Xianxia said those words, the black tower in the distance had already lit up. A small ring appeared, and then a spark exploded in the meteor shower. Xianxia knew that the small ring was the chi wall that filled the black tower. It was a talent blow. Because it was too far away, it looked like a small white ring. As for the dense meteor shower, they were all martial artists. Once they were struck by the innate energy wall, they would instantly self-destruct and have no ability to resist. At this time, a black tower appeared above the inn. The 300-meter-tall black tower floated above the inn and looked in all directions. There was an identical black tower floating in all directions in the entire city. There were a total of 36 black towers that covered the entire area. "Hurry up and leave!" Xianxia grabbed Sun Dianxiong by the collar and shouted, "Don't turn around! Run as far as you can, or all of you will die." The black tower above him began to tremble. Sun Dianxiong saw that Xianxia was not joking. He was also shocked by the black tower's strange ability and said, "Brother Xiang, where are you?" Xianxia said, "Ignore me, you guys leave quickly. Use your fastest speed." Sun Dianxiong gritted his teeth and immediately flew east with his subordinates. Fortunately, they were all late divine martial realm experts, and their flying speed far exceeded that of the sonic chi wall. However, even so, it was still very dangerous. Because there were black towers in every region, Sun Dianxiong and the others immediately surpassed the black tower above them, but at the same time they were also heading towards the other black towers. Buzz. 36 black towers that covered the entire city began to flicker at the same time. Sun Dianxiong and the others increased their speed to the limit and fled desperately in the gap between the rings of chi walls. Fortunately, Xianxia reminded them in time. When the 36 annular gas walls spread out to one another, they happened to have escaped from the city through that crack. 5 seconds ago, just as Sun Dianxiong and the others left, Xianxia immediately condensed his dipper chi into the shape of 2 arms. He escaped from his waist and swallowed a origin pill into his stomach. 5 meridians origin pill. Xianxia immediately recognized the number of innate meridians contained in the origin pill. Xianxia sneered and waved to Xianxia, "Goodbye." Each black tower had a total of 5 floors of chi walls. The 5 layers were stacked together and spread out in a ring. 5 meridians innate strike. This was something Xianxia hadn't expected. Who was going to control the black tower when the 5 meridians were struck by innate talent? Even 5 meridian martial artists would be suppressed by these 5 layers of energy waves, causing their bodies to explode in an instant. Xianxia swallowed a 5 meridian origin pill. His origin pill talent was immediately offset by the Black Tower's chi wall, leaving behind his own true talent. However, Zhang Haiyue couldn't laugh anymore, because he discovered that Xiang Nan was standing in front of him intact. It's not possible. Zhang Haiyue was ready to see Xiang Nan explode in front of him, but this did not happen. Within 5 seconds, all the martial artists in the entire city exploded. The innate strike was only aimed at martial artists. By suppressing their cultivation realm, their martial techniques lost their foundation, causing them to self-destruct. However, ordinary people were not afraid of this kind of chi wall. It didn't matter whether they had a cultivation realm or not, because they hadn't practiced any martial arts or techniques. Instead, they could escape a calamity. The chi walls engulfed the mortals, but the mortals felt a slight weakness in their bodies and did not cause any adverse reactions. On the other hand, a large number of martial artists who didn't have the ability to fly and had slow reactions and didn't have time to join the meteor shower self-detonated. The flames they produced were divided into dots in various parts of the city. A large number of civilians were instantly destroyed into ashes by this self-detonating wave of fire. Even so, at least 70 to 80% of the people in the city were still alive. On the other hand, countless tiny white scales suddenly opened up on the whale's stomach in the sky, and a pillar of flame spurted out from each of the scales. Millions of flame pillars condensed into a flaming tsunami that engulfed the entire city. Countless humans were burned to ashes in the flames. A child about 4 or 5 years old hugged his head and ran while crying. His hair burned and his clothes burned. "No, no, don't burn me, don't burn me," the child cried loudly. A fire was burning on his back. He cried and ran. He tried his best to breathe, but the flames took away the air he could breathe. He even sucked the flames into his lungs. The tiny figure staggered and fell to the ground. Its entire body emitted flames, and it struggled to squirm a few times. There was no longer any movement. Some parents pounced on their children, using their flesh and blood to block the flames, but the flames burned, leaving behind 3 black corpses. Some old men stood by the window and watched the scene with tears in their eyes. They were engulfed by the flames that poured in from outside the window and were unable to say a word until their deaths. Xiang Nan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt as if the heavens and earth were spinning. Looking at the human tragedy, it was as if another tragedy had occurred on the Steel Continent. But this time, the speed at which humans were slaughtered was more than 1,000 times faster than that of the Steel Continent. Xiang Nan punched Zhang Haiyue in the face, knocking him upside down, causing his left cheek to collapse. "What did you do?" Xiang Nan roared angrily. However, Zhang Haiyue's face was filled with horror. He didn't expect Xiang Nan to survive. He didn't even know what other method he could use to kill this man named Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's fist rained down on Zhang Haiyue's face, chest, shoulders, stomach, thigh, and calf. Zhang Haiyue was unable to be immediately killed by Xiang Nan because of his first-level martial saint realm. He endured Xiang Nan's anger. Those fists smashed into Zhang Haiyue's shoulder, breaking his shoulder bones, smashing his flesh and blood into mud, smashing the mud into blood foam. Blood foam splashed into the air, and with Xiang Nan's fists, they were swept back onto Zhang Haiyue. The floor on the second floor of the inn had already collapsed. Zhang Haiyue endured Xiang Nan's powerful bombardment. His body crushed the floor on the second floor and fell to the first floor. Then, another floor collapsed, forming a huge crater on the ground. A tyrannical lightning bolt shot out from the gap between Xiang Nan's fist and Zhang Haiyue's body, forming a radial electric light. Zhang Haiyue was beaten out of breath. Just as he was about to take a breath, he was beaten out by Xiang Nan again. He used his astral chi arms to protect his head, but Xiang Nan exploded on the spot. He twisted his body, wanting to roll over, but his bones were shattered by Xiang Nan, and his flesh and blood collapsed. Zhang Haiyue was in despair. This was the first time he had faced death so close. He was truly desperate because he knew that Xiang Nan had lost his rationality because of his anger. He didn't even have the chance to negotiate with Xiang Nan. A person who has lost his mind will not say anything to you. The fear of death and the unfinished business interweaved in Zhang Haiyue's heart. Fear and unwillingness made him resist and fear death. At this moment, Zhang Haiyue, who was known to be unafraid of the heavens and earth, cried. His cries were filled with miserable screams, like a fierce ghost that had been fried by a pot of oil. He cried loudly. His tears and snot were mixed with his blood. He no longer had any lofty ideals. The only remaining thought in his heart was that as long as he could escape from Xiangnan, he would be willing to pay whatever price he had to pay. In the end, Zhang Haiyue realized that this was just a dream of his. He knew that Xiangnan would never stop. Xiangnan would use the cruelest method, punch by punch, beating him to death, turning him into meat paste on the ground. Unable to even catch him, he had to use a shovel to shovel up the meat paste. Little brat Xiangnan, think of little bird. Kill him and you'll never be able to save little bird. Xiangnan's fist was a little slower. Now is not the time to take revenge. Hurry up and save people. If you really care about these innocent people, don't waste every second. The voice of the eight-eyed snake calmed Xiangnan down. He turned his head and looked out with red eyes. Countless pillars of fire were still falling to the ground. After these pillars landed on the ground, they immediately collapsed into a ring of fire. The rolling ring of fire spread in all directions, becoming larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of such a large city had already been swallowed up by the flames. 1/3 of the people present died in the sea of fire. And this was only what happened in less than a minute after the flames descended. It would only take them 3 minutes to destroy the entire city. No matter if it was a mortal or a martial artist, none of them would be able to survive. Big Snake! Xiangnan tore the bandage off his left arm and shouted, "Go swallow those damn demons for me." A heaven-shaking roar rang out. The eight-eyed snake soared into the sky. "Eat up all these bastards! Eat up all of them! Eat up all of them!" Xiangnan roared hysterically. The eight-eyed serpent transformed into a 100-meter-long python. With a whoosh, it rushed into the sky. It bit through the whale's stomach and directly drilled into the whale's body. It gnawed wildly, devouring everything it could see in front of its eyes. The more he ate, the bigger the eight-eyed snake's body became. It was from 100 meters long to 200 meters long, 400 meters long, 800 meters long, and 1,600 meters long. It was still growing explosively. This was not because the great snake's realm had begun to rise, but because it had eaten too much whale meat and propped up its body. However, it was immortal. Its body could not be burst, so it could only keep growing again. The eight-eyed snake went to eat the whale, while Xiangnan rushed out of the ruins of the inn to save the ordinary people. Facing the flames in the city, Xiangnan didn't know how to extinguish them. He suddenly thought of something. Fire Dao Luck! Drink! Xiangnan threw a fierce punch at the sky and threw out a huge flaming fist. At the same time, the Void Divine Lightning was released, causing the Void Divine Lightning to explode into a spatial rift behind the flaming fist. Inside the crack, it led straight to the endless void. Xiangnan tightly restrained the flaming fist, preventing it from being devoured by the void. However, it just happened to enter the spatial rift and sink into it as a whole. Immediately after, Xiangnan continuously poured a massive amount of yuan qi into the flaming fist, regardless of the price. The flaming fist turned into a huge fireball. As the aura continued to flow in, it grew bigger and bigger. The fireball began to spin wildly. Flame invasion could devour all the surrounding elements and assimilate them into fire elements. However, there were no elements in the void. The rolling fireball turned the devouring of the elements into attraction force. There were no elements in the void, and the elements in the real world outside the crack were frantically sucked into the fireball in the crack, along with the air. An enormous attraction swept through the entire sky, sucking the rapidly spreading sea of flames in the city into a tornado. It continuously poured into the sky, into the spatial rift, and was engulfed by the fireball in the void. The fireball grew even bigger, reaching a diameter of several hundred meters. However, the void was endless, and the fireball only relied on Xiangnan's dipper qi to burn, so it was always spinning and absorbing. The flames in the city continued to rise and diminish. The whale's stomach was about to be emptied by the eight-eyed snake and eaten clean. The shocking scene caused by the man and the snake was not even inferior to the crushing effect brought about by the flames sprayed out by the whales and the 36 black towers. Half-dead Zhang Haiyue's heart went cold when he saw this scene. Looks like I really provoked the wrong person this time. Zhang Haiyue didn't even have the strength to cry. He finally realized that Xiang Nan, whom he had always ignored, actually possessed an ability that far exceeded his imagination. None of the 5 Black Tower Chi walls were able to wipe out Xiang Nan and the 4 third-level Martial St. Jishir sect elders. The monster whale devourer, the Black Tower of the Bai clan, and the flames that could burn down the entire city couldn't stop Xiang Nan. The fear in Zhang Haiyue's heart turned into despair, and despair turned into heart death. If he returned to his peak condition at this time, and Xiang Nan rushed over to hit him, he would probably not even have the courage to fight back, so he could only hug his head and squat on the ground waiting for death. An idea arose in Zhang Haiyue's heart. What kind of monster did I awaken? The flames in the city were sucked dry. A dilapidated city that had already been burned to half its surface area appeared within sight. Inside the city, there were countless remnants of the people, some lying on the ground, some kneeling on the ground, and some squatting there weeping bitterly. In the sky, the enormous whale had already turned into an empty shell, unable to even breathe out a trace of fire. At this time, the back of the whale suddenly bulged high, and then it exploded with a puff. A 3,000-mile-long 8-eyed serpent was standing in the sky. The serpent had 8 eyes, and it descended again like an ancient desolate beast from 1,000,000 years ago. The residual temperature in the air is still there. Xiang Nan floated in the sky, expressionlessly staring at the city below, but his heart was filled with infinite sadness. Am I the one who brought disaster to this city? Was it because I was here to take revenge that I indirectly triggered this disaster? The image of the burning child lying on the ground wriggling lightly flashed through Xiang Nan's mind once again. He cried. Tears rolled down his cheeks, flowing down his chin into sparkling tears, falling to the ground one by one. Boy Xiang Nan, come up, there are 8 more whales swallowing, flying towards the other cities. Xiang Nan grabbed Zhang Haiyue with his dipper chi, and immediately transformed into a beam of bright light, standing on top of the 3,000 li long snake's head. High up in the air, he could no longer feel the heat. A cold wind blew over from above, causing Xiang Nan's long hair to dance. Chase! Xiang Nan raised his hand and pointed to the east. Eat all those sons of bitches! The 8-eyed snake's entire body was covered with a layer of lightning. Who? The 8-eyed serpent that covered the sky and the sun swept across the sky. He chased after the whales with the speed unique to world-devastating divine lightning. When he caught up to a 3,000-mile whale devourer, he immediately opened his mouth and swallowed the entire whale devourer in one mouthful. The natural characteristics of the snake race allowed them to devour food that was several times the size of their body in a single bite. A 3,000-mile-long snake and a 3,000-mile-long whale-devouring snake was only a single mouthful. A swallowing whale was eaten, and the snake's body immediately swelled to 8,000 miles away. In terms of size, if the snake was 3,000 li long, then after eating a whale that was 3,000 li long, its body could only grow to 4,000 li at most, less than 5,000 li. But the big snake was long, and the swallowing whale was oval. The structure of the big snake allowed him to convert the excess parts into the length of his body. The increase in width was not so shocking. However, this was enough to scare people. A snake that was 8,000 kilometers long. Even if 10 dragons were joined together, it would still be this big. The 8-eyed serpent winded through the sky, causing the people from the lower realms to be unable to see the head and tail of the serpent from afar. The big snake continued to chase after him, and then ate the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th whale devourer. His body grew larger and larger, reaching an astonishing 14,000 kilometers. The 5 large cities were not as long as the 8-eyed serpent. At the same time, Xiang Nan was also controlling his avatar, allowing it to increase its speed to its limit. Beneath the seabed, The steps of the avatar outside his body had already turned into an illusion. 18 times, 36 times, 72 times, 144 times. The power of the saber light exploded. Xianxia had never used such speed to swim past the nature energy diagram. There was a speed limit to the opening of an array formation. Once the speed exceeded the meridians of the array formation, the limit that one could withstand was equivalent to an ordinary array formation. Suddenly, there were hundreds of array holes that contained multiple array formations. An array eye of this strength would instantly break through the array itself, causing the array to collapse. The movement of the afterimage of the avatar had also reached the critical point where Xianxia could maintain the formation. Originally, he could have made his avatar faster, traveling at the speed of sublight, but the formation was unable to withstand that kind of speed. Even the speed of the phantom caused Xianxia's dipper chi to be frantically absorbed, and his spiritual chi was almost depleted. In fact, Xianxia's skin started to crack. What the formation consumed was the power of heaven and earth. It was only maintained by a small amount of astral chi from Xianxia. However, the small amount of astral chi that had accumulated due to its super speed had caused such a terrifying consumption. "Kid Xianxia, you will die," the eight-eyed serpent said. "Quickly let the avatar slow down." Xianxia's cheeks cracked like a corpse that had been exposed in the desert for half a month. But he didn't say anything. Damn it! It took a lot of effort to accumulate this realm. It took a lot of effort to reach the 9th layer of fortune. The eight-eyed snake sighed and immediately passed its life force to Xianxia. Xianxia's dry and cracked skin no longer deteriorated after the addition of external vitality. However, he consumed it too quickly and did not recover. The 9 purities cosmos technique, coupled with the infinite vitality of the eight-eyed snake, allowed Xianxia's body to maintain a balance. The eight-eyed snake wouldn't die, but consuming a large amount of life force would cause its cultivation to continue to decline. It had already fallen from the 9th level of good fortune to the 8th level of good fortune, and then to the 7th and 6th levels. However, he was willing that no one could take away its life force unless he wished, unless he had no finger of tribulation. But this time he volunteered. The movement of the afterimage caused the power of the saber light floating above his head to soar. Martial Sage Level 2, 3, 5, 7, 9. Heavenly Tribulation. Xianxia lowered his head and remained silent. The incarnation didn't stop. The formation didn't stop. The eight-eyed snake's realm had already broken through the good fortune realm. It had declined to the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer realm, and it was still declining. The big snake swallowed the 6th whale, the 7th. There's only one left. At this moment, a demonic light suddenly flashed in the air. The demonic light turned into an 8-tailed fox that covered the sky and the sun. "It's you." After the 8-tailed fox was bitten off one of its tails by the snake girl, its cultivation realm dropped drastically. But what made her even more resentful was that the snake girl actually didn't die in the end. He was actually rescued by a human. On the same day, on the lake surface, the human she saw was Xianxia, who was standing on top of the snake's head. "How dare you?" The 8-tailed demonic fox shrieked sharply. "How dare you interrupt my plan?" Xianxia also smiled weakly. He looked at Xianxia and said, "This time you finally deserve to die. Your Tao luck and speed are not worth mentioning in front of her." 8-tailed demonic fox at the heavenly tribulation, she is one of the 8 subordinates of the demon emperor, the supreme 9-tailed fox. "You!" At this point, Xianxia was suddenly stunned, because he discovered that there was a missing tail behind the 9-tailed fox. "You did it." Xianxia coldly looked at the 9-tailed fox and said, "Why? The demon race is neutral. Why are they helping the Bai clan and the nature sect attack humans? Is this a signal for the demons to declare war on humanity?" The 9-tailed fox laughed strangely. "All of humanity? What you think is too simple. You don't know anything about our plan. Apart from the Western Emperor, no one will come to deal with our demon race. This operation has no price for our demon race." As he spoke, the 9-tailed fox suddenly waved its tail. Xianxia suddenly disappeared from the top of the snake's head and appeared next to the 9-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox coldly glanced at Zhang Haiyue and said, "Why are you so careless and caught by someone? If I hadn't appeared today, you would have lost your life. Do you know that your identity is very important to us? Let's not talk about this for now. Quick, I have a thunder extinguisher in my body. Help me pull it out." Zhang Haiyue said hurriedly. The nine-tailed fox frowned. She waved her tail and pulled out the world-exterminating divine lightning that Xiangnan had buried in Zhang Haiyue's spiritual sea with one hand. No one could do this unless a heavenly tribulation realm expert was present. The big snake has caught up to the last whale. With a thought, the world-exterminating divine lightning disappeared from the demon fox's hand and appeared in Xiangnan's spiritual sea again. "Stop!" The nine-tailed fox stared at Xiangnan and said, "Stop this strange snake. If you dare let him eat the last flying whale, I eat." Xiangnan waved his finger and said indifferently, "You dare!" The nine-tailed fox screamed. The eight-eyed serpent roared and swallowed the last whale in one mouthful. "You!" Yao, whose eyes were red with anger. She laughed angrily. "Good. Good. Really good. I originally wanted to give you a pleasant way to die. It seems like you." Xiangnan interrupted her and said, "Hand over Zhang Haiyue." The nine-tailed fox smiled sinisterly and said, "You still dare to be so stubborn when you're about to die. What if I don't hand it over? I'll chop you up," Xiangnan said. The nine-tailed demon fox was also furious. She had just eaten a mess with the snake girl. But today, she was threatened by another divine martial realm human. "Show me one," the nine-tailed demonic fox shouted angrily. Xiangnan raised his right hand and said, "Tai divine technique, blade." "Who?" A large saber light that covered the sky and covered the sun trembled as it rose from the surface of the sea and flew to Xiangnan's hand at the speed of sublight. The nine-tailed demon fox's pupils immediately dilated, and she hurriedly swung her tail to attack. Two avatars suddenly appeared from outside. The three of them formed a seal and accelerated the formation. Xiangnan said, "In this world, there is nothing I dare not do. Whoever stops me, I will kill him. Who cares who you are? Who cares who the Demon Emperor's generals are? Even if the Demon Emperor personally comes today, I won't miss. Give it to me, slash." The blade light of Heavenly Tribulation Level 1 instantly increased to the full speed of light. Before the nine-tailed fox could react, a saber light that illuminated the world cut through the sky. 8 broken tails floated down from the sky. The nine-tailed demon fox looked at its stomach in disbelief and saw its own body split apart. Zhang Haiyue knelt on the ground with a splash, his entire body trembling. Don't kill me. What kind of monster are you? Please don't kill me. I was wrong. This time, I really know that I was wrong." Zhang Haiyue cried heavily and snatched the ground. "What kind of monster are you? Please don't kill me." The war was approaching and was about to break out. Everyone was mentally prepared, as if an all-out war between the two emperors of the Northwest was inevitable. However, no one had expected that the war would start in such a manner, with Beihuang Baihe as the resource provider and the demons as the swordsmen. The online newspapers that the demons had ambushed the Western Emperor continent quickly spread out like snowflakes across the various regions of the world. Even in the Battle of the Five Emperors, he did not show his face. For some reason, he was persuaded by the Northern Emperor to participate in this dispute. The Demon Emperor's intervention caused the situation to undergo a qualitative change. The Southern Emperor, who had unswervingly supported the Western Emperor, began to hesitate. The attitude of the Eastern Emperor became even more critical. The battle between the three emperors of the North, South, and North made it necessary for the Eastern Emperor to stand. Or with the two emperors of the Southwest, devour the Northern Emperor and the Demon Emperor, or vice versa. However, no matter what, as long as the Southern Emperor helped the Western Emperor, the Eastern Emperor would stand. If the Eastern Emperor intervened, they would fall into a new five-emperor battle. This time, the onlookers would no longer be the neutral Demon Emperor, but the Demon Emperor who had been eyeing the humans covetously at the beginning of the month. The world was in turmoil, and there seemed to be only two last paths left for mankind. Either they would ignore the battle between the two emperors in the northwest and let the scale of the war stay within a small range, leaving them to fend for themselves. Either directly participating in the battle would result in a new battle of the five emperors. Before or after the battle ended, the invasion of the demon emperor would inevitably come. At that time, they would fight to the death with the demon emperor, and everyone would be finished together. Either way, Bei Huang's actions were pushing humanity into the abyss of despair. As the storm approached, the humans of the Six Emperors world had already begun a large-scale escape plan. The pessimist faction said that they wanted to dig an underground world as deep as 3,000 meters deep to avoid the flames of war in the Battle of the Five Emperors. After the war, the humans hiding in the underground world also used their own actions to show that they were willing to give the world to the demon emperor. Humans were submerged beneath the surface of the earth, and from then on, humans became invisible reptiles. On the other hand, the radical faction expressed that they would give up the Six Emperors world and give it to the battlefield, while they chose to enter this plane to avoid catastrophe. This plane wasn't the only one in Xiangnan's world. In fact, there were many other planes. However, the result of doing so would definitely arouse the resistance of the inferior planar martial artists, thus erupting in a subplanar war. At that time, the Six Emperors world and the inferior plane were engulfed in war at the same time, and the survival of humanity was still uncertain. In addition to the pessimists and radicals, there is a relatively neutral conservative. Conservatives argue that the main problem in this battle is not hiding, but dissolving. If someone could persuade the demons to give up interfering in the human race's battles, then the battle between the two emperors in the northwest would be easily resolved. At that time, the northern emperor would lose the confidence to swallow up the western emperor and end up in a truce. In fact, the conservatives had really done the same. They had sent two groups of envoys to the demon emperor continent to try to meet the demon emperor for negotiations. However, the apostles who went to negotiate did not hear anything. Humans had sufficient reason to believe that it was the demons who refused to negotiate and directly killed the human messenger. However, this did not cut off the confidence of the conservatives, who believed that the demon emperor's determination to fight had not yet reached its peak. One could tell from the invasion of the western border of the Western Emperor continent by the demons. After the monster race's sneak attack plan was interrupted, the monster race did not immediately send more reinforcements to attack the Western Emperor continent. Instead, they had remained silent until now. However, there was still no clear message as to who had interrupted the monster emperor's sneak attack plan. Some people said that the Eastern Emperor had secretly dispatched Moon Shadow's experts to intercept the sneak attack of the demon race, but others believed that Moon Shadow did not possess such formidable strength. The nine-tailed fox, one of the 8 great monster sovereigns of the monster race, died at the border of the Western Emperor continent. Although the nine-tailed fox was the last of the 8, there were only a handful of people in the world who could kill her. Apart from the 6 emperors, the only sect master who had the strength to kill the nine-tailed fox was the sect master of the 6 supersects of the human race. The people of the world-saving sect had once appeared in the Western Emperor continent, which was the most suspected target. However, the world-saving sect had always advocated helping the world and saving others. The style of killing the nine-tailed fox and the world-saving sect were not the same. The heads of the other 5 supersects did not show any signs of moving in the Western Emperor continent. In that case, Beihuang Baihe, who bordered the Demon Emperor continent, and the Western Emperor became the last 2 suspicious targets. In the end, everyone decided to target the Western Emperor in collusion with the demon race. Some people believed that the Western Emperor had killed the nine-tailed fox and interrupted the monster race's sneak attack plan, causing the monster emperor to become hesitant again. The scale of the invasion of the demon race was not large. It was interpreted by humans as a tentative attack. If everything went smoothly, it would strengthen the confidence of the demon emperor in annexing the Western Emperor. Fortunately, the truth was exactly the opposite. Humans began to admire the position of the Western Emperor, believing that he had great courage. In the face of disaster, daring to kill one of the 8 demon clans without hesitation was equivalent to refusing to bow to the enemy forces in the face of danger. In contrast, the Eastern Emperor and Southern Emperor, who had been watching the wind, had instead become cowardly mice that were disdained by others. However, only the twin monarchs and demon monarchs of the Northwest knew the truth. Ever since the Demon Emperor launched the sneak attack, they had been monitoring the heads of the 6 human supersects with a clear attitude, while the Northern Emperor's people were also monitoring the Western Emperor. They knew that the one who killed the nine-tailed fox was not the Western Emperor, and the Western Emperor himself was well aware of this. Since none of the people who had the ability to kill the nine-tailed fox had appeared at the border of the Western Emperor continent during that period of time, then who was the mysterious person who killed the nine-tailed fox? This mystery had become one of the factors that truly made him uncertain. At this sensitive time when everyone's hearts were tightened, any unexpected powerful expert's intervention would directly lead to the outcome of the war. Until we find out who this person is, perhaps peace will last for a few more months. Perhaps some people had already thought of a general outline such as Beihuang Baihe. Although he couldn't be 100% sure of what he was thinking, he still had his own thoughts. It was on this day that Beihuang Baihe spoke for the first time in the world with great might. This speech left everyone confused, unable to see the truth behind the fog, and unable to guess the true intentions of the Northern Emperor. This was because this was the first time the Northern Emperor had displayed his voice in public. However, this was an unprecedented time, and it was not aimed at a single faction, but at a single human. Xianxia. The Northern Emperor's voice spread throughout the 6 regions, including the Endless Forest. Today, as the Bai clan's grand ancestor and one of the 6 emperors, he and I will announce a person's situation. This person is a traitor who escaped from our Bai clan, and now he claims to be Xianxia. It's also him. He officially declared war on the nature sect half a month ago. That's right, this and that Xianxia belong to the same person. These next words are for those who are dealing with Xianxia and those who intend to deal with him. At this moment, the eastern border of the Demon Emperor continent had already crossed the Demon Emperor Sea and officially entered the territory of the Demon Emperor continent. In a dense and prosperous jungle, giant spire-top trees could be seen everywhere. These giant trees stood upright like steel needles, piercing straight into the clouds. Countless dense black wings flapped and circled above the forest. At the top of a giant tree, there was a giant bird that could spread its wings up to 500 meters. This demonic bird had 4 pairs of enormous wings and 4 claws that hooked onto the tip of the tree trunk, keeping its body hanging parallel to the tree trunk. The treetop was 2,000 meters deep, and it was the land of acquaintance. At this moment, Xianxia was leaning against the tree trunk and tossing a pot of water to Zhang Haiyue. As Xianxia drank, he listened to the Northern Emperor announce his situation to the people of the world. At present, it is known that Xianxia has a variety of escape methods. They are spatial jump, evasion into the void, and subspeed of light, or even all speed of light. Spatial jumping requires a long time to perceive spatial attributes, allowing for super-teleportation up to tens of millions of kilometers or even hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Sneak into the void. According to the descriptions of those who have fought with Xianxia many times, this kind of movement technique can make him completely disappear from the world for a second, and after a second he must appear. Xianxia drank and listened to Bai He's words with a cold expression on his face. "I've finally accomplished this step," the 8-eyed snake said. "Looks like this time, Bai He is determined to kill you." Bai He's voice continued. "As for the speed of sublight and full-speed martial skills, not only can they be used to flee for his life, they can even be used to attack enemies. Judging from the speed of light attack he uses every time, he has to pay a huge price himself. It can be said that he has injured 1,000 enemies and lost 800. Everyone can take advantage of the side effects of the speed of light attack. Apart from that, Xianxia has created a set of array attacks. The array formation is shaped like a white tiger and has 18-star light array eyes on it. Judging from the actual situation we have observed, Xianxia's main body can move upstream of the formation and condense a blade light. The more reincarnation Xianxia has, the stronger the blade light should be. There is even reason to suspect that it will not be capped. When Xianxia was in the Bai clan ancestral hall, he had once used the white tiger formation. However, because of the barrier of the ancestral hall, The Bai clan was unable to know exactly how many times the saber light would gain from the 18 formation eyes. Bai he continued, "This kind of saber light is used once. Once its main body leaves the array range, the saber light attenuates by multiple times. According to this characteristic, everyone can firmly not step into the array. If possible, it's best to deceive him into consuming the saber light before attacking." After that, in the Battle of the Endless Forest, Xianxia was able to store the saber light in the Haoyan mirror. When necessary, he could immediately release it. It was also this move that killed Elder Huang of the World-Saving Sect. If we encounter such a situation, our Bai clan recommends that we prepare a weapon of Dao grade or above to withstand his saber attack and consume the saber light. If you don't have the resources of a Dao grade weapon, you can also use a powerful movement technique to dodge. As long as you dodge this head-on saber strike, Xianxia will no longer be terrifying. Zhang Haiwei was beside Xianxia, and he was also listening to Bai He's words. But when he heard this, Zhang Haiwei frowned. He clearly realized that there were some loopholes in Bai He's words. Most of Xianxia's situation corresponded to Bai He's analysis and did not differ. However, Bai He omitted this point about the blade light. The reason for that was because when he killed the nine-tailed fox, Xianxia's saber light neither came out of the formation nor was it taken out from the Haoyan mirror. Instead, with a casual move, a saber light flew over from the horizon. This situation was 10,000 times more terrifying than what Bai He had described. Zhang Haiwei, who was skilled in calculations and was bold and meticulous, also observed a small detail that was worth paying attention to. That was, Xianxia would be silent at any moment. There was no reason for such silence. It was as if Xianxia was secretly communicating with someone. This was the only explanation that Zhang Haiwei could think of. The truth was that every time Xianxia said he was silent, he was actually communicating with the eight-eyed snake in his heart. Naturally, Zhang Haiwei would not know about this. At this moment, the eight-eyed serpent had returned to Xianxia's left arm and turned into a snake-shaped tattoo. Regarding the snake's recovery, Xianxia was surprised. What the big snake needed was spiritual energy. The flying whales he ate were all pure meat. Eating meat didn't help the big snake at all. It only expanded its body size. Xianxia originally thought that the big snake would spit out all the meat it had eaten one mouthful at a time, thus achieving the goal of returning its body to its original form. However, Xianxia and Zhang Haiwei were dumbfounded by the snake's actions. At that time, an eyeball flew out from the giant head of the eight-eyed snake. The eyeball suddenly exploded in the sky, exploding into fragments that filled the sky. Then, the fragments quickly condensed and turned into an ordinary-length eight-eyed snake. As for the last eight-eyed serpent that had reached 12,000 kilometers, it was abandoned. This body fell from the sky and was reduced to ashes halfway through because it lost control of the serpent's true body. Mouthful after mouthful of meat? Too troublesome. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion when the big snake directly separated an eyeball to recondense its true body. It was good that it didn't die or perish. Could even play tricks on such a thing. Bai He's voice didn't stop there, he was still saying. Xianxia once swallowed Old Man Emoling's 3-4 Spirit Divine Pills. They were the White Tiger Divine Pill, the Vermilion Bird Divine Pill, and the Black Tortoise Divine Pill. The White Tiger Divine Pill can greatly increase his combat strength, and the Vermilion Bird Divine Pill, up until now, has the audacity to guess that it should be able to revive after bathing in fire. The Black Tortoise Divine Pill's effect is currently unknown. That's why. Zhang Haiwei patted his forehead and said to Xianxia, "It was the Vermilion Bird Divine Pill that revived you infinitely, wasn't it? Sigh. If I had known, our nature sect would have attacked Old Man Mo Ling back then." Xianxia did not answer. The truth was already clear. Bai He continued, "The 4 Spirits Divine Pill is incomparably powerful. However, if we do not obtain the correct refining method, the Divine Pill will turn into a poison pill that will cause death. We suspect that not only did Xianxia obtain Old Man Mo Ling's 3 Divine Pills, he even obtained Old Man Mo Ling's complete legacy." Xianxia nodded silently. Bai He knew quite a bit. He had indeed obtained Old Man Mo Ling's true inheritance, but it was far from complete. He only knew some of the essence. However, the four spirits' divine pill was not what Bai He had said. Xiangnan ate, but was not poisoned to death. Xiangnan was also surprised by this. On the one hand, he suspected that he had avoided the poison of the four spirits' divine pill because he was invulnerable to all poisons. The other possibility was also very high. Not only had Mo Ling fed Xiangnan many poisonous herbs, she had also eaten many spiritual herbs. It was very likely that Mo Ling had already given Xiangnan the supplementary ingredients to refine the Azure Dragon Divine Pill in the early stages. He tried to refine Xiangnan into a medicinal pill without extracting the Azure Dragon's blood, but in the end, this thought was shattered for an unknown reason. In other words, Xiangnan himself might be judged to be the Azure Dragon Divine Pill itself. This time, Bai He had analyzed Xiangnan's strength thoroughly without missing any details. After several years of fighting with Xiangnan, they had accumulated a great deal of experience. In fact, Bai He had even publicized a small martial skill like the Rushing Lightning Saber martial skill, including the Azure Dragon going out to sea and Shocking Dragon Sunshine. What surprised Xiangnan the most was that not only did Bai He release the specific data he had, he also released some unclear data, adding his own speculation. For example, hiding in the void. Bai He said, judging from their past battles with Xiangnan, Xiangnan was still very stingy in using this movement technique of escaping into the void, which fully showed that there was a limit to the number of times they could enter the void. Currently, the one that he had seen Xiangnan use the most was the time when the eight-eyed snake had caused a commotion in the eastern region. At that time, Shen Qingzhu had personally seen Xiangnan and had used it 8 times before and after to flee into the void. Of course, this matter itself was not announced, and Bai He speculated that the number of times Xiangnan had used it in the void should be between 8 and 12. As a result, Bai He further analyzed and threw out Xiangnan's 9 Purities Cosmos technique and Sun God technique one by one. These were the information he had received from the Howran sect, and half of the gourd was one of the peak masters of the Howran sect. However, there was only one thing that Bai He did not mention, and that was the 9 transformations of thunder. Shen Qingzhu already knew that Xiangnan had learned the 9 transformations of thunder, but Bai He did not mention it. It was possible that Shen Qingzhu had suppressed this secret, or perhaps it was due to Bai He's own considerations. Xiangnan and the eight-eyed snake discussed for a moment. Both of them were inclined towards the latter. In this world, there were people who wanted to deal with Xiangnan, and there were also people who wanted to deal with Bai He. Perhaps those enemies of Bai He would take this opportunity to cage Xiangnan. If the 9 transformations of thunder were to be exposed, it would be as bad for Xiangnan as it was for Bai He. Those who wanted to rope in Xiangnan might even bring the world-exterminating divine lightning to Xiangnan as a commission. Once this happened, Xiangnan's strength would increase dramatically. That was definitely not good news for Bai He. Bai He's voice sounded again. Finally, we can provide one last piece of information. The last time Xiangnan appeared was at the western border of the Western Emperor continent. He was chasing after Zhang Haiyue, a member of the nature sect and the first step. Above finished speaking. At this point, Bai He's words were officially over. From this day onwards, Xiangnan became the most transparent martial artist in the world. Not only the human emperors, but also the sects, clans, and even the commoners were all familiar with Xiangnan's abilities. Thus, there was a worldwide discussion on how to defeat Xiangnan. Everyone kept putting forward their own suggestions, for example, how to dodge Xiangnan's deadly saber attack. Someone suggested that there was no need to wait for Xiangnan to wander through the array. Everyone could break the array hole in advance, just like breaking an array, disintegrating Xiangnan's saber light condensation process. There were also people who suggested that one martial saint bait could be used to attract Xiangnan's attention, using it as cannon fodder, and then hiding another expert in the distance. After Xiangnan used the saber light to kill the cannon fodder, an expert hiding in the shadows immediately appeared and killed Xiangnan. There were also people who said that they would lure Xiangnan away and flee the moment they saw Xiangnan. After letting Xiangnan leave the formation, they would attack again. Some people even suggested that Xiangnan be lured into the air where he could not set up the formation, causing him to lose the ground where the White Tiger formation was set up, causing the formation to lose its function point. Of course, most of the opinions were to think of a way to capture Xiangnan alive, and then let a large number of profound Tao experts study the White Tiger formation to clarify the principle, so that everyone could learn this wondrous profound Tao martial skill. As for the Vermilion Bird Divine Pill's rebirth by fire, it was much simpler. On the first day of White River's announcement, someone had directly proposed the simplest and most effective method. This method was divided into two factions. The first was elemental invasion. Ask experts who have mastered the Tao of Water to attack Xiangnan and use the Tao of Water to counteract the flames that Xiangnan relied on to revive. There were also people who suggested that it be sealed directly. Xiangnan was split into two. Both parts of his body were sealed with different water-type formations. This way, Xiangnan could neither merge his body nor burn it into ashes. He could fuse the ashes together. There was also an even more extreme method of shredding Xiangnan Grand into 8 pieces. Each piece of flesh and blood was thrown into a different world, while the head was thrown into an endless void. Xiangnan became a topic of discussion, becoming the focus of discussion among martial artists all over the world. He only used a short world sound transmission to turn Xiangnan into an enemy of the whole world. This move was ruthless and vicious, something he had never seen before. It wasn't the people from all over the world who really wanted to deal with Xiangnan. Rather, it was because of their curiosity and their dedication to unscrambling the difficult problems of martial arts. The martial artists in this world liked discussing the Tao the most. As for Bai he treated Xiangnan as a difficult problem. He didn't need to hold hatred for Xiangnan at all. All the martial artists in the world would spontaneously join this discussion and would be happy to do so. What was the effect of doing this? After guessing, his heart itched and he wanted to give it a try. A person who did not have any hatred towards Xiangnan would inevitably argue with others because of his own thoughts while participating in the discussion. If this person with no grievances or grudges encountered Xiangnan, he would be eager to try and see if his method could kill Xiangnan, so as to prove to those who did not agree with him, "Look, I am right. None of the methods you've mentioned will work." Very ruthless. Zhang Haiyue laughed out loud. "Xiangnan, what did you do to make the Northern Emperor hate you so much? This move of his is simply amazing." Xiangnan sneered. "He could have done this a long time ago, but now he is even more confident that he will kill me." Zhang Haiyue nodded and said, "This is easy to understand. You are a traitor from the Bai clan. Naturally, the Bai clan wants to clean the door by themselves. If they hand it over to outsiders to kill you, it will inevitably make Bai he look shameful. But now, compared to the dignity of the Bai clan, he cares more about your life and death. Even if you lose face, as long as you die, it's worth it." Xiangnan remained silent. Zhang Haiyue said, "Do you know what I would do now if I were you?" Xiangnan did not ask. Zhang Haiyue said, "If I were you, I would run into the endless forest. Only the demons there would not be eager to kill you. They have no interest in the information that White River announced." Xiangnan said, "The demons are indeed not interested in Bai he's words, but the demons will not let go of any human that trespasses into the endless forest." Xiangnan looked at Zhang Haiyue indifferently and said, "Whether I am Xiangnan or not doesn't matter. As long as I enter, the demons will kill me." Zhang Haiyue shrugged his shoulders. "At least this is one method. I will only provide it. Do you need it?" Bai he was definitely not a superficial martial artist. He was not the kind of person who would put on a high and mighty posture after seeing the weak, feeling that the weak could be trampled on at will. In fact, White River was the opposite. He knew very well that every weak person could become the biggest hidden danger in the future. That was why when Xiangnan was still a good fortune warrior, after the Bai clan's ancestor worship ceremony, Bai he could directly charge into this plane to threaten the Star Guild in order to prevent the second Xiangnan from appearing. This action was specifically done by a Heavenly Tribulation 9th layer martial artist for a Divine Martial 1st layer martial artist. Speaking of which, it was simply inconceivable, but it also showed how scheming Bai he was. Xiangnan knew that he had encountered a real opponent. The opponents he had encountered in the past were usually people who would mock Xiangnan for nothing, but Bai he was completely different. When a Northern Emperor of the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation lowered his body, and said to a martial artist of the first level of the divine realm, "I'm afraid of you. You should know that you're almost finished." However, the most mysterious fingerless tribulation finger was the one that had the least focus in the discussion. People were not interested in this kind of fingering and thought that there was no need to discuss it. Dealing with this kind of finger technique was too simple. It was enough to use a sea of people tactic. Not to mention a group of people rushing up to surround Xianxia. As long as there were two equal experts present, Xianxia would definitely not be able to use this move. The unmatched tribulation finger was almost invincible in single-handedly battles, but once a third party appeared, this invincibility would directly turn into a suicide. At night, the campfire lit up the cold forest. How long will it take? Xianxia threw a deer leg to Zhang Haiyue. Zhang Haiyue said, "I've already said that I don't know anything about Little Sparrow's hiding place. The last time I left the Western Emperor continent, you saw the first message I received. They asked me to come to the Demon Emperor continent. So, since we don't know where we're going, why are we in such a hurry? Perhaps we've already surpassed our destination, but we still don't know." Xianxia said, "When is the second message coming?" Zhang Haiyue shrugged. "Every member of the nature sect is involved in one or more projects at the same time. For example, my appearance in the Valurium sect is just a side project that is not part of the main project. The key is to see when they can free up time to pick me up." When mentioning the Valurium sect, Xianxia couldn't help but be curious. What exactly is the origin of the black book you seized? Where is that book now? Previously, the cat-faced woman was also looking for this book, but that woman didn't seem to have attacked Zhang Haiyue. She might have already obtained it, or she might have been delayed for some other reason. Zhang Haiyue said, "Speaking of this matter, I myself feel that it is inexplicable. That black book is missing." Xianxia said, "Did you just lose it recently?" It seemed that the cat-faced woman had stolen the black book, not snatched it away. Zhang Haiyue shook his head and said, "The moment he left the Valurium sect, he disappeared from the Western Emperor continent. Something's wrong, right?" Xianxia noticed that the situation had changed. So the black book was not taken away by the cat-faced woman? Zhang Haiyue said, "Do I have to lie to you? If I don't want to give it to you, I can directly say that the supreme leader of our nature sect is holding the black book. There is no need to fabricate a set of lies about the disappearance of the black book. This is meaningless." Xianxia felt strange. How could a good black book be lost without it? Could it be that the Valurium sect master had thought of a way to snatch it back? However, the timing didn't match. Zhang Haiyue had just taken the black book and rushed straight to the Western Emperor continent. He immediately declared war on the nature sect. It was sect master Luli who brought him there. He didn't have time to snatch the black book. That book is very strange. Can eat people. After Xianxia asked, he confirmed his thoughts. Zhang Haiyue didn't know what the black book was for. He had traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers from the Eastern Emperor continent to the Western Emperor continent, and when he heard that the Valurium sect was organizing the armament exhibition, he had brought his hand to make a fuss. Xianxia believed this because Zhang Haiyue didn't even search the Valurium sect's weapon storehouse. One had to know how many Dao soldiers there were. This meant that the Valurium sect was not Zhang Haiyue's target. He was only on a whim, but he accidentally provoked Xianxia. "What are those 5 meridians martial artists you're looking for?" Xianxia asked. "Could it be that it is used to refine the 5 meridians origin pill?" "Yes," Zhang Haiyue said. Xianxia was thoughtful. The person in charge of the Black Tower would also be attacked, but eating the 5 meridians origin pill would be safe. "You're quite ruthless," Xianxia said. "How can I see it?" Zhang Haiyue asked. Xianxia said, "You must be the young master of a great figure in the Western Emperor continent, but you can ruthlessly contact the Bai clan and the Monster clan and launch an attack on your hometown." Zhang Haiyue laughed loudly and said, "I am the 3rd prince of the Smoke Beacon dynasty. Could not be clearer." Without Zhang Haiyue's cooperation, the sneak attack of the demon race would not have gone so smoothly. On the one hand, Zhang Haiyue was the upper echelon of the nature sect, and on the other hand, he was the prince of the Smoke Beacon dynasty. Even the nine-tailed fox cared very much about Zhang Haiyue's life and death. They needed Zhang Haiyue to cooperate with them and take down the first battle of the Misty Beacon dynasty. Xianxia said, "Do you really not have any nostalgia for your hometown?" "Hometown?" Zhang Haiyue laughed loudly. "That's just what you bunch of flat-headed commoners think. To us, the rulers of the royal family, the country is not our hometown, but our slave factory." "But you're dealing with your biological father," Xianxia said. Zhang Haiyue said, "So what? My ideal is not to be the heir to the throne of the Misty Beacon dynasty. I want to be a greater person." Xianxia said, "The word great is not suitable for you." Zhang Haiyue smiled and said, "Morality and the state are always in conflict. When a man unifies the world, brings hope for reproduction, and brings a new peace to the world, mankind will not thank him. Mankind will fear him and call him a dictator and a cold executioner. Whether humans are willing to admit it or not, they all need a ruler, and morality is not a weapon to safeguard world peace. People praise heroes and scold heroes, but you must admit that the benefits that heroes bring to this world are heights that heroes can never reach. Sometimes there are things that you have to do. If you do, you will definitely bear the blame." Zhang Haiyue looked at Xianxia seriously and said, "I am willing to bear this kind of infamy. For an incompetent coward like you who thinks that you are standing on the moral high ground, you will never understand the meaning of the word great. You will only condemn, scold, and shackle me with moral standards, but you have done nothing. As you enjoy your accomplishments, you insult those who brought all of this to you. At the same time, you also have to say that you are infatuated with yourself. I am truly worthy of my conscience." "Ha! Ha 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 ha!" Zhang Haiyue looked up and smiled. "You know, in my opinion, people like you are really small." Zhang Haiyue did not use any abusive words, nor did he belittle or mock him. Instead, he used the words insignificant, small. In Xiangxia's heart, he repeatedly considered the weight of these two words. In Xiangxia's eyes, Zhang Haiyue's words were no different from heresy, a trick commonly used by dictators. However, Zhang Haiyue's words did wake Xianxia up. "You didn't do anything, you just sat back and enjoyed it." "What did I do?" Xianxia asked himself. He had always claimed that he wanted to save his world and drive away the invaders. But what did he do? All he had done was to play with the Bai clan and the Profound Sky sect in their conspiracy, destroy them as much as possible and delay their plans. But this behavior is like a chess piece. Xianxia realized that he was just a chess piece on the chessboard, desperately trying to swallow the other chess pieces of the Bai clan. But in the end, he was still on the chessboard. Everything he did could only bring a small hindrance to the Bai clan's big chess game. What he should really do was not obstruct the Bai clan's chess game, but as a chess player, stand up and call the chessboard directly on the opponent's face. Feng Xian once said that in front of absolute strength advantage, all schemes and tricks were just a joke. But he still didn't have absolute strength. Could he just wait? Waiting for the heavens and earth to grow old, waiting for the Bai clan to take control of the entire world. Then he would carry his saber and kill all the humans in the world represented by the Bai clan. Play a game. Xianxia cut his palm, allowing drops of blood to flow out and gather in his palm. "Tell me," Zhang Haiyue said nonchalantly. Xianxia said, "Your nature sect is planning to mobilize the demon race to help the Northern Emperor attack the Western Emperor. Although I don't know what you've done, it's obvious that you're almost done. The current situation is no longer within your control. The overall situation has been decided. You are just wrapping up. Try your best to allow this plan to continue in a more satisfactory manner." Zhang Haiyue said, "Continue." The blood in Xiangxia's palm was getting more and more. He said, "You are no longer important now, but do you want to play with something more exciting? Help me fight against the entire demon race, the Bai clan, and the nature sect with the strength of the two of us." Zhang Haiyue's eyes lit up. It sounded like this plan was even more exciting. "Why should I help you?" Zhang Haiyue couldn't suppress his fanatical expression. Xianxia said, "The only reason you were able to accomplish today's feat was because of your status in the nature sect. Without all of this, How much change would you be able to make to this world? You are not helping me, but I am turning into a knife, fulfilling your greater ideal. Go find the demon emperor. Zhang Haiyue slapped his thigh and went straight to the point. Convince the demon emperor to withdraw from this plan. This is all you can do now. This Zhang Haiyue changed his face when he said that. He was not even willing to wait for Xianxia to convince him, so he couldn't wait to help Xianxia. Xianxia finally understood that the people of the nature sect were all madmen. That was not an adjective, but a true madman. Zhang Haiyue didn't even hesitate for a second when he came up with an incomparably arrogant and bold idea. Xianxia seemed to be deep in thought. He had also thought of this point, but it was not easy to persuade the demon emperor. Since the demon emperor had already made a move, it meant that he had considered it thoroughly. Just by relying on his hard work and using Zhang Haiyue's style to influence the demon emperor with morality? To let the demon emperor discover his conscience and give up? It was a joke. Morality was a means by which the superior restrained the slaves, and these two words did not apply to them. Very difficult, Xianxia said. The blood in his palm had already gathered into a small strand. He placed it on the leaf and handed it to Zhang Haiyue. He said, "Drink it." Zhang Haiyue hesitated. "If I want to harm you, I will do it directly," Xianxia said. Hearing this, Zhang Haiyue drank his blood. However, not long after he drank it, Zhang Haiyue's face suddenly flushed red, and he was extremely excited. He quickly sat down cross-legged, and a faint white aura actually emitted from above his head. Immediately after, the strength of Zhang Haiyue's aura began to soar at an astonishing speed. His physical strength and fitness had also greatly improved. Roar! Zhang Haiyue couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart, and a furious roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The entire forest began to tremble. This is... Zhang Haiyue looked at his body in surprise. My strength! My strength! Xianxia said indifferently, "You have already heard by his words. I have eaten 3 types of divine pills, and after you drink my blood, the power of these 3 types of divine pills will also appear in your body." Zhang Haiyue was so happy that he could no longer express all of this in words. But what made him even more surprised was still to come. Xianxia faced Zhang Haiyue and released a raging flame. Elemental invasion. Zhang Haiyue was overjoyed and fell into great sorrow. He was shocked, but in front of Xianxia, he didn't even have the courage to escape. However, the flames did not burn Zhang Haiyue to death. Instead, the arms that he had lost grew back. Revived by bathing in fire, Zhang Haiyue sucked in a breath of cold air. He even had the urge to kneel down and kowtow to Xianxia. How could this be? Happiness came too suddenly. Not only had he not been brutally killed by Xianxia, he had instead obtained a portion of the effects of the 3 divine pills. Do you know what those 5 meridians martial artists are used for? Zhang Haiyue said. Xianxia said, "Tell me, I'll listen. Wasn't it used to refine the 5 meridians origin pill?" Zhang Haiyue said, "I didn't lie to you before, but I didn't tell you the complete truth. 5 meridian martial artists can indeed refine 5 meridian origin pills. However, the nearly 1,500 meridian youngsters you saw weren't prepared for the origin pills. Rather, I want to give them to the demon emperor's subordinates, the 8 great demon sovereigns." Purpose? Xianxia asked with interest. Zhang Haiyue then revealed a plot that shocked Xianxia. The demons didn't have any talent, and Xianxia knew this long ago. The number of meridians and grade of a human martial artist's innate talent determined his martial arts attainments and how long he could walk on the path of martial arts. However, the so-called talent of the demons did not exist. What they relied on was their bloodline. Foxes were always easier to cultivate than dogs. The higher a race's bloodline was, the stronger a human's innate talent would be. Just like the desert queen, she also had no talent. However, she was the desert snake race, the successor of the royal bloodline of the demon race. Therefore, regardless of whether it was her cultivation speed or her attainments in the future, she was no ordinary calf demon or Shalu demon. The person in control of the Black Tower would also receive a blow from his innate talent. Even so, he could dodge it by swallowing the 5 Meridians origin pill. However, in this world, there were too few people with 5 Meridians talent, and they were simply not enough. Therefore, he came up with a heresy idea, allowing the demons to directly control the Black Tower. The demons weren't restricted by their innate talent. However, how to persuade the demon race was something that came up with a lot of ideas.